Can he land the clone? Not going to be able to do it just yet. WizK on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down.
That's just pushing for the last time here with the Snowdrift. He gets cheap shotted on it though, and now he will potentially go down right here. Waz is pushing for the win.
Saul has nothing in his match point. He's GUST winning for his life right now, but it's not enough. The move are through.
They're on to Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down.
After just holding on, but Drake is there, a full stun, and surely this is the end of the match for the move, the end of the tournament for the move, and welcome to the JUNG are back. The Empire is here.
Now the staff is out of that. Corky trying to survive with the Park Team. He's got to get away, but he doesn't have anything remaining. The sheep is there, and that is going to be that. JT is in so much trouble here. TJ down to 1% HP. He's going to get sent. Palace is in so much trouble, and Palace might just go down. He does have the cloak remaining, but he's just dying through it. Can he over 30? They got him.
And now Lars could be the one that falls. Look at this damage. Look at this carnage. Peekaboo goes in. The fleets are ticking. And Rev is holding on by a thread right now to stay alive. That's the prayer.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of the third cup of the War Within Season 2. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico Venrique and Super Tease. Today is an exciting day. We are in the North American region. It is the third and final cup for these NA teams to try and get as much standings as they possibly can to get into the top 3 or risk being sent to the gauntlet. And the competition is getting so tough. We can take a look at the journey that they have taken so far. Like I said, we are on cup number 3 here, and they are all gunning for that spot on May 24th through the 25th for the grand finals. If they make it to the gauntlet, it is going to be a very scary place to be indeed. Of course, yesterday we were in the European region and they were fighting for the same thing, Super Tees. If anybody missed yesterday's games, it was quite an exciting day. We had Chan join us on the desk. We had so many upsets as well. Talk to me about what went on yesterday.
I mean, this entire weekend's building up to be one of the most epic weekends for the AWC. It's the final third cup to qualify for the finals. And in the European region, it was a story of underdogs. Some of these underdog teams really put on a show. Chibaku Tensei, they won cup number 2. But Super Duper Gamers and SQX on this Resto Druid just had insane plays. They're absolutely styling on Chibaku. Like, look at these low health Cyclones on Fuston and Imprisons on Fuston. This perfectly timed Cyclone out of the Imprison. Just absolute MVP plays from the Super Duper Gamers. That netted them a win against our Cup 2 champions. In the upper bracket, we had Nap Time. Big underdogs coming in with a Holy Paladin composition and a Fury Warrior. And they were going toe-to-toe with Overload, which are currently the first place point holders in Europe, the best RMP in the region. They ran them through the ringer in a slugger series all the way to game 5. This is probably one of the best series of all time. If you missed it, you definitely need to check out this series on the VOD between Naptime and Overload. Andre almost pulled it back in a 2v3 and almost clutched out the entire series just there. It was a very entertaining day from the lower to the upper and all around. Waz was really tested. We saw this insane vortex from Flappers almost clutching the kill on Waz and then almost turning it around onto Tessia in order to close out the game here. Waz was tested on Feral Druid. He rose to the occasion for Echo, and it seems like Cup 3 is now their tournament to really show that they are the top team. They're coming for Overload. And then down in the lower bracket, we saw Dobob going head-to-head with Locked In, and Locked In brought in some very surprise compositions. Like, look at the damage that they had against Dobob at certain periods of this match, just absolutely exploding the entire team. But Dobob were able to persevere, overcome adversity, and make it to Championship Sunday. And now we're starting North America. So that was just Europe day 1. We got North America day 1. I am very excited for it.
I could not agree more, Sid. So excited to get these games started. Of course, it started, a little bit, of course, on the Wednesday games. You can be, they were basically to get into the top 8, of course. So level of competition just as high over there in North America as it was in EU. And it was an incredible day of games as well, Zico. You were watching in on some of those. And, the story over with EU is we've seen quite a developing meta over there. Do you think that anything happened on Wednesday's games that would indicate the same thing in terms of compositions that we're going to be seeing come out from the NA side?
Absolutely. I mean, in NA, we're seeing kind of a similar story as well. A lot of teams are starting to pick up these cleaves. We're starting to see a lot of Ret Paladin being picked up. Comps like Ret Warrior for Control Alt Defeat here, playing it into It Happens on that RMP. And Control Alt Defeat going to be in that top 8 later on as well. But these Ret Warrior cleaves really seem to be doing a lot of work against really strong opponents, as well as things like F tier running the Windwalker as well as the Warrior. So Windwalker Warrior doing a lot of work. We saw Welcome to the Jung running Ret Warrior as well. We even saw Retribution Hunter, kind of that Cupid cleave come back. So in general, there's been a lot of development in the meta. It seems to be a lot more favorable to actually have a Ret Paladin on your team, and also teams with Warriors, teams with Windwalkers. They all seem to be doing really, really well in the meta. So I'm excited to see how that is going to shake things up. That Mage Priest meta still somewhat around, there's still some FMPs lurking around in the wings, but I feel like RMP specifically has been kind of falling off a little bit. It was very, very common in that week number 1, but nowadays I feel like the RMP teams are struggling, and that kind of has been what a lot of the top teams are running, like the Tigers as well as Liquid. They've really been kind of relying on that. So I feel like we might see a shift in general from that. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams adapt to the changes.
Yeah, for sure. It's been really exciting to see some of these newer rosters come through with, sort of some more interesting compositions that we don't get to see quite as often, and definitely make it work for them. So in terms of the offline games, any matchups, Zico, that stick out in your mind that were your favorite to witness on Wednesday?
I will say it's really cool to see Iron Will finally making it into the top 8. So their series versus Full Send University was one of my favorites. It was a 3-0 in favor of Iron Will, but it was pretty close. A lot of back and forth. I feel like the scoreboard and the actual games tell a different story. We saw that Prez Evoker, Hunter, Retribution Paladin coming in from the Full Send University, going up against Iron Will on their Feral Mage Priest. And this is the previous, the Move roster with WizK on it. Obviously, WizK on the bench for this one, but it's been really nice to see the FMP synergy for Fuse and Cerealium, as well as Joxy, finally coming together here, finally getting them into that top 8. It's going to be exciting to see what they can actually do here in terms of points as well, if they can actually make it into the gauntlet. But I think Cerealium especially was on that God tier roster on Luminosity. So finally seeing him, pull out some wins here against Full Send University with the FMP, which has been, something that, for example, Dobob over in Europe relies on heavily, and even Echo. So it's, I think it's a really good composition that they have. The synergy seems to be there in place. And I think that this series really showcased that for Iron Will.
All right, looking forward to seeing Iron Will play, as well as the rest of the teams that did make it out alive from the offline games, from that open bracket into the top 8 for North America. We can take a look at the rosters that made it through from that bloodbath on Wednesday. That we'll be seeing today. Then, who are the top dogs? Who should we be looking out for the NA teams today?
Yeah, well, in North America, we've had some very familiar faces in the upper bracket. It seems like it's always those top 4 teams. So right now, that's, of course, Liquid. So Samayam, Sea-Doo, Trill, and Mez, that is a fan favorite. They'll be going head-to-head once again with Left 4 Dead. And Left 4 Dead, one thing that's kind of interesting about this team is Axton. He's known for Feral, but he also plays Ret Paladin. So this matchup has been going traditionally in favor of Liquid, but maybe with Axton on the Ret Paladin, could be going their way. And of course, in the upper bracket, we still have Welcome to the Jung and Tiger Toads. These are powerhouse teams. Welcome to the Jung has been coming out ahead on Tiger Toads, so we'll see how they can do. In the lower bracket, we've got Iron Will. We talked about them, highlighted them a little bit as well. WizK, Fuse, Cerealium, Joxy, an amazing team. I feel like they're going through a little bit of growing pains right now, but they're a team that has a ton of potential, and I think if they can figure out their synergy and their strategies, they could have a really deep run this tournament. And then, of course, Control Alt Defeat returning with KZ Fox on the Ret Paladin, Gustbusters, Chun-Li, Flop, Nazem Dippy playing some Windwalker based compositions, and kind of the return of F tier as well. So some really exciting teams here.
Most definitely. And like I mentioned at the start of today, they are all trying to get into that top spot, either into the top 3 or be sent to that gauntlet, which means only one team, Sid, can come out of that alive. And that is not where the teams want to be by any means, because, I mean, this pool of teams is so tough. The level of competition is so high here.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have been competing for 3 weeks. They've been earning points, climbing on the standings, and that's going to unlock potentially access to the gauntlet as well as the top 3, ultimately going to be top 4, where the biggest prize pool is. So you've been battling it out for weeks. Like, you want to have a chance at going for that lion's share of the prize. And towards the lower end of the bracket on the standings, you can see that there's a tie. F tier and Control-Alt-Defeat both stand at 52 points. So they are going to be competing with each other in that lower bracket to see who can make it the furthest in order to qualify into that gauntlet and have a chance at that big prize and not have all 3 of these cups just be wasted in terms of their qualifications. As far as top 3, it's about dominance and asserting it, right? Liquid and Welcome to the JUNG are currently tied at the #1 spot, and one of those teams wants to be taking that and kind of roaring through and having that morale boost, knowing they're confidently the strongest team in that position. But I think that there could be some curveballs. I think GUST Busters, Left 4 Dead, they're kind of waiting in the wings, and they can be real wild cards in this bracket.
Oh yeah, all these teams are so ready to go. I mean, you could just see it in the offline games as a little appetizer for what we're going to be seeing today. So I'm excited to look at this bracket here for the North American games. Of course, we're starting in the lower bracket, but let's talk about that upper bracket first, Zico. I mean, look at the teams we've got up here. Liquid, Left 4 Dead, Welcome to the JUNG, Tiger Toads. I mean, these are 4 teams that I'm very excited to see go off against each other, Zico.
Absolutely, and just before we touch on the upper bracket there, I just wanted to say that GUST Busters and Tiger Toads are also really close in terms of standing. So GUST Busters are probably really cheering for Welcome to the JUNG here, and Liquid. They are kind of be battling it out, Welcome to the JUNG and Liquid, that is, for that top position of the region. So a lot at play for either one of these. They got to really make it count in both of their series. Liquid versus Left 4 Dead. Going to be a rematch that we've seen go in favor of Liquid previously. We'll see if Left 4 Dead can mix things up, maybe with a Retribution Paladin. But yeah, Welcome to the JUNG as well as the Tiger Toads. Tiger Toads had a really strong showing in that first week, but haven't been as impressive. So we'll see in this final cup if they can best Welcome to the JUNG, because in my opinion, it is about Welcome to the JUNG, Tiger Toads, and Liquid for that top 3. So a lot to play for there in that upper bracket, man.
Yeah, and in the lower bracket, I mean, you mentioned the top 3. In the lower bracket, you kind of got that bottom 3 situation where it's going to be F tier, Control-Alt-Defeat. They're tied right now. Whoever can have a deeper run will likely qualify. But there is also an unlikely scenario where if Iron Will loses and Control-Alt-Defeat and F tier just go on kind of a winning streak in that lower bracket, then Iron Will actually won't qualify. So for Iron Will and Control-Alt-Defeat, if Iron Will wins, they put themselves in a very good position, but this is going to be a very difficult matchup. Control-Alt-Defeat, we know they play those Retribution Paladin-based compositions. Ret just got some huge buffs, so I'm expecting big things from this team this week. And then, of course, GUST Busters versus F tier. This is kind of just classic. You know, you have Chun-Li on GUST Busters, one of the best Windwalker monks in North America, and then, of course, Dorito on F tier. So I think we're going to have a little bit of a Windwalker showdown, but one thing's for sure, this lower bracket is very important for most of these teams.
Oh yeah, of course, and we'll be keeping along with the standings and kind of how that is going throughout the day, because there's definitely a lot of situations, as you mentioned, Ben, that could be happening all over the bracket. So let's take a look now at the power rankings and where actually we, the casters here, line these teams 1 through 8, just in terms of like pure power from these rosters. And I've always surprised. I feel like Zico, week to week, how we seem to be pretty similar. We seem to be pretty in sync, despite us doing this like separately.
Yeah, we are actually. Wait, we have the same top 4, top 5. Yeah, our first 5 picks actually line up perfectly. But we do have a bit of a difference with Iron Will and F tier. I mean, honestly, all of us are pretty similar, I would say. We just disagree, I would say. Oh, actually, Chan putting Left 4 Dead at the bottom.
What
is going on with that? That is crazy.
That makes no sense. Like, let's just be honest. I don't get that, but I think, but I mean, according to this, Super T's and myself put Left 4 Dead high, and I feel like Left 4 Dead, one of the reasons why I put them in third, and probably, I don't want to speak for Super T's, but yeah, they've been making it into that top 4 so consistently. They have been losing to Liquid, but I feel like this could be the week that's different. I really do believe in Axton's Ret Paladin, and I think this team is going to be really solid this week.
I'm the same. I'm watching C2 stream. I'm watching Left 4 Dead take games off of them. Like, they're looking so good on the Ret Warrior. I think Left 4 Dead is slept on. I think if the Ret Paladin buffs didn't come through, I would agree with Chan. I would be putting them likely near,
below control
maybe not
defeat?
rock bottom, maybe not rock bottom, definitely more close to the bottom. I think the Ret Paladin changes have definitely enabled their team to have a lot more potential this week.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, one of us is going to owe some of these teams some apologies for sure. But all right, well, let's talk about the first matchup that we've got. Let us know what you guys think in chat about our power rankings and maybe give some of your own. But we've got this first match. We are in the lower bracket, like we mentioned, Control Alt Defeat versus Iron Will. I am very excited personally to see how WizK does on this new roster, especially against a team like Control Alt Defeat. So that being said, get your predictions in chat, get some of those points. Then what is your prediction for this series?
I believe I went in favor of Control Alt Defeat for this one, just because I think KZ Fox has been so dedicated to the Ret Paladin, and I said it last week. I wanted to see Augmentation Evoker, and I wanted to see Ret Paladin do well. I don't know if we're going to see the Augmentation. We might, but I think it is very likely we see the Ret Paladin succeed. They got some massive buffs, and the fact that Control Alt Defeat not only has the Ret Warrior, but also the Ret Hunter, I think it's going to be a difficult matchup for Iron Will.
Okay, all right, Zico?
My brain was telling me to go with Control Alt Defeat. They've been a bit more consistent throughout the season, but my heart was telling me to go with Iron Will. And normally I follow my brain, but today, the move, baby. We're going with Iron Will. I think their FMP is looking solid. I think they got this. Feral Mage into Ret Paladin, not that bad of a matchup. I think Ceralium, he's going to clutch it up, and he's going to make it work. So Iron Will, 3-1 all the way.
All right, Super T's, what you got?
Sorry, Zico. Zico. I'm apologizing to you now before this is revealed to you. I'm sorry, Zico.
No. You go with the same?
You might be on the top of the leaderboard
same?
right now, but not for much longer with my prediction. Lying up with you here, Zico. I'm sorry.
I thought it was going to be the odd man out.
Chat's going to be catching up to you now. And
Zico,
as a rip. Vinruki's the only safe one. Safe from the Super
I've got
T's
bad
curse.
news for you. I am way down at the bottom. I'm lower than Super T's, and I unfortunately have the same exact prediction as you. So things are not looking good for you.
Huh. You guys are dragging me down with you. Oh my
sorry.
God, Ben is just smiling. He's
Ben is so
excited.
happy about
He knows
this.
He's getting points.
I mean, it could pay off big, but I mean, the fact is, I mean, Iron Will. I think you guys are making a good bet. I mean, you got Ceralium, you got WizK, Fuse, and Joxy, so that's a solid team. But yeah, this should be a fun game either way.
All right, well, let's get it started here. This is a lower bracket match. These teams desperately need those points. They do not want to be as low as they currently are in the standings. They both have so much to prove, and it is all coming to a head right here. Iron Will, the newly formed roster, the ashes of the move versus Control Alt Defeat. Who can do it? Who can stay alive in that lower bracket? They need to make a lower bracket run to get those points, to get as high as they can in those standings. That seeding is going to be extremely crucial as we head to the grand finals at the end of May for both of these teams. Sounds like we're getting a remake. The teams are going to get reloaded into that arena, but we'll get that game started very soon. So in the meantime, definitely get that prediction in chat, but we're going to get this lower bracket game started soon. It is Control Alt Defeat versus Iron Will, and the team that they have to face also when depending on who wins this is not going to be easy as well. I mean, this entire roster pool, keep in mind, guys, is so tough. The level of competition is so high in North America. I know that we've stressed it so much already, but it's going to be an exciting matchup nonetheless. Control Alt Defeat, game number 1, Iron Will, game number 1. Then do we want to make predictions on the composition that we're going to see in the blind pick?
I think that's a good question. Control Alt Defeat, I think they'll be going with Ret Warrior. So I think we're most likely to see the Retribution Paladin Warrior Resto Druid. Iron Will, they have a few different lines they could play. WizK's actually been experimenting with Warlock into Ret Warrior. I think that's not going to work out. So I think it's likely we see Ceruleum on the mage. Typically, mages are quite strong into Ret Warrior. For melee DPS, probably going to be the Feral Druid, so likely a Feral Mage, and then Joxy on Priest. That would be my guess for this one in the blind pick.
Oh.
Wow.
Look at you. Oh. All right.
Nailed it.
Game number 1, starting now. Control Alt Defeat versus Iron Will. Zico.
All right, let's see it here. I don't know how much I like. I mean, I don't really know Joxy's champ pool that much, or class pool. I think he plays Shaman and Priest. That's what I've basically seen at this point. But I feel like the Priest is a risky pick. But we're already seeing an aggressive opener. Huge ice wall from Ceruleum. They're trying to take down Warrior in the opener, but it's not going to work out for him there. They do manage to get that Stormbolt here onto Ceruleum. There's the Spear of Bastion. Ceruleum taking a huge hit of damage. Needs to be very careful. Renar going for some CC onto Fuse, but it looks like Ceruleum does have the counterspell. Actually doesn't have the counterspell there. So they're going to be able to potentially sneak in some crowd control, but it is going to be a Cyclone there onto Joxy. So Fuse trying to get a counter Cyclone there. Beautifully done. Actually, Renar missing the kick there, getting Cyclone himself. So Fuse doing some early work here for his team, shutting down a potential dangerous situation. And they don't really have to use too many cooldowns defensively. Meanwhile, on the side of the FMP, they've already gotten 2 trinkets out of the way from the Ret Warrior.
Yeah, not going too bad here in the early stages for Iron Will. It is going to be Ceruleum, and we'll likely see some kind of split strategies here. It's very important for KZ Fox and Warrior to just try to slow down the offense of Iron Will. So even though the offense and damage on Ceruleum won't be that high, just attacking him and forcing him to kind of calm down a little bit in the match is going to be important. With Worried and KZ Fox trying to connect, but a full Cyclone lands. Good control there by Fuse, the early stages, and already mana kind of playing in. Renar down to about 60% mana so early on in the match, and Iron Will, honestly, they've done a great job both offensively and defensively. They're managing their mana well, and this game is looking good.
They actually got a stun sheep combo onto Renar and then feared his trinket. So a lot of pressure here coming out. But Fuse is in danger. Joxy casting a mind control right now. A bit of a risky play right there. But Fuse is going to survive with the Frenzied Region as well as that renewal. Renar in the Giga Tree form. And now Ceruleum needs to be careful. The damage that the Ret Warrior can do in a stun like that is nothing to be scoffed at. And if Ceruleum is not careful, we have seen a lot of mages just die pre-block, especially when they're playing with that Holy Priest. They have no damage reduction, but they do get a full sheep onto Renar. Bubble coming out from KZ Fox, just early trade there, and looking for maybe an ice block here. Ceruleum is taking a lot of damage, but Joxy trades out the Guardian Angel, and it seems to be enough defense. Fuse taking a little bit of return fire as well, but Ceruleum's doing a great job just kind of kiting this cleave and just trying to win the war of attrition here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I feel like this is the type of matchup we're going to see quite a bit today, so I'm really curious to see who does come out ahead. Fuse low right now. He's going to be hopping into bear form. The disoriented roar out onto Joxy. This could be the first ice block of Ceruleum, but no, a massive heal connects. Joxy makes the trade and keeps him alive. It's a big Serenity crit there that kept him up. Same time, KZ Fox is getting low. He's going to retreat to the pillar, but with no Divine Shield, this could be danger. Does not want to use the Lay on Hands this early in the match. I mean, it looks like he's going to have to make the trade. And KZ Fox ultimately will use some cooldowns there. Continuing to push forward now, getting damage rolling onto KZ Fox, but Control Alt Defeat, they're slowly but surely burning through these Retribution Paladin defensive cooldowns. Render has been very reluctant to actually trade out his trinket, and I wonder if maybe they should be trading out the healer trinket before all these massive ret CDs.
Ooh, double Ring of Frost there onto Renar. That's going to force out his trinket. Beautifully done here by Ceruleum. I'm just worried that he might go down in a situation like this if he's too greedy, but he managed to get another Cyclone. I got to say, the way that the FMP is playing, they're just landing stun sheeps onto Renar and then just kiting in between. And in the meantime, when they're kiting, Fuse is just spamming a Cyclone onto the Red Paladin. And then when the Red Paladin is on DR, he just swaps it to the Warrior. And they just keep switching between the DPS like this. A very efficient way of playing the matchup, but they have to play it consistently for a long period of time. There's a full stun into a double fear again onto KZ Fox as well as Renar. Ring of Frost does drop down, but there is a frozen orb there, so they're not going to be able to do too much with it. Renar actually getting vortex into the middle of that Ring of Frost. A lot of damage being pumped out from Ceruleum. Dampening is starting to ramp up here. 17, 18% dampening. Another Cyclone, but they get the poly, but it actually broke there, unfortunately, to the splitting ice. Ice wall attempt onto Warrid. Can they take him down here? Fuse actually is taking a lot of damage in that ice wall as well. He's going for an offensive maim stun onto Renar. Do they have any follow-up crowd control? It doesn't look like it, and it looks like they are going to be happy with just getting that warrior kind of low. Renar has a lot of healing to do, but now here comes an attempt. Tyrannium actually trinketing out of that stun, displacing back. He's doing a great job just kiting and keeping up the pressure. Tyrannium with some masterful kiting. That's going to be the blessing of protection as well there onto KZ Fox. So more and more cooldowns being used, and I feel like the Red Warrior are realizing that this mage is doing such a good job not being a target that they're going to start going after Fuse, and they immediately force his survival instinct right there.
Oh, nice blast wave there, Ceralium. Nicely done. I like the way he played that. He's trying to get out of the spear, but unfortunately, Fuse might just get one shot. I mean, that is the power of the Ret Warrior. If you do connect on a target for an extended period of time, they are going to get melted, and Fuse is just getting lower and lower, barely holding on. Once again, 10% health. At the same time, though, KZ Fox really not many defensive cooldowns. Needs to be very careful. Divine Shield coming up in 15 seconds. They have to hold on a little bit longer. Luckily, Fuse is being put in such a defensive position they really can't capitalize and take him down. But if you look, KZ Fox, he has Lay on Hands and Divine Shield rotating back up. That's going to be a lot of durability that Iron Will once again has to get through.
Oh, nice ice wall right there. Kind of isolating Fuse away from the Red Warrior. He was stunned in caster form right there, but again, they're looking for the polymorph. They find it onto Renar. He's got no trinket. He pre-Iron Barks though before the setup. They get a low Cyclone onto KZ Fox. Joxy is in a Hammer of Justice. Needs to be careful. Fuse looking for the Cyclone. Finds it onto the Warrior. They're going back onto the Red Paladin. He does have Divine Shield once again. Does have Lay on Hands. He's going to trade out the Lay in that position, and these mind controls are really nice as well onto Warrior. They're doing a great job on the side of the FMP to get a stun onto Renar, and big damage here potentially onto KZ Fox. Ceralium coming in with the Snowdrift, but he's not going to be able to get too much work with that, but still a lot of pressure. They get a full fear onto Renar. Looks like it was cleansed by the Red Paladin's Hand of Sanctuary, but look at Fuse. He's taking a lot of damage there. The Guardian Angel comes out. Joxy's in a stun. Is that going to be enough? They're trying to be greedy, trying to hold on to it. Joxy gets a huge heal there onto Fuse. 32% dampening. Renar struggling on mana. I don't know for how much longer they can hold out. I feel like either Fuse is getting one shot. It might be right now, actually. Fuse. He's going to run away immediately. The mass barrier coming out for Ceralium. Guardian or the Angel form coming out as well, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. He might need to cancel that and go for the Void Shift. Fuse is taking a lot of damage. He's sitting in bear form to get a defensive poly onto Warrior. Fuse is still down to 20% HP. There's the Void Shift almost going down through it, down to 50% HP. Huge damage. They fear up Joxy. What are they going to do here? The game is absolutely unstable. They can't trade anything. Anytime Fuse goes in, he just takes so much damage. He's trying to trade with the Barkskin. Flash heals are being spammed out. Joxy's working miracles to try to keep Fuse alive, and they do manage to recover. And Fuse, he's used up 8 out of his 9 lives surely at this point, and now the Red Warrior are trying to go after Joxy on that Priest.
KZ Fox getting a little bit low. He has the Divine Shield. Renar, does he have the healing to keep him alive? Shield of Vengeance trades, and Warrior is just sitting on top of Joxy. Dampening is getting high, and every time that Wake of Ashes is available for KZ Fox, he's going to be able to put out a lot of pressure. I think they're just all-ending the Priest at this point. No trinket available, no cooldowns whatsoever. If Warrior and KZ Fox have uptime here on Joxy, I think he's likely going to die. Fuse, in the meantime, getting stunned up. This is immense amounts of pressure. Ceralium trying to do what he can to get offensive pressure out right now. Has the Icy Veins rolling. This is their opportunity to maybe win, but Renar deflects it with the Tree of Life, and this is going to be a massive, the Ancient of Lore, to get out massive healing for his team. Control of the feet completely stabilized. And at the same time, Fuse could just outright die. Looking for a Cyclone. It gets Disoriented Roar. Nice play there by Renar. You can see Joxy's caught into a stun. Fuse is so incredibly low. He's just been kiting the last 3 minutes of this game. His health is just so incredibly low. This Ray of Hope needs to be positive. Needs to be a massive heal, and it is. KZ Fox now trades to the Divine Shield. It's so back and forth. He's protecting his Divine Shield, trying to interrupt Joxy, not allowing him to get that Mass Dispel, but at this point, it really is anyone's game. KZ Fox is basically burned through everything. Iron Will might be able to do it.
Yeah, Fuse actually has Renewal. He has Incarn active as well. He pops the Renewal, and he has to be defensive here during the Incarnation, so not a great position for him to be in. Fuse is running for the hills. They don't have Guardian because they procced it earlier. Full stun onto Joxy. Fuse trying to do what he can, but they're clotheslining him on all sides. Fuse gets caught up. Beautiful roar coming out from Renar, and it is going to be Control Alt Defeat who claim victory in game number 1. That was really nicely done there. They kind of swarmed him from all angles, even the healer coming in there with the roar on onto Fuse, allowing the rest of the team to collapse onto that Feral Druid who's trying to be as slippery as possible.
Really good game. I feel like in the early stages of the game, both Fuse and Ceralium did a really good job making themselves not really a target. The problem is, as the game goes on longer, Retribution Paladins, their damage has kind of shifted in an interesting way. So Rep Paladins used to be the spec that kind of just one-shots you, right? Like a huge Wake of Ashes, you know, Divine, whatever, Divine Toll, just going to be killing you instantly. It's a little bit different now. It's more consistent damage, more slow burning, damage over time effects. And that kind of damage gets really effective in dampening because it's super unavoidable. So as the game goes on longer and longer, KZ Fox on the Rep Paladin is going to be able to drop Fuse. Even though he's getting out of melee range, those damage effects are still just ticking on him and inevitably going to take him down. Things like Dawnlight, for example. So Iron Will, I feel like they need to kind of close out the game earlier if they can. Not an easy thing to do, but they really need to take advantage and try to force like defensive cooldown overlaps from Control Defeat. Otherwise, you're going to get in this situation where you just have those ret cooldowns rotating back up. You know, with the Ancient of Lore, it can be really difficult to take them down and actually survive this late in the game.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. I feel like they proc the Guardian on that really risky attempt when they had to use the Void Shift a little bit earlier in the match, and as soon as you proc the Guardian, it just becomes such a long cooldown, and Joxy is really going to struggle. With the kind of hard to avoid or unavoidable damage from the Red Paladin, another thing that they bring to the table, obviously, is that Sanctuary, so they can cleanse out, you know, stuns and fears, as well as all of that extra off healing. So it makes it really potent. Together with the Druid, when you don't have the Ancient Tree, you're going to have things like Lay on Hands. You're going to have a lot of different tools to just survive a go. And KZ Fox is going to be able to kind of keep his team going to that point where you basically hit critical mass. So really nice to see. But we're going to see both comps locked in. And we're going to Ashamain's Fall. Again, I think Fuse did a great job kiting. But maybe in the early game, like you mentioned, just more offense from Iron Will.
Yeah. Hard though. I mean, they actually got the Divine Shield and they got the Lay on Hands, and then inevitably they just rotated back up. So that's kind of the problem if the game goes on too long. But Iron will look good. I was getting a little bit nervous for my prediction in the mid game. I was like, all right, this is really going in their favor. Soralium, yeah, he was making some really good plays on the mage, good kiting. You know, good ice walls. I actually like the fact to use ice wall defensive too. I think that's one thing that's kind of underrated. Is just using ice wall as a way to like block line of sight to keep one of your teammates alive. So some interesting plays coming in, but ultimately it is going to be Control Alt Defeat that walks away with the win. And I think, like I said in the middle of the cast, Zico, I think this is a matchup that's going to be telling on how today goes, because I think we're going to see a lot of Ret Warrior going up against, you know, the Mage Holy Priest, and I'm not exactly sure who should come out ahead. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's a relatively even matchup, but I mean, if you ask the Ret Paladins, the Mages should win. If you ask the Mage, the Ret should win. So it's just one of those matchups we're going to have to see play out a few times.
Yeah, I'm a Mage, so I'm going to say that the Ret Warrior should win. It looks... I just feel like at any point, Fuse or Soralium could just die pre-CDs, and I don't feel like they have that same threat. Just because of the hybrid healing that the Ret Paladin brings, just because of the extra cooldowns. I think it's really hard for them to actually execute on that, but meanwhile, Soralium right here, for example, could just get absolutely destroyed and just get surprise killed. So we'll see if that ends up happening. I feel like more than ever right now, mages, even pro mages, are all dying pre-block. Really Benruki meta right now. But we're gonna see here. We're gonna see here Soralium pulling the trigger on the Icy Veins early on. Incarnation just faded for Fuse and these defensive Cyclones, and this could be an interesting line of play as well. Going after the Resto Druid more, getting crowd control onto the Ret Paladin, and maybe targeting the Warrior and the Resto Druid more in the match could be a key to victory forward here for Iron Will.
Yeah, Warrior's just gonna be going and do what he can, just trying to hit really anything. Like I said, the name of the game for Control Alt Defeat is slow the game down. So even if it's just walking towards Soralium, as long as he's not allowed to just sit there and free cast Frostfire Bolts, you're kind of going to be able to survive. Render's going to offer a lot of healing for his team. KZ Fox also. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. We're about a minute in the game. The last one took quite a while. I think it was 6, 7, 8 minute long game. So likely be getting to that point once again, barring, you know, no massive defensive cooldown overlaps or a potential one shot, which could happen. So these teams definitely need to stay on their toes in this one, because if they slip up for a second, someone could easily go down. Full Hammer of Justice on Joxy at the same time. A nice Cyclone there by Fuse to just slow down KZ Fox's offense.
Yeah, and we'll see Fuse actually getting interrupted there on his Cyclone, looking for a setup there. Actually, nice Sanctuary coming out there. Look at Ceralium, though. Be careful there. Taking a lot of damage, but the overpowered barrier is going to be good. Huge offense actually onto KZ Fox. They pull out the Divine Shield there, so they actually forced out the Sanctuary with a Maim stun, and then they landed a full Fear onto Renar, chained it with a Polymorph. Still good offense here onto KZ Fox. Have an opportunity here if they can continue the chain, but doesn't look like it. Renar is going to come out of CC. He's got the Iron Bark ready, and I love to see this from Renar, just getting immediately aggressive, getting a stun into a Cyclone onto Ceralium. He gets Massive Spell, though. Ceralium takes a huge chunk of damage. There's the stun onto KZ Fox, as well as the stun onto Renar. Good synergy. They don't have the Sanctuary yet. KZ Fox in a lot of trouble, and Renar is forced to trade out his trinket. So a really good push here from Iron Will, but KZ Fox is going to have some answers in his back pocket. Still has that Lay on Hand, still has that Blessing of Protection, and his Sanctuary has rotated back up. So the next moments are going to be scary here onto Joxy. Joxy forced to pull out the Guardian Angel onto himself. They're going after Renar, CCing KZ Fox, but that's going to be the sacrifice onto Renar. So again, the Retribution Paladin blocking another kill.
Yeah, just an endless wall of defensive cooldowns you have to get through, and that's what I'm saying. It's just important to create a panic in the match. So you really need to get those defensive cooldown overlaps, because if they're just making the efficient trades, oh, here we go. Nice little setup here on KZ Fox, but it looks like I missed it.
What?
Yeah, Fuse is dead. I was like, oh, wow, they got the Divine. That's crazy. All right. I dropped the ball on that one. I'm not going to lie, but that was insane. I was like, okay, KZ Fox, he's making the trades. Not too much is happening. You blink, you miss it. And this is what I'm talking about. It's the nature of this matchup where it's just, yeah, it can go late, and you can also just get one shot. And the control at defeat, they threw in the one shot. So I don't know if you saw that. Break it down, Zico.
This is exactly what I was talking about in the pregame. This is just like, I feel like the random one shots pre-CDs is heavily in favor of the Rat Warrior. They just have such a mean hit, and this was of course the Avatar and the recklessness from Warrior coming in here, and they just come in. They forced the Guardian, I think, earlier onto Joxy, and look at Fuse. He just gets absolutely clobbered.
That was an execute crit, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. As soon as Warrior pops that wreck and that Avatar, look at his damage. Anytime he touches Fuse, he goes in bear form, goes back in cat form, thinking he's safe here because he has some distance, and then charge, goes bear form again to mitigate some of the damage, and then I think he goes cat here, and then boom, a headshot coming in. That'll do it.
Like, all right. I was thinking to myself, KZ Fox is in a stun. Okay, he's going to trade out the bop. He's a little afraid, but he just dies. So, yeah, all right. It's exactly what we're saying. Don't blink. You're going to miss it. And yeah, we can watch his back once again. And that's the thing is, when a warrior has his cooldowns up, he gets like an execute proc. It could be lights out real quick. I'm curious to see what the deathlog looks like here. I think it's going to be quite potent. I think a lot of that was worried there in those final moments.
Oh, 100%. There's going to be a fat execute Slayer strike. There's a final verdict there. But yeah, you can see
11 million worried.
Yeah. 11 mil to KZ Fox's 1.6 mil. Yeah. Seems
good.
Seems like a tough matchup to be the Feral Druid in. Like balancing the cat and the bear in this matchup seems really hard, because Fuse, he just makes one miscalculation there and then boom, instantly dead.
Well, the interesting thing about this matchup once again is I actually think the best thing into this is mages. So if the mages aren't winning, I don't know what's going to win. That's the problem. Is like, I don't see mages. Maybe the elemental shaman. Maybe elemental shaman. I'm not even 100% sure on that.
I forget because it's been so long. But do we actually have a rule against class stacking?
No.
Yeah. So I think double mage, bro. Like, just bring out the bakery. Like, actually, just double mage resto druid. That's how you win. That's actually how you win. That's the counter here.
You know what the actual counter is? And I said it last week.
No.
I mean, I shouldn't spoil it, but maybe we see Og this. Maybe we see Og. Some massive one shots. We'll have to wait and see. But all right, everybody, focus up. All right, we don't want to miss it. KZ Fox. He trades out a trinket very early on in the match. Fuse has to be very careful, because if Warrior has uptime, you see exactly what happens. And that's why both Fuse and Ceralium are playing kind of preemptive with kiting. You really have to limit the uptime. You can create space from the Warrior, but if you don't, you're dead. That's the name of the game. Create space. Don't let the warrior attack you. But at the same time, though, KZ Fox is taking some pressure right now. Full fear onto Raynor. KZ Fox rotting down a little bit low. Is he going to make any kind of trade? Sanctuary, onto Raynor. That'll free him from crowd control and allow him to get KZ Fox topped off.
Yeah, I think actually Seralium fake casted a kick, got precognition, and they threw the Stormbolt at the same time there. So Seralium not going to be in a threat of dying right now, I think. But look at Warrior. He just swaps target over to Joxy, just takes him to half HP immediately. Seralium caught up in a Rake stun. Renard, oh, that's unfortunate timing. Seralium wanted to do a Dragon's Breath Sheep, and at the same time, Fuse landed a Cyclone. So not only did the Cyclone get DR'd, but he actually snipes a Sheep anyway. They get the Trinket there. So nice recovery there. Seralium kind of just finds that out of thin air, and they do manage to get a little bit of pressure here onto the Red Paladin. He's going to trade out the Shield of Vengeance in that position. And actually the Divine Protection, Shield of Vengeance, going to be rotating back up for KZ Fox here in a second. They get a Sanctuary onto Renar on that stun. And Fuse is taking a tremendous amount of damage. He needs to be very careful. He's just getting soloed by KZ Fox while Joxy was looking for that fear. But big fear into stun combo here. They don't have an Ice Wall, though. Warrior putting out a lot of pressure on Seralium. And he's actually going to come out ahead in this exchange just from popping that spear onto Seralium, pushing out the Guardian.
All right, once again, Seralium going to be displacing away, just trying to create some space. Fuse gets swapped to, though, needs to be very careful. Pops the survival instincts. I think he's having nightmares from that game number 2. And keep in mind, I mean, this is such an important match for both Iron Will and Control Alt Defeat. I mean, we're coming into KZ Fox getting low. That's going to be the Divine Shield. A great setup. They might be able to do a beautiful Master Spell. This is the overlap they need. Still a follow-up Polymorph here onto Raynor. Warrior and KZ Fox are so incredibly low. At the same time, Joxy's forced to go into that Guardian Spirit, that Spirit of the Redeemer, in order to keep himself and his team alive. But I'm a little bit worried here for Iron Will. There's a lot of pressure on both sides. I mean, this is incredibly unstable at this point in the game. The maim goes out onto Raynor, and KZ Fox will fall. Beautifully done. Such a back and forth game, but Iron Will, they stay focused. They find the setups. They get the Divine Shield. They get the Master Spell, and then they immediately follow that up with a nice maim on Raynor into a win. So Iron Will, they strike back. And I was saying, Zico, this match is just so important for both of these teams.
Yeah. Absolutely. Both of these teams, like we mentioned earlier, Control Alt Defeat could just secure their qualification just by winning this one matchup here, depending on how the rest of the lower bracket plays out. And Iron Will as well could potentially lose their qualification depending on how the rest of the lower bracket plays out. So, but Seralium doing a fantastic job here, sniping that Polymorph earlier, and then at this point they had a great CC chain. They got the, I think it was a Fear into, no, it was a Ring into a half Sheep. And then this Ice Wall right here was really nice. Seralium just pulls the trigger here, kind of sniping it, a little geometry Ice Wall there, turning his camera, separating Renar from the rest of his team. And they do have enough damage. Fuse goes in for the stun onto Renar, and in that stun, they have enough damage to take down KZ Fox. And this was kind of the swing of momentum that they needed, and it's easy to tilt in a situation like this where it's do or die. Your dreams of qualifying might actually just be over if you're Iron Will, like your fate is no longer going to be in your own hands. But Iron Will, they show discipline, and they show restraint. They show the power of will, and they come out ahead.
I think this is just one of those games where Ward, KZ Fox, and Raynor, they got ahead of themselves a little bit. I think they need to prioritize living over, playing overly aggressive, training down the priest. Because especially when you're on Forbearance, you should be attacking the mage. I think Seralium had a field day. This is why I'm saying, even though you might not kill the mage, it's still very important to keep the mage in check by going after him, throwing stuns, getting interrupts. You might not actually do fatal damage, but it's how you stay alive. So I think Control Alt Defeat, their massive mistake that game was just ignoring Seralium for way too long, and he was able to basically just free cast with his Icy Veins, get that beautiful Ice Wall, like you said, to split them up, get as much crowd control as he wanted, and that's what really put Control Alt Defeat behind. So I think they got a little too excited after that Game 2 win, and they need to slow it down once again, and if they don't, Iron Will be able to punish like that.
And don't tell them the secret, okay? I'm trying to climb in solo shuffle here. Don't tell all the Rets out there that are listening that they need to be on the mage. I'm trying to free cast here, bro. I'm trying to get my Arcane Surge off. But match point, Ruins of Lordaeron. I'm sure Super Tease would have something fun to say about this, but we're not going to say anything. It's pretty good map here when you're trying to knock somebody down as a cleave. And that's pretty much all I have to say on that. The production coming in. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. Super tease. Yeah. Redeem that in the chat. Fitting final resting place. But we got our potential last game of the series, unless Iron Will can take it back to game number 5 here. And we've already started here. Already big cooldowns being popped offensively. But so far, in terms of defense, they haven't even forced a Guardian here onto Ceralium. So things are looking really good. Good counterspell there onto Renar. Big punish onto KZ Fox. Needs to be very careful here. Oh, nice sheep out of thin air onto Renar. That's going to force out his trinket. Ceralium is really leveling up. They cyclone the trinket of Renar as well. Big swap onto Warrior. Do they have an Ice Wall? Beautiful Typhoon there out of line of sight as well. You can tell Iron Will, they still want this.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But Ceralium finally getting pressured here a little bit. Or he's going to be throwing in that Blade Storm, and that does a lot of burst damage. Ceralium is forced to displace away. They do not want to proc that Guardian Spear. It's going to be very important. Same time, though, it looks like Joxy will just trade out the trinket to remain aggressive. Big setup here onto KZ Fox. A stun on Raynor. The Sanctuary comes in. Nicely done there by KZ Fox. He snuck in that Sanctuary, removing the fear and stun combo onto Raynor. But a full polymorph lands. Ceralium, beautiful. Just polymorph out of thin air, but he just can't get the damage out he needs. And this is what I'm talking about. Worried, just go on top of Ceralium. Stop his cast. If he's not just free casting bolts, you're likely going to be able to survive. So I like that control at defeat. They're slowing it down a little bit. Raynor's just going to be using that Ancient of Lore early on, staying ahead of the damage, trying to heal it as efficiently as possible, and they can continue this push onto Fuse and Ceralium.
Yeah, Ceralium's been finding a lot of polish just catching Renar off guard when he's on global. And here's another attempt. Stun, interfere onto Renar. No Sanctuary for a couple of seconds. Can they chain it with the sheep? Ceralium's looking for it. He gets it. And KZ Fox, he's going to have to trade something. There's a Lay on Hands coming out, or a massive heal. Actually, it wasn't the Lay on Hands. It was something else. But they get another sheep there onto Renar. Big damage potential. Ceralium does have the Ice Wall available. He's looking for the angle potentially. Doesn't look like he wants to go for it just yet. KZ Fox is going to recover in that position. Ceralium with the offensive Ice Block. What in the world is going on here? Ceralium is really feeling himself right now with this Icy Veins push, but gets cycloned on his damage. Looks for the sheep again onto Renar and finds it. KZ Fox in big trouble, and that is going to be Renar's trinket to save the day. Fuse now getting swapped to. Needs to be very careful there as well as he drops down to half HP. Gets cycloned low as well by Renar, and Renar being a bit aggressive here. The rest of the team is going to collapse onto Fuse. Fuse could be in big trouble. He realizes the situation, goes into bear form to get a polymorph onto Warrior, trying to slow things down. Fuse dropping to 10% HP right there. A huge swing of damage, and now Joxy in crowd control. Fuse actually gets cyclone. A bit misfortune on that timing there. Joxy still not out of the woods yet. Finally comes out, but no, a disorienting roar as well. They continue to chain. Good CC coming out, but here's Joxy. They get the full sheep onto Renar. KZ Fox trades out the Divine Shield. Master Spell coming out. Can they chain the CC? It doesn't look like they will, but still another big cooldown forced here from Control Alt Defeat.
Yeah, I do worry a little bit about Control Alt Defeat right now. Lay on Hands is going to be rotating back up, but it needs some time. They really don't have many defensive options right now. I feel like KZ Fox is going to have to use the Center Tomb to just try to avoid cast. This is the Icy Veins. I think Ceralium actually got a proc, so he can chain that together, the proc into the actual Icy Veins, and has a ton of damage available. Rando's going to have to stay ahead of the damage. Oh, he gets polyed! Ceralium just snipes a poly out of thin air. Big mistake there by Renar, and this could cost KZ Fox the game. Renar does connect the Iron Bark. Needs to be very careful. Luckily, that CC chain didn't get extended, and KZ Fox will get that Iron Bark, and it looks like he will survive. He's got about 45 seconds on Lay on Hands.
Yes!
They need to...
What in the world was that? Fuse got absolutely destroyed again. That was so fast. Oh my god. That was in like less than 2 seconds. It was like 1.5 second 100-0. He had absolutely clobbered, man.
I'm retiring. I has 2 kills that I literally completely missed. And it just goes to show you how explosive these classes can be. We're going to have to see that once again in slow motion.
Trust me, Ben. That's not on you, bro. That was so fast. That was actually so fast. He was at full HP. And like they just committed the stun, they just committed the spear. Fuse is feeling fine, you know, he got the Guardian, he gets topped, he's in bear, he's chilling. And then he ducks around the corner, again, recovers back to full HP, and then here. Boom!
Like, what? Okay, come on. Yeah, I'm not too mad about that
That's
one.
not on you, dude. That's not on you. That was so quick. That was actually so fast. That was insane.
That
Jeez.
seemed a little... I mean, KZ Fox wasn't even there. That was literally Warrior just... I think, right? No, he gets a little damage off.
That was just Warrior again. I don't know what Warrior had like in his coffee today, like what's going on, but man, he is packing some serious damage. It seems like a good time to be a Warrior actually right now.
It is.
Like, this Red Warrior seems really fun. I might have to make a Warrior alt.
You should.
That looks like, I mean, I probably wouldn't have, anywhere near the same success as Warrior here, but Jesus, man, that is an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, let's maybe we can zoom in to like the last 2 seconds, because look at that spike. Last 2 seconds, Warrior did 6 million
Yeah,
damage.
I mean,
there.
look at that. 75 to 0, 1.5 second mostly from Warrior. There was a little something coming in from KZ Fox as well, but man, Warrior, look at these executes, man. 2,200,000 overkill. Jesus.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. So, I mean, this is what we were talking about. This is going to be a very important match and might set the stage for how today's going to go. The only problem here, if we're talking big stakes, is Iron Will, their destiny is a little bit out of their hands now. Now that they've been eliminated from the tournament, they're still not out of it yet, based off what happens in the next series. But yeah, if we do see, I think it's F tier. If F tier wins their next series, then I think Iron Will is in a really, really rough spot. But we'll have to wait and see for all the specific details. One thing's for sure, you want to stay alive in this final cup. Control Alt Defeat, great performance by them, and my prediction was right. Saying.
Yeah. Well, easy prediction for you, Ben. I don't know. I think that this might be very telling for the future of the bracket. I actually thought that this was going to be the matchup that we see, and I thought the FMP was going to pull out ahead, but I don't know, man. I might be leaning in favor of the Red Warriors here moving forward. I might have to go and alter some of those predictions that I submitted earlier. I might have to have a talk with the production team on that, but GUST Busters and F tier is going to be our next matchup. What do you make of that one, then?
GUSTbusters and F tier. It's interesting. I feel like GUSTbusters has been kind of coming out ahead in that one, but F tier, they're looking good this week. One thing I think for F tier that I really want to see is Laros. I mean, we just saw what Warriors can do. I think Warriors are really good. In tournament play, I think they're a little bit underrated. On ladder play, everyone, I mean, I'm not going to lie. If you guys are playing World of Warcraft right now, I'm sure you've been one-shot by a Fear Warrior, sometimes even an Arms Warrior. Like, if you're basically not a mage, you're having a tough time against Warriors, so... And I mean, even if you are a mage, you're having like some of the best mages in the game losing to, these cleave setups. So it's very back and forth. It could be difficult to deal with. But I would really like to see Laros tagged in. I want to see some Warrior Ellie. That's something that we saw a little bit in Europe do very well. And I think that's something F tier could utilize to their advantage here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen them utilize that. It's always the Warrior Windwalker or the Ellie Windwalker. So maybe the Warrior Windwalker could be the key to success for them. And yeah, we'll see what they decide to do with that. I'm going to take a look at another interesting little statistic from that previous game. This is KZ Fox's healing.
So this is something I wanted to talk about. It's something a lot of people don't know about Rep Paladins, and one of the reasons why Rep Paladins and Resto Druids have a really good synergy. So you can see at the top of KZ Fox's healing something called Light Bearer. And the way Light Bearer works is 10% of all healing done to you from other sources is divided amongst your team. So that means when KZ Fox, and it actually, you have a talent to amplify it too. So a talent called Luminescence, which makes it 200% more effective based off your current health. But that means if you're a druid, you have a druid on your team and you're healing up the warrior and you're healing up the ret. The ret is just acting like a beacon with all those heal over time effects to just passively heal the entire team. So it's a really strong passive effect, and it gives Rep Paladins and Resto Druids a really great synergy.
Wow.
You know that? A lot of people don't know that.
I'm writing it down.
Fun little fact.
I'm gonna ruin all the solo shuffle lobbies now with all this information coming for you.
Good.
kidding. Definitely not. All right, well, that was an incredible way to start the day. Control-Alt-Delete, going to be moving forward in the lower bracket, keeping that Gauntlet Dream alive. Iron Will, unfortunately, going to be out of it. But, that roster has gone through quite a lot of changes in the last, this last week. So given that, I feel like that was a tremendous showing. I'm definitely excited to see what they are capable of, hopefully moving forward. And that's hopefully not the last time that we see them together as a roster. So we're going to have another lower bracket game coming up next. GUST Busters versus F tier. Then this is a team that you highlighted early on, I think in Cup number 1, GUST Busters. Is this still a team that you're kind of looking out for?
Absolutely. Funnily enough, I think GUST Busters is also struggling with the Ret Warriors, so I don't think F tier really has that available, but GUST Busters, they've been utilizing Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk. It's been going really well. Dippy, I think, has really shown up for this roster, playing both the Mage as well as the Ellie. We saw Nazem tagged in the open bracket a little bit. Didn't work out, but maybe that's something they decided to lead with against F tier. It's possible. And then, of course, you have Flop on Resto Druid. So I think GUST Busters is an all-star roster. We'll have to see what they have prepared here for this third cup.
We certainly will. So we are going to head to a break. More lower bracket games coming up next. We're going to eliminate another team. After this break, it's GUST Busters versus F tier. Stick around. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome back, Soup Teas. Also, it sounds like you weren't expecting that to be over so soon. You're still digesting your food.
I was in the middle of breakfast. I saw a Frost Mage. I'm like, this game's gonna be 10 minutes. Okay, no, it's not. They just get absolutely smacked out of the tournament. Control Alt Delete is living up to their name now. Control Alt Defeat, I should say, is living up to their name, and they're one step closer to getting into the gauntlet. Just one step, and now we got another team that's vying for that position in F tier against Gustbusters. But their history, it's not looking very good for F tier as far as odds are concerned.
You think so? You want to elaborate?
I mean, the last time that they've met, Gustbusters have got the upper hand. I think the first time we saw them, it was looking maybe possibly a little bit more close. It seemed like F tier were trying to figure out what their strategy was going to be. They used the Preservation Evoker in the open bracket to try and counter the Resto Druid, but we've just seen Preservation Evoker struggling throughout multiple regions, and it unfortunately was not enough for them to overcome the Frost Mage of Dippy. And Dippy's ability to flex between Elemental, Frost for his team has been vital in terms of their success. They even tried bringing in Laros at some point when they substituted in JT Heals onto the roster, and they were running this Warrior Windwalker into the Frost Mage Windwalker, and even this wasn't enough. The second time that they met them, the Gustbusters cleaned them up even faster than the first time. So in reality, F tier are facing their kryptonite. Their top 8 position is on the line. Hopefully they feel somewhat maybe inspired from Worried on that last series. Maybe they can break out some Fury Warrior pressure the same way that we just saw. Because if not, and history repeats itself, I think F tier are going to be out of the competition.
Yeah, looking a little scary for F tier as we head into this series. All right, well, given that, Supatees, we'll start with you. What is your prediction for this series?
I mean, I feel like I gotta be leaning in a little bit with my head with this one. I think going with my heart, going with F tier would likely be unwise, just based on the history, and it just seems like they haven't really figured out what their composition is going to be in the meta, and I don't see them as like a Ret main team. They're more like an enhancement or an Ellie Shaman side, so I'm leaning into the Gustbusters, and the Gustbusters had such a good run in the lower bracket last week also at the back end of this series that I really think Gustbusters are going places.
All right, Zico, what you got for this series?
I bet with my heart last time. You guys saw what happened. It's not happening again. I'm going with the Busters. I feel like the Busters, they had a solid run last weekend. F tier, they've been struggling a little bit this season. And I think the Gustbusters are going to exploit that and take the W. Again, though, I am on the same side as Supatees.
Yep, I was going to say, what happened last time? What happened last time, Zico? What happened last time? It didn't work out for you. The coin's going to pass you. The coin's going to be higher than all of us. The coin's going to be above all of us, okay?
How dare you bring it up?
We're all in alignment, so you're all coming down with me.
Wait,
I'm just dragging you guys down. Just dragging.
This is the first time we've had this in a while, where we have the exact scores.
No, this is the first
with the exact
ever?
scores.
This
The
is the first time
scores,
ever.
I think, ever. Yeah.
Pretty sure this is the first time ever we all have the exact same prediction.
I think you're right.
Imagine we're all right.
The coin apparently
too.
went with F tier.
Ooh.
So for every series, we also have a coin that we
A literal
flip.
coin this time. Someone in production's flipping a coin.
We need to get like video footage of the coin being flipped and then bring it.
I know they could be lying. They could be lying to make us look bad.
We need
definitely
evidence.
happened.
Get like a little piece of tape and tape on the logo of the team on each side, and then it lands.
That's a good
idea.
idea.
You can see who's going to be winning what, so you can see if the coin beats us. Because I feel like the coin is actually probably climbing the leaderboard if it ends up being right here by quite a lot.
Yeah, well, 3-1 is what we are all predicting here on the virtual casting desk. Looks like chat is at 58% Gustbusters and 42% F tier. So a little bit better odds for F tier on that one. But I mean, we have to you can't forget that this is a team that has accomplished so much. I mean, I remember when they first came onto the scene, they had so many fans just right off the bat, people spamming F tier in the chat all day. So this is a team that could certainly rise up to the challenge of Gustbusters, considering that they are the underdog in this series. They also need these points in terms of the placement. So we're going to head into game number 1. Loser of this one, unfortunately, knocked out of the tournament. Winner will keep their gauntlet dreams alive and may be able to make a run through to the lower bracket. It is Gustbusters. Game number 1, F tier in this best of 5 elimination series.
What are the comps? What are the comps? What are the comps? It's a warrior. All right, Laros is inspired. Worried may have just set ablaze the beacons in like Lord of the Rings or something, and he's alerted all of the warriors of Gondor to come back into the arena. Is it going to be enough here? He's playing Fury as opposed to Arms, which is different than when in the replays that we just saw as well. But they're Holy Priest. I feel like that's the big weakness, honestly. I think Resto Druid in these cleaves is a lot better into these mage matchups.
Yeah, I think the Resto Druid in general is really good at slowing things down, which is exactly how the GUST Busters like to play their matchups, but we'll see if Laros can spice things up. Already a lot of damage being traded out here onto Dippy, but I really do feel like Chun-Li is going to be the juicy target here. If they can get onto Chun-Li, whenever the mage doesn't have his cooldowns active, I think that Chun-Li actually could take a lot of pressure in this position and just potentially get 100 0'd, kind of take the role of that Feral Druid. Right now, Dippy caught up in a stun, taking some damage, but Flop is there to deflect it. They actually go after Flop here with the Shockwave, but unfortunately it's going to be a short stun. Chun with a beautiful Ring of Peace, knocking Laros even further away. They get a sheep onto JT heals. Huge bash onto Laros. Big punish there, but JT heals. Does have some heals in his back pocket. Manages to keep Laros alive. Laros did have to trade out his Trinket and Enrage regen in that push, though, so that was a great punish. It's always just a treat to watch Chun on the Windwalker Monk. He is so good. In my opinion, just the best Windwalker. Every time I watch him play, it's just, he's like the dance master. It's so good to watch. And here, a huge attempt onto Laros once again, forcing out the Guardian, and they isolate Dorito here, but he's going to teleport back to safety.
Vortex pulled him back there into the middle. So it was a nice play from Flop. He got a maim stun on Laros that really put pressure on JT heals. He fell significantly behind. They're trying to throw a punch towards Flop, but Ring of Peace on Ring of Peace denies them from connecting to him. Flop's going to reposition. They're trying to get back onto the mage, but we see another stun engagement from Flop. He's trying to fake through some interrupts. They get a Polymorph. I like that they're casting Cyclone and Polymorph at the same time. They can't stop both spells simultaneously. Laros is now stunned with no Trinket. Nice Cyclones from Flop. If Flop keeps getting crowd control like this, it's going to be over. Almost another Cyclone. It forced JT to use Medallion. Flop is getting comfortable. They've basically forced no significant defense from GUST Busters just yet. Their only opportunity right now is maybe like a swap on Chun-Li and a Stormbolt, trying to 100-0 him, but Flop has Iron Bark even to deflect that. They're attacking Flop. They're hoping to try and have him choke, I think, here, and try and deny him from his Cyclones, because Laros is just attacking him by himself. He's going to get bashed into a Cyclone. Oh, nice Ring of Peace. Bounces him on that. Protects him away from it for now. Chun-Li now, Fist of Fury flying through. Laros sleeps over. He's still just training the Resto Druid. So they're doing a split damage strategy, it looks like, at the moment, where Laros is trying to run at the Resto Druid. Now he's back on the Mage, whereas Dorito just keeps the pressure on the Mage the whole game. And I think split DPS could actually be good for them. They have to swap. They catch Flop into a Stormbolt. Bladestorm cuts them down. Chun-Li's getting cleaved. And now that they're splitting their damage, it's actually looking a lot better for them.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep up the pressure like that. Still 35 long seconds on JT Hill's Trinket. They could set something up here onto Laros. Master Spell coming out there on the ice wall. Would have loved to see Dippy try to cancel it and then go for a Blink CS there. Maybe could have actually ended the game, but still good pressure. There's a counter spell actually onto JT, and doesn't manage to get some pressure maybe on the back end of that. They get a sheep onto Dorito. It is going to get the spell. Leg sweep connects onto Dippy. He's going to Trinket out of that one. Looking for the damage. Looking for the CC. They got a DR stun with the Dippy. Laros on 1% HP and Regen trades. How is he going to survive here? Nice Dragon's Breath. 3 seconds left on JT Hill's Trinket. Almost taking him down in that position. Laros, with some nice defensive maneuvers, is going to survive yet another extremely close call. But if this game keeps going the way it is, I feel like GUST Busters got it in the back pocket. Their pushes are so deadly. They've been close 3 times now to a KO.
Yeah, they're going for it again with Polymorphs into Dragon's Breath. JT Heals connects the Guardian Spirit, though. That should keep Laros stable. Flop's tree is about to end, but he's getting Cyclones. Looks like no Spell Reflect available for that one. Fist of Fury flying through, but they just can't even dent Dippy at the moment. Dorito's now into a Cyclone. JT gets counterspelled. Laros is stunned and disarmed. Massive slicing winds onto Laros, almost into touch of death range as he leaps over, but the crackle is connecting from range as Chun-Li is just flying through the middle of the map to reconnect. Walks into a double shockwave, slowing down some of the engagement for now. JT Heals needs 2 more seconds to his Spirit of the Redeemer. He's just going to Trinket, immediately jump into Angel form and try and pull emergency measures to keep his team aggressive, but he's walled off in that Angel form, and I don't think he has Master Spell. He's just stuck behind the wall at the moment. Laros kills the wall, but he's at half health. Another Polymorph with no Trinket. Laros rallies. He intervenes out to try and break the Polymorph. JT Heals, wraps around the corner. Chun-Li's in hot pursuit. Slicing Wind's going to hit 2 targets. They fear Chun-Li on his cooldowns. They try and get control of him with the stun, swapping over to him, but now they're stacked. Double leg sweep. Look at that damage! Chun-Li is farming.
Chun-Li, what a playmaker. He finds another big leg sweep there. His previous leg sweep was also a triple, and that's just one of these things that Chun does so well. He always finds the angles using the Ring of Peace. He always finds those moments when you just stack up for even just a small second, and he punishes heavy there. They have the damage, they have the CC, they have the lockdown. This was a really close call onto Laros. They stack up here behind the pillar, and here comes Chun-Li. Double slice, gets feared. Flop goes in, dispels it. He gets stunned on the dispel, and there is the double into the Giga Cleave coming out there. And yeah, Ghostbusters looking really good here in this series. Where were the openings for F tier? I feel like they didn't really have any chance. There was one moment when they had like a bit of split pressure going on onto flop, but I feel like the Druid is doing so well in these Cleave matchups, and you see it again here. Look at those images for Chun-Li as well. He gets the double leg sweep, and then he has a billion images up, just spinning crane kicks, doing so much damage.
Emperor Palpatine. Laros is Mace Windu right now. He's just getting force lightning out of the balcony and down the cliff. Like, look at this. Look at Chun-Li for a second. I have unlimited power. Just zaps him. Kills him with the little lightning. I thought most monks had abandoned that build with the crackle, but it looks really good into the plate classes, because I mean, I'm assuming it does magic damage, you know, nature damage or something like that, so it can get around like the armor benefits that the warrior would typically have against the Windwalker, and it's also ranged. So if he kites away with like a leap, you can just zap him from far away and finish him off. So I think this build that Chun-Li, he's playing like a really unique build, a lot of different talents that I think isn't considered standard for a lot of Windwalker monks. It makes it look really fun for him and really fresh. So definitely, if you got the gear checker, you're a Windwalker monk player, I think getting this talent loadout could definitely be a lot of fun to play over on the ladder. Now F tier, they're going to be out of the gauntlet if they lose this series. They're going to lose their opportunity, and that game looked so bad. It looks so bad for them. Like, they just got nothing done. So it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough for F tier to come back. They're going to bring it to hook point. I think it makes sense. They're a cleave based team, so they're likely going to have to use melee classes. What happened to Laros' Hunter, though? I feel like a Hunter in this type of situation, like a Beast Mastery Hunter, would have to do better than the Warrior, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I feel like F tier is just scrambling for an answer. I don't think we're going to see a Hunter, though, on hook point. I think that they're probably just going to try to utilize a small map here to try to get a cleave win, maybe go after flop. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's really tough for F tier, because their main comps are with Ellie Shaman, obviously, but Chun on the Windwalker is really good into the Ellie Shaman. So they can't really utilize Saul, which is kind of the key part of the F tier puzzle. And going for this Windwalker warrior just doesn't seem to be that good. Like, maybe overall a Hunter is better. Maybe they could bring it out on this map, but I feel like if you're going to lock in hook point, you may as well use a cleave on that map and then lock in maybe the Hunter on a larger map, because the extra space is not going to be bad for the Hunter either. But we'll see. The clock's ticking. F tier got about 50 seconds left. I don't know what kind of answer we're looking for here on the side of F tier. I feel like after seeing Red Paladins in that previous game, like I feel like Ven is actually spot on with the Ret and Og thing that he was saying. I feel like having an Og, having a Ret just extends the game for so long, to the point where we can just see, somebody get worried. So I think if they have something like that available, it's not a bad shout. Just a good defensive option, consistent, and when you have that one-shot potential on your team, eventually you're gonna find it. So maybe F tier, though, definitely struggling right now, and they are gonna lock in the Windwalker warrior once again.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather see them play Thunder or something like Ellie Warrior. I feel like the double melee into a Frostmage Windwalker is just, you're asking for trouble at that point, especially a Druid healer too. Like, you have nothing to stop Cyclone. Spell Reflect, that's it. It's like, if you mistime the Spell Reflect, you don't hit it on the clone, which is, it's not likely. You have like no defense to stop Flop from running you over. And then if you train Flop to try and stop him from cloning, the mage is just going to sheep your priest the whole game, and JT Heals isn't going to play. So, like, maybe if F tier had a Druid, they could just run at Druid, and maybe that would be a viable option for them. But with a priest healer, there's just too many liabilities, I feel like, in this composition. I would love to see them play like we saw at Nap Time in Europe. Just bringing in Elemental Shaman, focus on playing around the pillar, avoiding them, poking out, doing damage when you can, because I feel like Thunder has got to be a better matchup for them.
Yeah, I think it could be on something there. I think Thunder is probably their best bet. And then they also get to tag in Saul for their roster. And I feel like Saul, again, I've said it before, but hearing how Saul communicates within the game is a buff in of itself. He has really, really good comms. And I think F tier, I mean, they're still a strong team without him, but he adds he puts the F in F tier, you know, like he adds the little extra something.
It sounds like you're insulting him.
Yeah, but like, you know, embrace it. They are F tier, okay? I mean, more than anything, I feel like he is a key part of the identity of the team. So I would love to see maybe Saul Eli Shaman and Laros on the Warrior, but we'll see here if they can make that Windwalker Warrior work. On Hook Point, again, it's most likely, if it doesn't work on Hook Point, it's not going to work on any map. So let's see if they can get a dub here and what the path to a win looks like. Dorito actually using the Alpaca mount, which is actually one of my favorite mounts in the game there. So he's got good taste, but let's see if Dippy tastes good, because he is taking a lot of damage in this opener.
So is Chun-Li. They got way more pressure. This is a great opener, I want to say, from Laros and Dorito, but now they're getting caught in the leg sweep, cleaved down by the Frost Mage. You see Dippy's free casting Sheeps on JT Heals while they're trying to go on Druid, so they try and switch back to Mage. They're trying to pressure whoever pushes forward on JT Heals, and they're going to have to bounce targets a lot. Small map should enable them to do that. Nice fear on Chun-Li's cooldowns at the start of the game from Laros. I think it's good allocation. Just live their opener, extend the game as much as you can, but Flop's jumping into the mix now. He gets a Rake stun, and that Resto Druid stun support is so helpful when you have a Windwalker who has a very long cooldown stun. They try and punish Flop by switching to him, but he's A-OK. Escapes with the Bark Skin. Laros in trouble. Counterspell on JT Heals. They're trying to get back on Dippy. They get blasted away. Trying to reconnect with the Slicing Winds and the charge here. Big damage incoming, but Flop is ready. Restabilizing him. Got Nature Student coming up soon. They're trying to swap the Flop again. JT Heals needs to be ready. Doritos still split DPSing on the Mage, though, it seems. So just putting Fury Warrior pressure, but they're stacked. Oh, no. Is he going to get a Sheep? Nice interrupt from Dorito. Breaking up the crowd control. They're paralyzed anyways. Just going to break to the Frozen Orb. JT Heals is actually really happy. He's on Stun DR. He's on Sheep DR right now. He should likely be able to keep Laros aggressive, and they're trying to take advantage of that and go on the Druid, but they can't really get there. Laros, oh, that Ring of Peace on his charge. He can't get there. He's disarmed now. They have to grip Laros away. The diminishing returns are coming off cooldown, and JT Heals is likely going to get polymarked pretty soon. Laros is still trying to go after Flop, but Chun-Li is guarding, and he's playing great defense for Flop.
Yeah, Chun-Li is doing such a great job once again. And here comes the damage onto Laros.
Uh-oh.
My goodness. Dippy, though. Oh, my goodness. Almost gets one tap there on the other side of the map. But Dragon's Breath into a potential Sheep. Did they stop the Sheep? I think they did. Wasn't able to connect with that one. And JT Hill's going to be very happy with that, because that surely was going to be his trinket. Laros, though, still not feeling too safe. The Paralyze connects onto JT Hills, but nowhere to chain it. Actually, a counterspell snuck in there by Dippy. Laros, what are you going to do here? They could proc the Guardian. He's looking for the Ice Wall. He fake casts. There's the Ice Wall. Oh, he angles it kind of poorly, though. Chun-Li, though, with a nice Ring of Peace, bounces Laros back into the fray, but the damage is done. JT Heals has been able to recover his teammates, and when it's all said and done, Dippy now kind of wasting his Icy Veins in that push, not getting a lot of value, and at the same time, already down an Ice Block. This is the best F tier has looked in the match, but still Laros is just taking so much damage. Sean is just doing work right now. Dippy as well, getting a lot of work done. I think Dippy actually may have stolen a Power Infusion here. Yeah, I think he spell stole a Power Infusion, so he's going to have a lot of extra haste and a lot of extra damage as a result. Dropping pretty low, but Flop is there to deflect the kill. Dippy still not feeling too confident, pushes in, looking for the crowd control. Flop actually getting swapped to in the back line. Big damage onto Flop here, but is he ready to deflect it? Again, Chun is playing defense. Laros dropping low. Flop is looking for the crowd control. He finds the maim stun. Can they chain it with the polymorph? Dippy not able to find it, and it's going to be Flop potentially into touch of death range here. He's dead. Huge push coming in from F tier. They take Flop down there. They just run him over in a moment where he was going too aggressive and punish it.
Yep, really good catch here from F tier. Good map selection. But try doing that on a big map, man. And try doing that on a big map. I feel like Chun-Li is going to just absolutely destroy Laros if he does what he just did on the small map on a large map. And I also think Flop kind of just was really over-eager, maybe overestimating his ability to survive. But it felt like Dippy also wasn't able to have the best game. As far as offense, like his damage is significantly lower this time around. I don't know if Dorito just got the better end of him in this exchange with trades because they got that early ice block by himself. So maybe Dippy just didn't have the best game, but you can see Flop has no bark skin and no iron bark, so he's an ideal target. And that's why Laros just commits with the Bladestorm. He's like, I see an opening here. We need to continue training the Druid, and they just take him down. And Dippy's kind of just around the corner. He's not able to do too much for him in time there. What exactly did he get feared or something? Why wasn't he able to? So Dorito's attacking Dippy. Dippy blinks in, and then what happens to Dippy here? Is like we need like a defensive Ring of Frost, I think.
Quarter the way.
Did he...
This was a kind of a chain sequence of choke. So Dippy, he was just kind of getting clobbered. He was stuck with the Windwalker Warrior on him, and Flop did the Tranquility in the backline there to top Dippy, and then they swapped to Flop. He had no bark skin, and then here Flop is just getting aggressive. He should have just kept running around there, and then Dippy, I don't know, did he get rooted there? I'm not sure. I think he did get rooted there, so he wasn't able to go for that polymorph out of the stun, and yeah, it just looked pretty strange there. But yeah, Dippy taking so much damage there, I kind of forced Flop to just trade out a lot of healing. And then here, Flop just going for that stun there is a really risky play because he has no bark skin and he just got swapped to. Like, just try to line of sight, try to recover. Dippy porting away in that position as well with the displace. Just kind of leaves him exposed and kind of CC'd himself in that position. So I think a chain of misplays coming out there from Ghostbusters and a good punish from F tier. But now we are going to Empyrean Domain, and I don't know if F tier can kind of replicate that same kind of ability on that map, but that's definitely a big win for them, and it's going to give them some momentum here in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of broke the curse, right? Last week when they brought JT Heals in on the Holy Priest, they didn't even get a single game, so it's definitely an improvement from week 2 to week 3, but they have to win the whole series, and maybe debatably have to win a series after that as well, depending on how tiebreakers go, if they want to be able to qualify. And the coin is looking to try and get the #1 prediction position here. We're jumping into game number 3, Empyrean Domain, Ghostbusters against F tier, a rematch. F tier have been getting clobbered week after week by the Ghostbusters, and finally they've got something that can push back the Fury Warrior Windwalker composition, and they've got some very interesting play styles, you know, and it's not typical that you'll see a team split their damage, right? You might see if you're playing on Solo Shuffle Ladder that someone gets mad when you're not attacking the same target as them, but Laros and Dorito have that baked into their strategy. Laros is pressuring the Druid, attacking the Druid, preventing him from cloning, and Dorito is attacking the Mage for most of the game, pressuring him, preventing him from polymorphing, and because they're melee DPS, they have to be in melee range of their target to disrupt them, so they actually have to split their targeting in order to achieve this.
Yeah, I mean, if they leave Dippy free, he's going to spam polys. If they leave Flop free, he's going to spam cyclones. Dippy actually sneaking in poly there onto JT, but it looks like it was deft, and he's going to duck into Angel form to deal with this first Icy Veins push. Ice Wall coming out, going to get Master Spelled by JT heals, and Laros is taking a decent amount of damage, but so far, just a standard trade to catch Flop out of form, though. Flop, what are you going to do? He might just get dropped in the opener. Flop taking so much damage there. The Mass Barrier from Dippy is going to help him out in that position. Flop greeting his Trinket in that situation. It's away with just trading out the Renewal and the Bark Skin. Heart of the Wild as well, though, actually. Laros is taking a decent amount of beating. Apotheosis being used here by JT heals as well, resetting his cooldowns. Guardian was committed in that exchange as well, and this was very spicy, explosive opener. If they can get back on the Flop, he's got no bark skin, and that's exactly what they want to do. Laros looking to soften up his target, goes for the Stormbolt. He has a decent amount of uptime, but he just gets bashed, and Laros kind of trying to force it maybe a little bit too much there. Would have loved to see a coordinated attack onto Flop, maybe paralyze him into a go and really try to push for that Trinket, but still just good pressure, consistent pressure, and this split strategy seems to be really annoying for them to deal with on the side of Gustbusters.
Oh, Laros finally getting punished. Bodyguard Chun-Li is there, almost taking out Laros. He's critically low. He's got in-range regeneration, but he's not fully recovering. What is going on? He has to void shift on top of it. He's leaping towards Flop, still trying to keep up the pressure, but that costs them a huge amount of cooldowns. We can see Laros going for Blade Storm, trying to chop up Flop, but he is just going to go down. I think it's so much damage. He has to intervene away and try and get towards his healer, but JT Heals is just floundering at the moment to keep him alive. Chun-Li is relentless with his assault at the moment. He's just staying on target. JT Heals is struggling so much. He fakes Chun-Li's interrupt, fortunately, so he can clutch out some flash heals. That was a nice fake cast from JT Heals. He goes for Symbols of Hope now, out of line of sight of the mage. I don't know if he really needed them. I guess it's resetting some cooldowns there. That enrage regen can be available a little bit quicker as well. So JT Heals, he was panicking, but he pulls it back together.
Yeah, JT Heals, that fake was super important right there. If he got interrupted, that might have just been the game, because when he is interrupted, he has no access to the void shift. Again, Chun-Li, though, Flop gets caught out of form with a stun. Chun-Li is there to disarm, and here comes the punish. Big damage onto Laros. Chun is doing work. 1.2 million DPS so far in this matchup, and eventually his damage is going to become absolutely brutal. Look at Dippy as well, just trying to chase down JT Heals, and he knows JT Heals is going to have to cast. He's ready with the counterspell. He's ready with the sheeps. JT Heals actually avoiding the setup right there, and Dippy not able to go for the blink counterspell because he just blinked there to get in line of sight. But here's the leg sweep. Here comes Chun-Li. They look for the Dragon's Breath. Can he find the Polymorph follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Dorito shuts it down. Nicely done there by Dorito, and now they're getting back onto Flop on the side of F tier. Flop, though, in bear form, trading out an early bark skin here, actually. If they can catch him in a stun, Flop could be in huge trouble. But again, the disarm coming out from Chun-Li, slowing Laros, just being as annoying as humanly possible. I feel like in this matchup, they need to go after Chun-Li, man. Chun-Li is doing way too much work just guarding Flop. Laros can't do anything to reach him. And in the meantime, Laros is just a sitting duck in the midfield. There's this Stormbolt and Heroic Leap onto Flop, into another stun. He had no bark skin. This should have been a better push, but Dorito getting spam polyed there by Dippy, not allowing him to connect with his team, is going to help Flop out in that situation. So great job there by the mage.
Laros is going to get off the Giga Tree here and go back onto the mage for a moment. Nice double shockwave during the counter spell, but a Celestial Conduit rips here from Dorito. Flop's going to Tranquility to recover the team from behind the pillar. One thing that is going in favor of F tier is mana. JT Heals is managing that a bit more efficiently than Flop. Not to say that Flop couldn't get a drink at some point, though, in this game and re-equalize that, but if Laros continues training him, I don't know if it'll happen. They catch a Stormbolt. Nice paralyze on the Crackle. Dorito is now swapping to Flop. It's a big swap. He's back in the bear, ducking for cover. Barkskin trades. Laros low. JT Heals. Apotheosis activates, trying to get some big heals. They switch back on Dippy. Double leg sweep hits them. Now they're swapping back on Flop, going for the split damage, but a big shatter combo comes in from downtown from Dippy. It's a lot of damage, and he is just going to get destroyed. And now F tier are put on match point. Gustbusters only need one game to eliminate F tier from the tournament and the finals.
F tier, what are they going to do here? Gustbusters is looking so good on this Windwalker mage, man. Like, I feel like the Druid meta, like we've talked a lot about the kind of meta for just the DPS, you know, Warriors coming back, Reds coming back, you know, a melee plus mage, and even mage priest. But I feel like the mage Druid meta might be coming back. Like, when I watch these guys play, they are just doing such a good job, and it might be Chundiff here as well, because he's just doing so much work. It seems impossible to deal with his damage. Eventually, you're just going to crack under the pressure, but still, I think that Gustbusters, they've found a really, really solid formula. Chun-Li with the offensive/defensive karma right there, and then the big Fist of Fury ticks here with the 4-set, doing so much damage, and then Dippy again with the spell steal on these power infusions. And that really is the kind of the recipe for success. You can see Laros has a power infusion right now, and Dippy's just spamming spell steal, and right there he gets it. So you can see Dippy in the back line there. He's got the power infusion, and look at his cast. Just zoom, zoom, zoom. He's just free casting with an enormous amount of haste, and they have the perfect amount of damage because of small little plays like that. they're able to make big punishes.
Isn't it so funny how we go from one series, everyone's like, oh my god, Warrior is the best thing in the game. Then we go to the next series, wow, Warrior's the worst thing in the game. Just like... I think that's a good thing, though, as far as like competitive viability, if that's happening. Chun-Li is just absolutely a monster on this Windwalker. I mean, Dippy was definitely the reason they won the game, I think, in this final moment. With the plays that you pointed out and with the stolen power infusion, but just overall, Chun-Li is just, he is not letting Laros have any fun. He's like, you want to attack my druid, bro? Not when I'm on the watch, man. Yeah. Flop's paying me overtime to be his bodyguard. I wonder if he's got like an IRL job as a bodyguard too, or something like that. If Chun-Li's like an IRL hitman or something, because he is just ready to protect no matter what in all of these situations. He's giving Laros no room to kind of push. And what is F tier doing? They're going to a big map.
I feel like against the warrior cleaves, just to what we were talking about earlier, I feel like mage plus priest into these warrior cleaves is way worse than mage plus druid. I feel like mage plus druid seems to be completely different, because we're seeing the priest get swapped to a lot of the time. It's one thing, and then the other thing is just the damage reduction. Like, you're not going to die pre-CDs as often with a druid on your team compared to a priest, because their healing is really high, but it's also very spiky, whereas druids, you're going to have hots on you all the time, which is going to slow down some of those moments, and also you're going to have things like Iron Bark to deny a lot of those one-shot moments. So and you can still, late game wise, you have even better potential than with a priest, not to mention that you get access to the cyclones from your healer. So I think that the Restorer is actually really, really important in the current meta if we're starting to see things shift into a more kind of cleave oriented setup. The one weakness, of course, is that if you get swapped out of form, you're just dead. But Asha mains fall, and they are going to lock in Saul. So F tier, swapping their composition. Windwalker, Ellie, Holy Priest. I think we're all going to be right in our predictions. Like, I don't like this pick that much. I kind of like what they were doing with the Windwalker Warrior. I would have loved to see Ruins, Windwalker Warrior, and try to go after Chun, because that is the secret, I think, to the busters. Like, the split strategy is interesting, but I think hard punish on Chun and force him to kite, force him to run away, similar to what we saw from Fuse on the Feral Druid earlier. If Chun is on the defense, that is when things are going to start opening up for F tier on their melee cleave. But they're going with a completely different route here.
Just trying to, why do they pick a big map?
I don't know.
I just feel like as a Windwalker chasing a mage on a big map, it's going to be so difficult. And Laros is just completely out of there. He's like, I've had enough of this. Chun-Li, he bullied me too much. I'm going on the bench. I'm not doing this anymore. Saul comes in on Elemental Shaman. I think that it's right to bring in a ranged DPS and a melee DPS in a matchup like this. I think double melee is just gonna be a fluke if you end up winning. The other team's gonna have to choke really hard. But is Windwalker Ellie the right combination, or is Warrior Ellie the right combination? I guess Dorito a couple times he's getting ice block by himself. Would a Warrior be able to do that? Maybe, maybe sometimes. But I think JT heals also just Holy Priest. I can't believe I'm saying that, right? Like, I think everyone would say Holy Priest is the strongest healer at the moment, but in this situation, I actually think it's a weakness. I think it's a liability that he can't play a Resto Druid or play something that can avoid Polymorph a little bit more easily, because right now it's just Dippy can run on top of him. But maybe with Saul on Elemental Shaman, that will shake things up. F tier, man, if they lose this game, they're out of this cup, and they don't get into the finals. $200,000 prize pool for the AWC Season 2 War Within Finals. The entire season of play on the line right now in this series.
Yeah, F tier. They're going to need to make it count. They're making their final stand, and they are tagging in Saul on the Elemental Shaman. He's going to need to make something happen here, and already popping that Ascendance, getting some work done. Flop caught up in a paralyzed Dorito, moving over there, but Flop is going to deny with the big tree, and it's going to be Saul actually on the back foot. Chun-Li is doing so much work right now onto Saul. His damage is really starting to add up. And we can see JT Hills in the backline dealing with it fantastically at this point. Chun actually doing a Ring of Peace play onto JT, trying to knock him into Dippy's line of sight. They're trying to dogpile there. Beautiful blink counterspell by Dippy, snuck through into a polymorph as well onto JT Heals. Saul is going to have to respond with not only the Astral Ship, but the Stone Bulwark Totem. They actually chain it with the Ice Wall a bit, you know, overly eager there maybe with that Ice Wall, but I like it. Big aggression coming out here from the Gust Busters in this game number 4.
Yeah, they really got the gas pedal down, trying to pressure JT Heals. JT Heals has a good position here, far away from the mage. Dippy's going to have to close that gap. He grips Saul around the corner. Chun-Li runs around the right. Dippy's on the left. JT Heals is going to choose the Windwalker over the mage, but Dippy blinks over and double leg sweep into a polymorph. Excellent setup. Saul tries to lasso, but now he's counterspelled. Dippy's wrapping around the corner. Ring of Peace, so they can't stack to break the crowd control. That's going to force Burrow. Man, if I was F tier right now, your entire season on the line, you're already down major defensive cooldowns, and you're still just outright dead. It's massive damage comes through. He almost got cloned on that heal. He almost got cloned on that heal from Flop. This is devastating for F tier.
I feel like the Gust Busters, like, they are playing such a solid game of offense. It all started with that double leg sweep that Chun-Li landed, and then the entire team just playing perfectly around it and managing to chain a long CC chain. They have a bit of an opening right now where Saul has no defensive cooldown, so they need to make an offensive push here. If Dippy has the Dragon's Breath, I would love to see him use it. He pops the Alter Time to reset his Blink cooldown. There's the Paralyze. Big potential here. Do they have anything to chain it with? They're just trying to take him down in one singular Paralyze. There's the Ice Wall as well.
Ring of Peace!
Huge Ring of Peace on the Ice Wall. Beautifully done right there. That's going to net them the Astral Shift. So a nice cheeky little play there coming out from Dippy and Chun-Li with the Ice Wall with the Ice Wall Ring of Peace. Not something that I've actually ever seen, but they are finding more and more ways here to take down these Elish Shamans. Saul is still taking a lot of damage. Dippy's actually looking for the counterspell on the Power Infusion. Is he going to find it? Doesn't look like it. Still a lot of pressure. There's the leg sweep, or there's the Paralyzed. Leg sweep is not available here for Chun-Li. They're still going to turn their pressure onto Dorito, and he's going to force to trade out the Touch of Karma. So now they have 2 targets they could hit, but Dippy needs to be careful. Dorito's getting good uptime onto Dippy, and that Elish Shaman pressure, we've seen mages get absolutely one-tapped from these Elish Shamans, so you need to be extremely careful in that position. He's going to blink, reset his blink with the Alter Time. Master of Time lands the counterspell again onto JT, and here comes the damage. Chun-Li has the leg sweep. He's looking for the angle. He's going to find a double. No, he finds a single onto JT, swapping to JT with that leg sweep a little bit. Chun-Li getting very aggressive there in that position.
Big Ascendant. Saul needs value. He's got Primordial Wave. He needs big procs right now if he's going to put his team back in this game. They still haven't got an Ice Block. They really need to try and get it here. They get it! F tier managed to stay alive in this game, managed to stay alive in this series, but Dorito's getting punished for swapping to Flop Ears. Polymorph. JT Heals has to cross the map to dispel him. Now JT Heals is in the middle of the map. If Dippy catches him, it could be a danger time for Saul. He's got his Astral Shifts coming up pretty soon. They're trying to keep the pressure up on Dippy. They knock him away from their Priest. He blinks over the Ring of Peace to get in line of sight of JT, but JT fakes the counterspell. JT getting some really clutch fake cast, but a wall's coming down. Unfortunately, not the best. Oh, they root him behind the pillar as well into a Cyclone. Flop. Nice moves here on JT. That's going to force Saul to trade out his Astral Shift. He times it right before the leg sweep. That was really well timed from Saul, but now they get a full polymorph. They've exposed JT Heals in the middle of the map. They could swap to Dorito here as well. He doesn't have Karma. Actually, Karma just came up. Saul's trying to jump in, trying to get aggressive as JT Heals comes out of the polymorph. Big Ascendance proc. This is exactly what Saul needs, but the lightning bolts are just doing nothing. It's like tickle lightning bolts on Dippy. Flop's healing is too good. Dippy's not taking any damage from that attack from Saul. Chun-Li is looking to reconnect. Burrow is available. That's a big slicing win, so I have to be careful. One crit and you could go down. Flop's repositioning towards JT. He wants to get aggressive. Dorito sees him. He's swapping to Flop, forcing him back. Flop will retreat. Good awareness there to pressure the bear. Saul needs to get ready. Paralyze on his healer. Guardian Spirit might not be enough. Touch of Death range possibly. Crackle gets stunned. He immediately triggers to go for the kill. They might have procced him. That was a lot of damage in a very small amount of time. They didn't, fortunately, for F tier. But no, they stack up. Double leg sweep punish from Chun-Li. They knock Chun-Li away with Thunderstorm. Ring of Peace on Chun-Li to try and get some distance. They fear him behind the pillar, but Flop's in line, dispelling him out of that Psychic Scream, staying on target, and just one step closer to eliminating F tier. F tier have to hold on just a little bit longer. They might be able to pull this off.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to maybe get a miracle swap over onto Flop if they can find it, but Flop is aware of that situation. pops the Ancient of Lore tree right there, and Dippy is going to be in some trouble here potentially. Doritos getting a lot of uptime onto Dippy. What are you going to do? He's looking for polymorphs. Nice fake cast there, and now, oh, big slice there, but they get a sheep onto JT Hills, but I think he defed it actually. Nicely done there by JT Hills. Beautiful clash. There's the swap to Flop. Can they take him down? 100. Oh, they're looking for it. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it. Flop deflects it with the bark skin. Trinket's going to be up in 20 seconds, so very, very short window there to take him down. Dippy's looking for the ice wall, not able to find it. Again, looking for these polymorphs time and time again, not able to find them, but there's the ice wall. Do they have the Ring of Peace as well? Chun-Li gets stuck in a lightning lasso. Nicely done there by Saul, getting ahead of that play before it's too late. Beautiful Guardian onto Saul, but is it going to be enough? Flop gets swapped. This is the window. Flop turning out his trinket there as well, and Saul gets void shifted. The game is getting increasingly unstable here on both sides, but I fear for F tier. They got no cooldowns left, just a burrow, and Saul is not even going to be able to pop it. F tier gets popped, dropped, and GUST Busters win the series, knocking them out of the tournament and knocking their dreams out of qualifying for the gauntlet.
An entire season out the window there for F tier. And last season, they qualified out of the gauntlet. They had that Cinderella story all the way through the gauntlet to make it into the top 4. And now this season, not even getting into the gauntlet, not even a top 8 team this season. That just is a testament to the skill level, the improvement, and just the volume of teams. There's so many teams, I think, in North America and Europe as well, that are far more competitive than they were previously. So if you're not leveling up your game season to season, you could just fall off hard like this. I was kind of tragic. I was really hoping this was going to go a little bit longer. I'm like, he's got Burrow. Maybe he can keep this game going just a tiny bit longer, because they're kind of getting close. Like maybe it's possible, or maybe I'm just delusional. Like JT's in Angel form. You're thinking like he's going to be able to survive here, but they just kill him through Divine Hymn. Just kill him. He's just an Angel, and he's like, normally that's your like, all right, we can't kill guys. We got to wait till Angel is over. But Gustbusters are like, nah, dude, he's dead. And just kill him right through his biggest heal.
A lot of it is Flop there as well. Like Flop just has such a good rotation of defensives. Like there was a moment there where he was getting swapped to. He trinkets out as soon as it comes back up, because he's kind of put himself in a position where if he does get swapped to, his trinket is going to rotate back up in time, and then he lands the bash right there. And you can just tell, like, I think Flop right now is looking like the best druid in the game. Like, out of all the druids that I've seen so far, Flop is just outmaneuvering all of them. He's doing such a fantastic job managing his offense, managing his defense, managing his mana by weaving in extra offense. And you can really tell that Flop is really enjoying playing that Resto Druid. And I do believe that we have maybe a little tweet from Flop himself as well, where he's talking a little bit about the Druid design. I think he seems to really, really enjoy what is going on here. So from Mr. Flop on Twitter, @FlopDrew, shout out to Warcraft devs. Resto Druid design is maybe the best it's ever been in my competitive experience. I hope they buff Shaman and Mistweaver a bit, maybe tune down Holy Priest and Druid, but I am having more fun than I ever have on Resto Druid. I hope they never remove Master Shape so I don't have to AFK and drink. So he really, really seems to be having a lot of fun, and you can tell in his play, and you can tell in GUST Busters, deep runs that they've been having lately, that he's a really key component in that, and his Resto Druid is super important for them.
Yeah, could not agree more. So I'm glad that they're having as much fun playing as we are watching them, because it's been so incredible to see the journey that they've come on. Because even in game, Cup number 1, they were playing out of their minds, and we just keep seeing them raise that bar week after week. So unfortunately, that is the end of F tier. GUST Buster is going to continue on with their dream, keeping that dream alive. We'll be seeing them play the last series of the day, and it's going to be the loser of either Welcome to the Jung or Tiger Toad Soup Teas.
Yeah, and I mean, either of those teams have been difficult, I want to say, overall. But Gustbusters have been figuring out their strats. They've got the Ellie Shaman, has kind of been their pickup play, and they look like they're on fire today. Like Chun-Li looks like he's on fire. So, if today was the day to make a deep run, I definitely think it would be. And for the other side of it, Liquid Left 4 Dead. I think this could be the most creative series of the day as far as classes. I think that this could be the most wacky, wavy, inflatable arm flailing tube man Emporium
Who's gonna be the
level.
tube man?
I don't know 100% yet.
But there will be one.
I do think there could be some really strange picks throughout this series.
I agree. You think that's gonna be from Team Liquid?
I think Left 4 Dead are going to rely on the ret, and then Liquid might have some very, like, a mad scientist Trill, or maybe Mez, or something like that. They might be
weird.
cooking
Double
something
Demon
up
Hunter?
in the
Bringing it back?
laboratory. I don't know if it's going. I don't know if we're going to Batman level crazy. I don't know if we're doing that.
Those were the days.
The days watching them fly up into the air as Double Demon Hunter. But look at this. We got our top 8. So now it's Control Alt Defeat to see how far they can climb up, basically, right? Like, they're in a good spot that they could pass Iron Will. They could pass YPM or YPPM.
Yeah, they certainly could, and it kind of looks like they might just based on how they've been playing. So we'll have to check in with that team, of course, but this next up series, Liquid versus Left 4 Dead, of course, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we will be in the upper bracket, but before we do that, we are going to play Picture This. And we did okay yesterday. I think we could do better. I think we could step it up. What do you guys think?
I think we got this.
What
It's
do you
getting a little
I
easy
one
here,
shot this
actually.
game. Channel told me I'm
don't
rank
tempt
1
him.
at this game, okay?
Did he? Okay, you're right.
Dan said I'm rank 1.
All right. So we've been told that the first 2 are going to be a little bit easy, so we're going to warm up, and then it's going to get harder.
I feel like
so
that's a trap. He says it's easy, and then they're going to be all
Yeah.
mega hard to make
Yeah,
us look bad.
We can't trust production.
I'm with you. I don't know if I trust them either, but let's see what it is. Let's see what picture number 1 is. We're going to try and guess what they are trying to, what the word is based on the emoji.
Okay, a paper clip or a
Contract
or
and
Is it a link? Like a chain link? No. That'd be weird.
it's an
it's an
AWC,
AWC team.
Jinx.
Oh, AWC.
Something script. Does anyone have script in their name?
Or scroll?
I'm opening up our notes to get all of the team names.
Do we think that's a chain or
This
a
is an
link?
easy one.
What do we think
Yeah,
that's supposed to be?
what is the thing on the left?
It's like a
is that
link or
Is
a
it
chain.
full send university? Because the scroll for university?
Maybe.
No, but what is the thing on the left?
I don't know. A link or a chain? Those are my only guesses. What do you think?
Link or a chain? I don't know.
I don't think it can be any NA team. Just looking at the NA rosters and their team names.
You're looking at the rosters.
I'm looking at
cheater?
I'm looking at it. I don't have the EU one though. I need the EU one because I don't think it's an NA one.
I don't know.
What? Who is it?
I'm
on
trying
It's
to
a
think
link and a
too.
scroll, I guess.
Let me.
Oh, what is that?
Well, we
I feel like
did.
it's gonna be
okay,
so obvious
we
when
did.
when we know what it is.
We did. Didn't we do?
Wait, is it locked in? No.
Oh, could be. But what would the scroll be? It's not locked in. Okay, we're being told it's not locked in. Can we have a hint? Production, is it NA or EU? Oh,
Wait,
it's Iron
NA.
Will.
I
NA.
just looked.
It's Iron Will.
Oh, because it's like a will.
Because the link is
Yeah,
iron and,
okay.
and then the will is the scroll.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's obvious actually. Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
Okay,
That
I'm still
was
in food coma
good.
mode. Okay, I'm still in food coma
Yeah.
mode.
I was thinking, yeah.
Okay, spells and
I
abilities.
don't know what I was thinking.
Okay, we've got a tree. I feel like this is Druid. Super Tees? I feel like this is Boomkin. We've got a tree and like a spout or something.
Watering the tree.
What is that? A tap of water? Is that
Mana tap. I don't know.
ancient of lore? Mana tap.
What? It's not.
Well,
What tree drops
tree.
water? Tree of life?
it could be like a
Because water
mana
gives
thing.
life, you know? Water gives life. H2O.
These are the
Maybe?
easy ones,
That's
by
a
the
tree
way.
of life makes sense actually. This is supposed to be easy. Yeah.
Tree. Fluid form?
Fluid form?
I don't think
It's
that's
a
Is that
talent.
an ability?
It's a talent.
Like, you mean like this?
Because like it's water and yeah, there's like no fluid form. It's like or maybe it's called something else. But I think the
Is
talent's
it
called fluid
is
form.
it sap?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Using resto druid icons. To
what's
make,
the water then? What is the?
it's supposed to be like maple syrup tap or something. So you're
oh,
sapping the tree
like the
for
thing
tree
that
sap.
thing on the right is supposed to be a literal tap, like a Like where you tap the tree for the
Yeah,
sap?
yeah, for the sap. Yeah.
Wow, okay. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
I still don't get it.
Because there's sap
Wait,
on the tree.
now we're doing the hard one.
Like you ever climb a tree, you get this.
Aya is owning all of them.
I know. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
Okay.
AWC personality.
It's a road.
A road.
It's a boxing
glove,
glove.
a girl, and
It's
a
a-
karate uniform. Makes. Oh, it's AWC. Thinking, wow,
AWC
esports.
personality. Okay, so which play is this a player?
It can be anything, can't it?
Yeah, because we've done casters under this one.
Yeah, but does that describe any one of us?
Who's
Definitely
like a
not.
boxer?
Like if it's casters, is this you, Aya? Do you box?
I do not. No.
What does the highway have to do with anything?
I have no idea. Freeway, highway, road, street.
Oh, maybe they're spelling the
Um,
name.
Oh yeah,
S.
street.
S.
Street.
Oh,
Okay,
wait,
it's a
It's
player.
a player.
Are they trying to like spell a word out?
Black belt. Is that supposed to be a black belt or like a robe? Like what are they trying to depict here?
Definitely like karate, but I don't know what that has to do with a player.
Mm,
What?
I have
Long
no idea.
hair? Do any of the players have
Maybe
long hair?
Chun used to.
Is it
it Chun-Li?
Chun-Li?
Oh, is it a Windwalker? Yeah.
Wait,
Apparently
chat,
It's a
Chat already got
Windwalker.
it. Oh,
I said Chun-Li. I
hey!
said Chun-Li.
You did say Chun-Li.
Yeah, we had that.
Right.
What does
We
the
had
highway
that.
have to
Come
do with
on, we had
anything?
that.
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
what's up with the highway?
I don't know.
We
I
had
don't know
that.
what I'm trying to think. Street. What?
Oh,
Does he play Street Fighter?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, Chun-Li
yeah,
is
he
a Street
does.
Fighter character.
Oh, jeez. I don't play that game.
He also does play Street Fighter.
That
we
makes
played
sense.
We played it together at BlizzCon. We just sat in a hotel room.
That's probably literally why he's named Chun-Li. Okay. So music
okay.
and a farmer.
Hero talent.
A hero talent with music and a farmer.
Which hero talent trees have anything to do with music?
Let's start with the farmer. What is the farmer?
Could it be a pickaxe or something though? Could it be more of like the thing that he's holding? You know what I mean?
Isn't that a pitchfork?
Yeah. Could it be a pitchfork? I don't know.
Look at this one. Was hard to make, but Chan would like it. It's warlock related.
This
Oh,
one was,
harvest something.
oh,
Soul
Maybe it's
harvester. Soul music.
Soul harvest.
Because of soul harvester. Because soul music.
Harvester.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I feel like yeah. I feel like I did decent. Like I didn't say Soul Harvester. I
Yeah.
didn't say Chun-Li, but I got us there. You know, like I got us the context there. So you know what? I'm happy with my performance. I'm happy with our performance as a group.
That was great.
And yeah, I think we got this one before the chat did. So easy clap, boys.
I'm really proud. I'm really proud of us. That was really good. All right. Well, let us know how we did, chat. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to be in the upper bracket. It is Team Liquid versus Left 4 Dead. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the upper bracket. If you're just now tuning in, we just sent 2 teams out of the tournament. Iron Will F tier will no longer be making it to Championship Sunday. Now we are in the upper bracket. It is Team Liquid versus Left 4 Dead, and I am so excited for this matchup, Ven. And predictions, I think in particular, were hard for this one. But what's your take on this series and these 2 teams?
Well, I told y'all at the beginning, actually at the end of last week and the beginning of this week, I think Rets are back in a big way. I think Axton is actually one of the best Ret Paladins in North America. So for me, I'm going in favor of Left 4 Dead 3-1. I know it's a crazy pick, but it's what I think is going to happen.
Okay, Super Tees, what is your prediction?
I'm sorry, Ven. I'm sorry. I'm apologizing ahead of time to you.
I'll be
But
sorry.
Your prediction
I stand with my decision.
is in alignment with my prediction, which means your odds might not be in your favor, but it's a very similar boat for me. I think that Axton and the Ret Paladin, unless Liquid have some crazy composition, which is why I think this series could get pretty wild, depending on how willing they are to get creative.
Ogre.
Pretty much.
You really want to see that.
I think it would be insanely good in this if they know what they're fighting.
All right, we've got Chan's prediction in this also, so I'm curious to see what he put, but I really wanted to change my prediction before heading into this series to be for Left 4 Dead, just based on what we've been seeing. But I'll stick with it. I'll stick with 3-2 Team Liquid. We did kind of talk about it a little bit before heading to break. They are a very creative team, so potentially they could work their way around how strong Rets are at the moment. So, but I mean, this is a matchup we have seen in the past, Ben. These 2 teams. So historically, I mean, how has this played out?
Honestly, in the past, Liquid has been kind of owning Left 4 Dead. Seems like Left 4 Dead, they get through that upper bracket. They always end up fighting against Liquid in that first round in the top 8, and they always end up falling. And I think a big reason for that for Left 4 Dead is just they haven't had the best compositions. Obviously, Liquid is running one of the best setups in the game, the Frost Mage with the Holy Priest, but week after week, time after time, mages and Holy Priests are getting slight nerfs, so losing a little bit of a power spike. At the same time, Left 4 Dead, the things that they have are getting slight buffs. So you have that Retribution Paladin like we talked about. That's going to be a big factor for this team. And I think this could be the week where Left 4 Dead actually kind of battles it back, and they do end up besting Liquid, because historically it hasn't been going great.
All right, well, we'll definitely see what they are capable of. Looks like we are getting zoned into a grand arena. Team Liquid versus Left 4 Dead here in this upper bracket series, game number 1. And I cannot wait, Super Tees, to see what these blind picks are going to be for both of these teams.
Clapper must clap here for the Left 4 Dead. It's Clapper's revenge. After weeks of getting farmed on the Fury Warrior, he's finally got his time in the sun. They're breaking out their main composition, the Ret Paladin, the Fury Warrior, and the Resto Druid. Sea-Doo, Trill, and Sam I Am taking that similar line of play as the Gustbusters, though, with that Windwalker mage, but they don't have a Druid. And I think having a Holy Priest against this spiky burst damage is actually a liability.
Yeah, it can be really tough. So we'll see what Liquid ends up doing. Interestingly enough, this build, Trill is going to be going back to kind of the original build for Monk, playing that Conduit of Celestials. Let's see what they can get done. It'll be a very back and forth game. We'll see what Axton, Clapper, and Tuna are going to be able to do. We know Clapper on that Warrior has done devastating amounts of damage. Full Hammer of Justice out on the Sea-Doo. The Spear of Bastion lands. They're all over Sam I Am right now, but Trill is there backing up Sam with the burst damage and that Conduit of Celestials.
All right, good trades. Sea-Doo's an Angel form in the back line, keeping his team healthy. It's ended now. It looks like he's moving forward. He wants to go towards Flop for a Psychic Scream, I imagine, here, but he's just snared at the moment. He gets caught by a Blinding Light. Intercepted. Tuna repositions. Sam's still getting pressure. Now an Incapacitating Roar as well, just using that instant cast CC as opposed to exposing your cast bar. But Axton gets blasted, almost going down through his Shield of Vengeance. He's trying to stay on target, but Clappers is getting peeled away by Polymorphs. Axton line of sights for a moment, then is going to come crashing in here. He's getting in range towards Sea-Doo. He's trying to bait the fade from Sea-Doo around the corner before going for the Hammer of Justice in the near future here, but he's just stuck in Novas. He can't really move. Sam is brought back. Nice double shockwave. Hammer of Justice. Beautiful setup from Left 4 Dead. Star Surge from downtown from Tuna, but Trill intercepts with a double leg sweep, impeding their advance towards Sam.
Yeah, big setup here by Trill, just doing a lot of damage on Axton. Can they push through? The Divine Protection might end up being enough. Axton and Clapper just continue to make the march here onto Sam I Am, trying to take him down. Sam I Am lands a beautiful counterspell, though. Tuna gets locked out. It's not like looking like they're able to get too much pressure off the back of that. At the same time, Trill and Sam I Am getting smoked. Sea-Doo has a lot of work ahead of him here, but his mana is good. Sidu is maintaining his mana quite well in the early stages of this match.
Ooh, nice cyclones from Tuna here on Trill. He's taken out of the game. Another Hammer of Justice is down. Axton, Clapper connecting. Sam blinks back towards Sidu. Maim stun on Trill. Really good control from Tuna right here. He's got to get in line of sight of Clapper, though. Clapper's getting baited. He gets a Spear of Bastion, hits 2 players. It looked like they're actually, yeah, it hit two players, pinned him for a moment, looking to force the block, but here comes Icy Veins, big shatter combo. Looks like Tuna's ready. Look at that Tranquility glowing, just channeling that max range. Trill gets swapped to for a moment. He's going to pop Conduit, try and hold on to the Karma, being a bit greedy in this position. I like this Fear on the Icy Veins. I think using the Warrior Fear on the Monk or the Mage cooldowns is a really good allocation. You're just going to win with damage. You don't even need a lot of control, but a Hammer of Justice is great. Sam's at half health, blinking away, double blinding light. Clapper's moving in. His disarm has just subsided, but he gets polymorphed. Tuna's trying to wrap around to dispel him, but Axton is falling behind as well as far as momentum. He can't get on target. He's trying to move forward. He's trying to crack some damage. He's got Wake of Ashes available. He's just a polymorph again. Big damage from Clapper, but they intercept. Nice stun. Wall comes down. Meteor. Sam blinks back to bait Clapper, but Tuna repositions. Not falling for it. Out of range of counterspell. Really good positioning from Flop here to be able to heal through this damage and not have to worry about the interrupt. He's going for the Ancient of Lore cast here as well, but a Cyclone first. I love that Tuna is punishing Sam playing max range. He's able to get a lot of casted spells on Trill every time he notices it.
Yeah, I love that too. Trill can't defend himself very well on that Windwalker Monk when he overextends, and I think a Resto Druid is really good at punishing that. Full Hammer of Justice now onto Sidu. They're putting some pressure on Trill. Touch of Karma will trade out. Trill stays alive, throwing out a Fist of Fury, trying to get some damage rolling, but I think the nature of this matchup, outside of a one-shot, is going to be a long one. These teams need to trade cooldowns efficiently, and whoever can kind of outlast and have those cooldowns and dampening is going to have a massive advantage. Both Tuna and Sidu doing a great job keeping their teams nice and healthy. Both teams rotating through defensives quite well so far, and these teams look very evenly matched.
Another Spirit Bastion pinning Sam. These Spirit Bastions need to be Ice Block Force windows. It's where Sam can't escape with blinks, but Ray of Hope trades for Sidu and he recovers. Tuna needs to maybe consider drinking. Axton's in trouble though. He won't be able to as they connect massive damage through. Trill gets stunned by Tuna. He's out of that. Tuna's line of sighting Sam. Tuna is getting a really good game against Sam. He's avoiding a lot of crowd control, getting a lot of stuns, big pressure onto both sides. Clapper dips. He trades in Rage Regeneration. Axton gets swapped to. Massive crack of damage for Trill. He has a Divine Shield. They use Hammer of Justice to stop Massive Spell. They should get a block here and at least stay in the game. Nice Cyclone. Trill in trouble. No Karma as they swap back to him. He's trying to kite away. Is he going to go down? He ports after the roll, escaping a small distance. Mass Barrier from Sam here is getting big absorption value on both himself and Trill, but they actually get through it. They go for Paralyze. They're trying to get back on the Ret Paladin with no Divine Shield. They catch him in a Chastise stun. They wall Tuna off from the pass, but Trill gets caught and almost clobbered by Clapper. He manages to recover. Sidu's in Angel form, and they're looking so much more evenly matched in Week 3. This composition for Left 4 Dead is showing potential.
Definitely, but I am really afraid for Axton. Double leg sweep comes in. Axton does have the Blessing of Protection. He's going to have to trade it early on to avoid some of this incoming pressure, but that wasn't the Veins. Trill has cooldowns rotating back up, and Liquid has a massive swell of damage coming up in about 30 seconds. That Celestial Conduit, the Icy Veins. I think Liquid's going to be able to completely overwhelm Left 4 Dead if they can stay alive just a little bit longer.
All right, let's see if they can find their positioning. Trill's just dead.
Trill!
He just outright gets rocked. They have cooldowns to trade, and we've seen this happening time and time again. Just getting dropped by the Ret Warrior out of nowhere. You're unprepared for the trade. This composition, it fell off for a long time. Players don't have as much experience against it, and they aren't able to anticipate these moments, and they end up getting caught. So a game 1 win, which is very important in a series like this, if Sidu's team has any sort of mad scientist compositions waiting in the wings. And also, you don't really learn a lot because you didn't get to the end game. The end game's probably more so around the 7-minute mark plus, where you can see if the matchup is actually going to work for you. You didn't get to make it to that point. So they lose intel going down like this, and they just completely destroy Trill. It's out of nowhere. You're just looking at the game. You're just observing the cooldowns. You're observing crowd control, and you're just like, there's no way. There's no way he goes down. So they catch Trill, Stormbolt. He's on stun DR, right? So you're for a Windwalker. They just stunned me. I should be fine. I'm going to make a play in the middle of the map. I'm at like 70% health. Blade Storm's out. That's not a big deal, right? Chop, 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 chop. Dude, what was that execute hit? I need that on the death log. That was the biggest execute of the day, I think. Clapper's Revenge. This is just Clapper's Revenge. It's like, it's been 2 weeks. You guys have had the meta comps. Your little RMP, Liquid. You feel so good, huh, playing RMP? It doesn't feel so good now. Clapper's Revenge. He's just storming all over Trill. This 40%.
This is actually this is a classic matchup. When did this kind of, these two, like the Rogue Mage versus the Ret Warrior, did that start in like Shadowlands? Like in Shadowlands, I feel like those are the kind of the two comps that were going head to head.
Well,
Not
first time
necessarily the
Ret
AWC,
Warrior
but yeah.
debuted was Vanguard's getting the highest rated team in the world, I think, in Wrath of the Lich King as Ret Warrior.
Oh, wow.
But it's had on and off periods, I think, where it's been either like the best thing in the game or just completely doesn't exist usually. I'd say in more recent expansions, it's been a pretty solid option, like the last 3 expansions. But it has had seasons where you might not see it at all, and it's usually dependent on how great mages are in those caster comps. But Warlock is kind of falling off, so we don't see like Mage Lock kind of bullying these melee cleaves as much.
Yeah, it's one of the problems. I feel like one of the things is just Fury Warriors are so strong right now. If there is matchups where Fury Warriors get kited, we talk about it. I feel like mages in general are probably the most difficult thing for Fury Warriors to deal with, but they're even starting to find some success. I think a lot of it comes down to just not training the mage, right? Like I think a lot of these teams, they fall into the problem of going after the mage a little bit too much in the match. I think you have to keep the mage honest, throw fears on him, stuns on him, interrupts, maybe poke him if he gets over aggressive with the shimmers, but it can be a massive trap to just train down a mage. So I like the fact that Left 4 Dead, they're going after Trill a lot more in the match, and I think it makes it really unpredictable, because if your warrior is on top of you, you're likely going to die. I mean, you can see here, look at this in 1 second. Literally in that 1 second window, he went from 60 to dead.
Big damage.
Big damn.
Big damage. Offhand crit. That offhand crit is like a Templar's verdict. This is his offhand. This is left hand. It's not his good hand. Not Clapper's good hand. Just hits him for almost 1 million damage. Rampages through with Wake of Ashes at the same time and just absolutely smacks Trill. And now Liquid, they're taking their full time here. So they're going to run it back. They're going to play the same composition. They're like, okay, we obviously blundered that there. We got to be on our A game. We can't let anything slip through. We're going to have to be on our A game as commentators as well, because keeping track of the Ret Warrior
that's tough. It's
like,
a Fury Warrior.
We're not even playing. And it's like, okay. Oh, I guess Trill's dead. Nice. All right. Didn't see that coming. Just charge over. Big rampage. Big execute.
That's the third time today for me.
Okay.
I think what we need to look out for is the Fury Warrior cooldowns. That's what we need to be staring at, like basically the entire game. The recklessness, when recklessness and Avatar is up, that's when someone gets deleted. So I'm going to be paying a lot better attention to that, because it doesn't seem like it. No matter what's going on in the game, when Fury Warriors have their cooldowns up, someone can just instantly die. So I need to look out for it.
All right, here we go. Maldraxxus Coliseum, a large map here for Liquid, looking to get some space, some breathing room. But honestly, I don't even know how much it matters. Like, there was no crowd control on Zedu. They just absolutely destroyed Trill with raw damage. So even if he can stay out of range from the Hammer of Justice, it's really Trill and Sam's ability to kind of kite around the melee classes and time disarms, time ports, time their shimmers to be able to avoid these types of attacks, because otherwise today might be revenge of the Clapper. This is why I put Left 4 Dead as my number 2 on the power rankings. I think that this week Tuna's Resto Druid with these cleaves, it seems really solid. We saw it with Gustbusters in the lower bracket as well. Clapper Accident taking to the first pillar, looking to march forward here through the blizzard and snowstorm of Sam I Am as he's dropped down the frozen orb. Trill is trying to get both of them stacked up for a leg sweep, but he's taking a lot of damage. Honestly, just attacking the Windwalker seems to be underrated. Tuna jumps in over the wall with that wild charge. Nice play, and he's in Ancient of Lore, so he's able to heal Clapper. If he didn't get over that wall, Clapper would have had to trade major defensive cooldowns. That was a nice maneuver from Tuna. Sam gets caught now. I think it was the Spear of Bastion Avatar, but good disarm here on Clapper. Trill with that grapple weapon, preventing Clapper's attack in that window, but now they swap back on Trill. They found a weakness. I think Trill could be the weak link in this matchup. They just tap him for a second. He has to touch a Karma.
Yeah, you love to see it. We'll see what happens. Accident getting low, though. He gets caught to a stun. Shield of Vengeance lands. Samheim needs to be very careful here. At the same time, Axton almost going down to that touch of death range. Luckily, doesn't have to trade. I think he actually used the Lay on Hands. So Lay on Hands has been traded out in the early stages, but I don't mind when Brett's use Lay on Hands and Divine Shield early on in the match. More than likely, it's going to be able to rotate back up in dampening. So getting those early trades out and getting the cooldowns rotated back up can be a good strategy.
The Revenge of Clapper. Swap on Sea-Doo. Nice double leg sweep from Trill. Batuna's getting in position maybe for a Cyclone. Sea-Doo stops him with a Chastise. Psychic Scream. Sanctuary preemptively here. Going to break the stun and put the... Oh my god, Trill is just dead. Cedar trades out Guardian Spirit to try and recover. They're just getting destroyed out of nowhere. Here comes another Wake of Ashes. Bladestorm is available. Clapper gets grappled. He can't attack without his axes. He's going to get them back in a moment here. Now his axes are re-equipped, but Sam blinks away. Clapper charges to reconnect. Massive damage. Double in-cap roar. They trade out Ray of Hope. Cyclone on the Ray. Nice Cyclone here from Tuna. Cyclone's a trinket. Not quick enough, though, but a big swap. It doesn't even matter. Insane damage coming out from Clapper in this position. They get Trill's trinket. A bit of a panicked moment, but ultimately Tuna gets caught here. He's in a polymorph. Cedar's in position. Psychic Scream. No Sanctuary. Big push on Axton. Looking to turn this around, and they force the Divine Shield. They might switch back on Trill, though. No Karma for 5. Sam's still kind of taking it. Clapper's getting uptime. Looking to reconnect. Spear. It misses, unfortunately, onto Sam. That could have been a big moment for Clapper. Tuna's going to go into Ancient of Lore. A big tree for him. It's basically his entire team is invulnerable during its duration. So they should be able to recover. They grip Trill away during the tree. They need to run away from that. Wait for the window. Sam gets gripped out as well. Axton's Wake of Ashes is going wasted. They polymorph the Recklessness. Clapper's still trying to get a couple of seconds of value out of it here. Clash doesn't hit, unfortunately, for Trill. He's got to duck for cover. Trill is nervous, I think. I think his nerves have been racked by the amount of damage, but they catch Clapper and almost completely annihilate him. He trades out the Enraged Regen. He survives. Dragon's Breath, polymorph. Clapper leaps. Oh, that ring bouncing nice. Clapper into the corner, so he couldn't get in range to pummel the polymorph. Cedar's in position. If they have a stun for Axton to cover the fear, they don't. And at least fortunately it was on DR there. They get a nice little Shadow Melt stun here from Tuna on Trill with no trinket. And that forces Sea-Doo to trade out Guardian Spirit. But I do think Liquid are looking much better in game 2.
Yeah, but just don't blink. You can get one shot at any moment. So we're waiting for Axton's cooldowns to kind of rotate back up. I think Left 4 Dead, they need to kind of just cool it for a little bit. Play a little bit more defensive if they can. And get some of those massive timers off of cooldown. And that's when they can really make a push here a little bit later in dampening. But Axton's definitely vulnerable at this point of the game. Sam I Am has his Icy Veins rotating back up at about 30 seconds. Both Sea-Doo and Sam in the backline just throwing in damage. Axton having a difficult time connecting, but looks like Clapper wants to get there on Sam, but Sam doing a really good job just preemptively running away, spell stealing off the Freedom, and really utilizing that to his advantage. But a big swap here on Trill. Oh, that Dragon's Breath from Sam saves the day, but he is now in enemy territory. The double spear! The double spear by Clapper, but he gets blast waved away. Nice play there by Sam I Am. This is a great push for Left 4 Dead.
All right, they got Void Shift into Ray. Sea-Doo did not trust his ability to heal Trill at that moment in time. It was so much pressure, and they can Blessing and Protection of Karma off. So Trill could be in trouble, but Clappers is getting pressured. Tuna trades out Nature Swiftness. They recover. They're getting on top of Sam, getting some cleave damage. Tuna's in bear form to avoid Polymorph. Stormbolt connects, but Axton is still just kind of attacking from ranged at the moment, kind of just playing the hybrid role, trying to avoid some AoE damage. And they do get a fear onto the veins into a maim stun. They're going to grip Sam. Clapper leaps in. Vortex is down. I love that Vortex. It's pinning 2 players together by Tuna. Bladestorm is tossing them to the side. They do manage to escape. Sea-Doo's trying to kite on the outside of the map, play max distance, and play efficiently. Mana's going to be an issue. Nice intervene to get away from the wall. Trill looks to reconnect. Is a little bit careful here. He's hesitant. Trill is hesitant. He gets caught into the Stormbolt. Is he going to get clapped? Manages to survive it. Sea-Doo's ready, just pre-healing. Axton has Divine Shield soon. He trades Divine Protection before that moment. He's trying to get away from the Monk with Freedom. Sam's casting Frostfire Bolts, loading up, blinking away from the Warrior. Freedom is up. They have to be careful. Polymorphs onto the Paladin. They're stacked for a leg sweep. Yeah, they're going to pull the trigger. Nice double leg sweep with a counterspell. Axton immediately uses Blessing and Protection to line of sight here. He's got Lay on Hands for Clapper if he needs to. Tuna's in Dragon's Breath. They get the Polymorph. Could be Enraged Regen, but Clapper's just going for the kill. Big Bladestorm. Tuna's in tree form. He's got support. They can go for it here. Cedar's an Angel. Just spamming heals from max distance. Cedar's doing an excellent job on his mana, managing his resources to keep this game going at this point. But it's just so nerve-wracking. Just at any moment, look at Sam. Just half of his health is gone. Cedar has to trade Ray. Now they swap back on Trill. They polymorph the Paladin. They stun the Ret. They're setting up, but Divine Shield just came off cooldown for Axton. He bought enough time. Ironbark is up. They're making a push. It's going to cost Cedar a lot of mana if Left 4 Dead can stay in like this.
Yeah, he also has Lay on Hands, so everything is back up for Axton. Beautiful ice wall there by Sam, but Tuna quickly gets in line of sight, and it's going to be Trill that could ultimately fall. Clapper leaps away, wants to not just get AoE down by this Icy Veins here from Sam I Am. I love that fear, so putting the intimidating shout out onto Sam I Am. He's getting slowed down. He's in a full stun. Sam might have to block. Sea-Doo burning a lot of cooldowns, and Sea-Doo's mana is not looking good. Left 4 Dead, they have the cooldowns to trade. If they can just stay alive, keep up this pressure, I think they're going to be winning this second game. This Ret Warrior is looking extremely good, but it's a race right now. Clapper's getting low. They can save him. They got cooldown. Sam also, it's so back and forth, but Trill might just outright die. They get the touch of Karma. Pressure heavily in favor of Left 4 Dead.
Double Dragon's Breath, Ring of Peace, trying to buy some distance for Sam to just spam Polymorph and give Sea-Doo some reprieve. But Tuna has the Ancient of Lore again. He can just bounce into that big tree farm and support his team so effectively here. He's in that tree farm, supporting Clapper. They're going to get aggressive. What are you going to do, Sea-Doo? 0 mana. Hammers are down. He's crowd controlled. They're charging forward. They could swap to Trill. Trill rolls away, trying to duck for cover, trying to get distance. They baited out Tuna's tree farm. Can they manage to punish now? They're desperate. They're spamming Polymorph, but another amazing Vortex is pinning them. Trill is just getting shredded. It's so much damage anywhere Left 4 Dead look. It's just laying them in ruin. They're laying waste to Trill. They trade out Ray. Is that going to be enough? They need 5 more seconds to Sea-Doo's cooldowns. 4 more seconds, 3 more seconds, 2 more seconds. Sam is pinned into the spear, has to trade out the block, and Sea-Doo is likely going to go into Angel form immediately as they force Divine Shield in response. Tuna's getting into cat form. He's getting ready to load up for a maim stun. He's got combo points. Where is he going to go for it? Trill still has cooldowns up. He could be a threat. Doesn't seem like they really care. Clapper, is he going to go down? They're trying to make a push. It's a difficult call. Wall comes down. Sam blinks in, gets the Dragon's Breath, but he can't get crowd control out of it. Sam blinks back over to Sea-Doo. Trill is trying to intercept, but Clapper is there. They catch Sam. Double fear. Sea-Doo breaks it. They trade out the Guardian Spear, but Hammer of Justice is probably available pretty soon. Hammer of Justice. Trill's probably dead if he doesn't get out of there. He's just... How is he not dead right now with that full Hammer of Justice? I can't believe it. Axton's in trouble. He's almost in touch of death. They're actually pulling it back. Liquid get a counter spell. Sam is carrying. He blinks in offensively. Double Dragon's Breath. Looking for the Polymorph. He gets it. Triple fear from Sea-Doo. Everybody is low, but Tuna, he casts the Ancient of Lore in their face. He's in tree form right at their most biggest moment of need. It was looking dire, but Tuna might just pull a reversal. They're back to full health, and they have another shot to take out Trill or Sam.
Yeah, Clapper has his Rage Regeneration, though. They might be able to take down Trill. He trades with a Touch of Karma. It's back and forth. Accident could fall. Trill could fall. They shred through the Karma. Clapper is there trying to get him, but Trill with a beautiful portal. Transcendence puts him right back into the fight. It is a race. Accident's so incredibly low at the same time. Trill may have overstayed his welcome. Can they take him down? Sam I am. Can he get the cross kill? It doesn't look like it. What an insane final moment. High-level play after high-level play. These teams are just playing out of their mind, but Left 4 Dead comes out ahead.
Oh my god, I thought it was over. I thought it was over when Trill started doing those moves and he's rolling around and Clapper's like, what do I do? How do I hit him? I just can't get on target, man. But he just persevered. He pushed through the pain. And Left 4 Dead are 1 game away from beating currently the tied #1 seed for North America. And Left 4 Dead, they were in shambles this whole season. They just couldn't figure out a way to beat Liquid. They're running these Shadow Priest comps. They're running Feral Druid, Fury Warrior. They're running Double Druid, trying to find a way to make it work. And they just couldn't get any comps that would work. With those Ret Paladin changes coming through and the synergy that they already had with Clapper and Tuna now, they're looking like absolute behemoths. Like, they took Liquid the distance. They took them and totally tapped Sea-Doo on mana. They tapped them out of every single cooldown. So now Liquid has seen how this matchup plays. This is the late game. This is where you get to find out if the matchup is really in your favor or not. And it was so close. Like, he's almost in touch of death range right there when he's slicing Winds over. And it just isn't enough. And what's Sea-Doo going to do? He's just sitting on his hands. Like, I can't do anything. 0 mana. Can't keep this game going. And just, how did Trill, like, have a global to touch of death him? Was he not low enough? It's sometimes hard to tell with this UI. We don't have the exact percentages because look how low he is right here.
Stunned up.
He
can't get there. He rolls over and gets healed.
Get there. Couldn't get in range. Oh my god. Okay, well, Axton is looking like the scariest Ret Paladin in North America.
I've been saying it. Axton is slept on. His Ret Paladin is very strong. Has been for a long time. So it's good to see them be able to utilize it because, I mean, in the past couple of weeks, we've seen Clapper. It's been exciting. Like, they've been playing the Feral Warrior. I feel like they've been practicing as just a way worse comp. Like Feral Warrior, right? Like, that's the composition that they use to cleave a lot of people. And that traditionally just isn't the best. But now that Ret Paladins are a little bit more solid, you're backing up the Fury Warrior, like, it's looking good. Axton top damage. And for this final moment, so he wasn't able to get out that much burst, but he's topping damage in these games. It's definitely cool to see. And Liquid now, what are they going to do? Do they mix up their composition? Because these are close games, right? Like, I could easily see Liquid just playing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they might.
Augavoker.
I think Augavoker's not a bad idea.
I want to see it.
I don't know what the best combination is, but I saw Augavoker just one. If you can stack 3 targets together, which is pretty easy to do against Ret Warrior, you just completely one-shot them. And I know Mez has been practicing some weird stuff. I've seen it on his stream. He's been a Blood DK. I legitimately think it could be good. Blood DK Aug.
I'll tell you, I have a lot of experience. I played a lot of Aug this week. Okay, a lot of Aug. Let's just say that. I've been one-shotting people, all day, all night. The one problem for them is Tuna. If he's on top of it and he just manages to get into the Ancient of Lore and just run into the one shot, it's really difficult. You basically have to 100-0 them or they're not going to die. So typically, as an augmentation evoker, you want everyone stacked up and you can just kill the entire team. But when Tuna's in that tree form, he can't be CC'd, he can't be silenced, and he can't be killed because of the damage reduction. He has basically infinite healing. That's the one thing that can stop your go. So that might be why they don't want to run it. If Tuna's really on point on the Druid, I think it's kind of a little bit of a counter.
I just feel like the Windwalker Monk is not...
What's better, though?
I know. I don't know what's better. It just feels so scary for him. Like, what? He just gets randomly tabbed to for a second and he just gets evaporated. So, like, is there anything...
Demon Hunter?
Is RMP really not an option? I mean, Demon Hunter, maybe... We could see Demon Hunter maybe. They're really taking the time because like they're on match point and they're gonna do it. It's not blood though. They're gonna play Frost DK. So Mez is in their final hour. Chibaku is in this position in the open bracket. They had to use a Death Knight. It worked for them, but I don't think it's guaranteed. Sea-Doo's playing a tree as well, so they got the Vortex to grip everything together. And Trill is gonna be debuting Augmentation Evoker. So if the stars align, everything comes together, and Left 4 Dead don't respond appropriately. We're going to see probably a stronger triple kill than we saw from Cookie yesterday in Europe, I think.
Yeah. So I'm very happy about this because I promised last week we were going to see an Aug Evoker, and I'm glad I wasn't a liar. So.
Everybody's just like, why does he keep saying augmentation? Like, didn't they nerf that spec into Oblivion? Like, why does he keep saying that thing's going to be in the game? And it's like, this is why. This is the moment. This is where we might be getting mad scientist level crazy. Liquid are forced off one of their main compositions that's been getting them consistent finals finishes here for the multiple cups, and they've got to bring in Mez, and it, like you must know how they feel about Death Knight. So it's like to bring in Mez in this moment when you're about to get knocked to the lower bracket with some formidable teams down there as well. Like, you need this to work. They absolutely need this to work. But what's funny though is that in the next game, then they might be able to use Gauge on Shadow Priest as a counter to the Aug and play something that's a caster that doesn't stack, that can kind of win with rot pressure. So even if Liquid managed to win this game, I don't think this is a free run out of the series with this comp.
Oh, definitely not. This is a very specialized composition. Now, so if you don't know, Augmentation has had a bit of a role change. It used to be a spec that kind of buffed the DPS. So as an Augmentation, you would expect to have Mez's damage be sky high, but not so much anymore. Your Evan Might mostly buffs yourself. So Trill is basically a standalone DPS, but the way you deal damage is very cheesy. The build you play is basically going to be 100% reliant on a Deep Breath. When Trill has Deep Breath up, that's when he can one-shot literally the entire team. Without the Deep Breath, it's very low damage. So we're going to have to see Liquid get some really solid setups up here.
Is that the Elites ever Death Knight? I need to make a Death Knight. He just looks like a diamond. Good. He's just a giant diamond rock. A double grip, double blind, setting up Trill. Evan Might has been casted. Here comes the one shot. Trill's in position. Deep Breath hits 2. Line of sighting, but they just take 0 damage. Did I see
Divine
that right?
Shield.
Oh, he Divine Shield instantly. I was like, how
and
did he take 0 damage? He literally Divine Shields at 100% health because he knows he's dead. He just uses his main defensive cooldown first global, giving full respect to Trill.
I actually don't mind it. They hold on to their trinkets. I think it's a very intelligent trade. Tuna, unfortunately, wasn't able to get there, and I like that. You can see Trill as well. When he uses his Deep Breath, he's building a little bit of a firewall. So it creates a line of sight. Tuna has to be very on point with that and get in if he can. So, use his mobility to get on top of his team if he's in the Ancient of Lore. And now, basically, it's Liquid just stalling. This entire matchup is Liquid just running away, trying to one-shot. It's a really gimmicky setup, but Mez is going to have to keep himself alive. Luckily, he's got an Aug and a Resto Druid backing him up, and we're just waiting, basically, for that Deep Breath of Trill to rotate back up.
You can see Chains of Ice on accident, and look how slow he is. He doesn't have RP Walk enabled, I promise. It's just they're going to use Chains of Ice, Sleepwalk spam on the DPS. So we just saw the Warrior Sleepwalk 3 times. Now the Ret Paladin's probably going to get Sleepwalk 3 times, and they're just going to keep them permanently snared, limit their uptime, and wait until the next Deep Breath to go for another hit, and they won't have Divine Shield. So Axton may have to trinket and then use the Magic Bop or the Spell Warding in that position, and maybe an Iron Bark on Warrior hiding? Or something like that. Yeah, Clapper is on his mount. I don't know what he's doing right now. He's just like, this is annoying, Mez. Why are you doing this strat to us? Why are you spamming your Chains of Ice? I don't know what he's not stacking, right? He
Axe's
doesn't want to
doing more
stack.
damage.
So he just wants to wait for dampening. I think that's what it is. Clapper's just trying not to stack up, and he's just going to wait for dampening. They get tree. Yeah, but it was grip.
Wasn't the blinding sleet, I don't think, either.
So Clapper's going to try. This is smart. You attack the healer against a Frosty K as a melee cleave. So you split DPS. That way you're not standing next to each other. They set the go up on Tuna here. Barkskin, is he going to get dropped?
Nice fear.
Really good reaction in this position. Like, their HP doesn't move that much, but it's because they're preempting that attack so perfectly.
Yeah, Trill, unfortunately. I think he needs to play Nullifying Shroud if he wants to really accelerate the cheese in this strategy. Otherwise, he gets caught in a fear like that, and the setup is just completely wasted. So we'll see. Trill's still sitting on his deep breath, though. He didn't get it off. So Trill has a massive amount of damage available. They don't even need Mez's go if they can find it. But Seedu's in a little bit of trouble. They have a lot of uptime. This is a beautiful spear. Let's see what Trill decides to do. The anti-magic zone drops down. He's going for the fire breath. This is a hint that he might be going for it. He gets stunned. Oh no. Trill, he's got the damage available. He needs to get the fire breath though. It's imperative for the one shot. Might into fire breath. Can he get it off? We'll have to wait and see. Mez is just so incredibly low on health. Trill just still cannot find the damage at this point of the game. Here it comes. A massive one shot potentially onto Axton, but they deflect it easily. Seems like Axton is just bulletproof right now on that Ret Paladin. Left 4 Dead are playing this beautifully.
Yeah, this is the type of strat that like usually is only going to work a couple of times, and I can imagine that Left 4 Dead have probably faced it on the ladder a few times, so they are just more than ready, and Mez is in trouble. He's getting crushed. Defensive blinding sleep. They break from it. Mez is almost dead. He gets cloned at low health. They're trying to cyclone his trinket as well. He gets a stun. Massive pressure. Mez goes down, and Left 4 Dead 3-0 against Liquid.
Let's go. I mean, you gotta hand it for Left 4 Dead. This weekend has been kind of the story of underdogs. Left 4 Dead, they've lost to Liquid the last 2 weeks, but they are back with a vengeance, and their Ret Warrior is looking very good. And I don't even know what beats this, to be honest with you. I don't know what composition could beat the Ret Warrior. This could be the week where Left 4 Dead goes the distance.
Yeah, put them in my number 2 spot. Maybe I should put them in my number 1 spot on my power rankings. I kind of doubted myself a little bit when I was making that. Like, Ret Warrior's good, but is it really good enough? I thought like the AUG comp would be a hard counter, but they obviously played the matchup enough to understand how to trade effectively against it because they looked impenetrable. That just every single go got perfectly deflected. They took 0 damage every time. They knew exactly how the matchup was going to play out. They knew exactly what to do when the go was over. Pressure Mez, stay on the Death Knight, force him over with the Warrior pressure. These Cyclones at low health. Seedu can't recover. Tuna jumps in. That Wake of Ashes to stun him on his Lichborn too. So Mez uses Lichborn for extra damage reduction, but it also makes him undead. And as a Paladin, Wake of Ashes will stun undead targets. So he actually gets stunned again, but he needed that damage reduction or he might have just died. So this is kind of one of the counter, right? Like Ret Warrior is probably like the ultimate counter to a Death Knight in some sense because the Warrior just absolutely owns you. And then when you use Lichborn for damage reduction, you get Wake of Ashes stun like this.
Boom. I like that Tuna is willing to get aggressive too. I think it's very important when you play against an AUG Evoker that you respect the one shot, but then you completely disrespect them outside of the one shot. Like you just have to play in their face, you play aggressive, you play unafraid, because their damage is really limited. So I like that Tuna is willing to get these Cyclones, he's willing to make plays, push in, he gets crowd control on a Seedu. I think it's exactly what you need to do.
Underdogs this entire week, right? Like it's been David versus Goliath, the newcomers trying to come into the mix, and we didn't see Naptime in Europe be able to pull off a win, but they took Overload to Game 5. This time around, Left 4 Dead with huge confidence against Liquid, take it 3-0. They're into Championship Sunday. They're earning a ton of points. I actually wonder how much of spoilers they could play for the bracket, depending on how deep they can actually go, because this is a huge sign of potential for them. But obviously the next series, Welcome to the JUNG and the Power Toads, those are some powerhouses as well. It's like an Arcane Mage, right? Like how do you think an Arcane Mage would do into this Ret Warrior?
I don't know. I think you can do okay. Like Arcane Mages are quite slippery. They do big cleave damage. I think Tiger Toads might actually fare very well into Left 4 Dead on that Arcane Mage. I could definitely see it, but also, I mean, the Ret Warrior just seems pretty difficult to take down. So it's a matchup I'm not super familiar with, but in the past, Arcane has been super good into these kind of cleaves, but so has Frost, and the Frost Mages are losing too.
I'm gonna say it again. This is so hard to predict. Both regions, it just continues. I think I've gotten one series right this entire weekend. This is horrible. Even got Chan chiming in.
That's what you get for making fun of me, okay? That's what you get.
Okay, can we not do this? Listen, I don't want to talk about it. I'm embarrassed. Go ahead, Ven.
I was gonna say Chan yesterday. Like, listen, I don't know if Chan is watching right now, but you were
He
really
is.
confident yesterday, Chan. You were talking about how you're definitely gonna get all the predictions right, and you're the same as a coin. Just saying, Chan. Not
You're
as easy
only
as it
one
looks.
above me, also. Yeah.
Not as easy
Chat's
as it
doing
looks.
pretty good. Super Tees, you're making a comeback.
Yep, making a comeback. I'm
that-
coming back. I'm not going to be mocked for too long. I got the most perfect predictions this week. It's all skill. It's all skill and predictions, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Just pure talent. I've put in a lot of effort.
No
and work for this.
RNG in
Blood,
it.
sweat, and tears. I've been
Yep.
grinding. I've been losing sleep over it. Just memorizing
Oof.
exactly how the games can play out. And yeah, I
my
just put
God.
in the work. I just put in the
Wow.
work. What can I say?
Yeah, no, it's really paid off. I can really tell you put in a lot of preparation for this, and honestly, Super Tees, I'm really proud of you. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk about the next series that we have. I mean, you guys kind of already mentioned it already. It is Welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads, like you guys said. Winner of that moves on to Championship Sunday. So this is definitely a big game for both of these teams. Very strange that Team Liquid is no longer in it, but they're going to be pretty safe in that top 3 in terms of standings. So that being said, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, we are in the upper bracket once again with Welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in the upper bracket once again. If you're just now tuning in, we saw Team Liquid drop via Left 4 Dead, and now they're going to be facing off against Control Alt Defeat later on today. But first, we got to get through Welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads. Ven, welcome to the Jung. They've had an incredible season so far, being basically number one in that top seed position currently. Tiger Toads following closely behind, though. How do you feel about their performance so far this season, or how do we think that they feel like they've been doing?
Well, Tiger Toads is a very interesting team because I feel like they're in a little bit of an awkward situation where they put all of their eggs in the RMP basket. And it's especially awkward because Calvish is not only their subtlety rogue, phenomenal player, but he's also their frost mage. So they can't really run those two specializations together. And it just so happens, I think that's one of the better variants of rogue mage priest right now. So they're kind of just stuck. I know Calvish wasn't super happy with how he played last week into Welcome to the Jung. He was tweeting out that, he's disappointed in his mage gameplay. We could see it here. Really disappointed with my mage performance this cup. We'll lock in for cup number 3 until next week. And it was actually from them losing against Welcome to the Jung. So I think Calvish, he's been dialed in. He's been focused up on that frost mage. But you can see here, Tiger Toads also have him playing on the rogue. So maybe we see Cubsy once again. This series between these two teams has been very back and forth, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I feel like what they have going for them is, the uniqueness of Cubsy on that arcane mage. But also, I think that, maybe I'm crazy, but I think that they have such a versatile roster. And I think that their weakness might be able to be turned into a strength. I'm not sure. This is just like a experimental thing that I have in my mind. But I kind of want to see... No, I kind of want to see Cubsy Arcane Mage, and I want to see the Frost Mage. I want to see Frost Arcane Resto Druid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
explain how that would work.
You explain that to me, Zico, because I'm not getting it.
You're going to have to walk us through this one.
I kind of think it could work. Just send Arcane Frost, Resto Druid, don't take damage, and...
They're going to be fighting Feral Ellie.
Easy enough, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They might fight Feral Ellie. They might also find melee cleaves.
Okay. You just like, you're going off of vibes, basically. You think it would...
It could come down to blind pick.
Yeah.
I think the Feral Ellie is really solid into everything that the Tiger Toads have shown. And if they have an answer on the blind, then I think it could be like a matchup that swings back and forth. So I think if the Tiger Toads have done their homework here, they have the potential.
Okay. Well, I believe in the
said,
so is that your prediction, or
yeah? What's your prediction? What did you change it to? Should I say?
I went from 3-0, Welcome to the Jung, to 2-3 for the Tiger Toads. I think that they're gonna surprise them at the blind pick, and then they're gonna swing it back and forth and take game 5. That's what I'm thinking.
Ooh. Okay. All right, Ven. What is your prediction?
I'm going with Welcome to the Jung. I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they're just that team that has the rock-solid defense. They play basically all compositions at a high level. We even saw them play the Rat Warrior. So they could play Rat Warrior. They also have, things like Drake on the Feral, Prev on the Ellie, which has been one of the best setups in the game. They play the Feral Mage. I just think they have every option available to them, and they're super good at them all. So I have to give them an edge in this matchup.
Okay, all right. Maybe we could take a look at Supati's and Chan's prediction here. All right. 3-2 for Supati's and 3-2 for Chan. Okay. All right, Zico, you're the only one, because mine is I'm 3-2 for Jung as well. I think Tiger Toads could definitely take it to game 5, so I agree with you on that front. But yeah, that's interesting. So it seems like though your prediction for Tiger Toads is based on how well they do in the blind pick specifically, or do you think they could recover if they do lose that first game? Oh wow, okay.
I think if they lose the blind pick, it's going to be extremely hard for them to win the whole series. But if they win it
with double mage,
I want to see the double mage. I'm serious. I know you guys. Everyone probably thinks I'm trolling, but
I don't think you're trolling. You just haven't given us a good reason for it.
So I think the double mage is good into melee cleaves, and I think there is a chance that we see Drake back on the ret. I think we're gonna probably see initially the Feral Ellie come out.
Okay.
And I think if they have an answer to that, then I think their backup could be the double mage,
Okay.
like as their counter picks.
All right.
So I don't
That's
know.
fair.
Well,
Have you played this
I
composition, or
think
you're just experimenting in your head here? I'm
I'm
just
going
very
based off
curious.
theory and based off of
Okay.
player strength. I think that. So typically you go mage lock. Like whenever these cleaves are good, you play mage lock. Sadly for warlocks right now, they get absolutely sent
Yep.
by these cleaves. Like we haven't really seen. I think warlocks is probably like the caster that we've seen the least. We've even seen some shadow priest on Left 4 Dead.
I mean, they're all retiring.
But,
this, so.
Yeah, that's true. So I think that yeah, based off of what they have on their roster as well, they have 2 phenomenal mages. So I think that's like I was on that team and I was expecting a cleave. That's what I'm locking in.
Interesting.
But first, they need to beat the Feral Ellie.
I was gonna just elaborate a little bit on that. Anyways, with we seeing DKs lose, Warlock is still the only thing we haven't seen in top 8 in either region.
Oh, no, that's true. There's been a distinct lack of warlocks here. All right, well, it looks like we are getting ready for this series. It's upper bracket. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads. Welcome to the Jung, trying to further secure their spot in that #1 placement. Tiger Toads trying to improve on their performance that they were disappointed in from last week. Can they do it? Can they outpick them in the blind pick? But it looks like maybe not. We'll see what they can do. Here it's Welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads. Zico.
All right, so they got the sub RMP going in to the Feral Ellie. I don't know how convincing of a matchup this is, but maybe they can win this on the side of Tiger Toads. Welcome to the Jung has been really consistent with their Feral Ellie, but at the same time, the one-shot potential that they carry on the side of the Toads is definitely impressive. Both Calvish and Cubsy kind of have that potential to delete somebody. Most likely going to be Prev. Cubsy already channeling out the Evocate, going for the Arcane Surge early. Drake is going to interrupt it. Cubsy is not playing Blinkstun, I think. I think he's actually playing Shimmer, which is very unconventional here for Cubsy, as he did not blink out of that first stun. Yeah, he is playing actually the Shimmer here, so interestingly enough, Cubsy's going to have that going for him. Unfortunately for Cubsy, his Power Infusion just got purged, so he's not going to be able to do too much work there. Looking for the Ring of Frost out of that Kidney Shot, looking for the Polymorph out of the Kidney Shot, and he's not going to be able to find it. Unfortunately, Prev denies it there with the Grinding Totem and the Wind Shear to get the full follow-up blind, but Young Bahai just sits through all the CC. They do such a good job on the side of Prev and Drake to shut down this opener, and now they're kind of left scrambling here on the side of Tiger Toads.
Yeah, we'll see. This is very uncharacteristic of Cubsy. He's playing Shimmer. He's looking for more crowd control. Normally, we see him play Blink and just play very passive, very defensive, run away, just try to do damage, but it won't work in this matchup. So I don't mind the fact that he's taking a little bit of a risk here, but it does make him vulnerable. Look at the pressure here for Welcome to the Jung. All 3 members of Tiger Toads are just getting absolutely destroyed. Nice setup here on Prev, though. Not many cooldowns left to rotate through. Let's see what they do. Prev has the burrow, but looks like he's not going to use it. It's going to be Zhang that makes the trade, and now Welcome to the Jung could get aggressive once again.
Yeah, Cubsy, what are you going to do here? He actually uses his Evocate there just to fake cast a little bit. Has decent damage here onto Prev. Got the Touch of the Magi rotating up in 20 seconds. He's got Arcane Surge coming up in 10 seconds. And Calvish, he's got a hefty punch here as well with that next Kidney Shot. So Prev could be in a little bit of danger. He's going to need to preemptively do something here to dodge the setup. But Cubsy, again, getting stunned. I feel like not playing the Blink Stun into a Feral Druid is really rough. But they're doing a good job so far on the side of the Toads. They have an opening here, but Prev is going to have his Astral Shift available here. And if he pre-walls the setup, it's going to be really hard to get anything going. There's the Kidney Shot.
Nice
Is he going to wall? He doesn't wall, and pre-hexes the go, though. And instead, it's going to be Cubsy getting feared on the setup. Looking for the Sheep here. He fake casts the death of Jung Bahai. Fade comes out as well. And now he finally does connect to the Polymorph, but they don't have a stun on to Prev. Do they have any damage? Can they just take him down outside of a stun? Doesn't look like it. And the chain is dropped. And unfortunately, this go is not going to achieve too much in the terms of cooldowns on the side of Welcome to the Jung.
Cubsy's still pushing forward, though, playing very aggressively. This is so uncharacteristic. Like I said, just playing in the face of Prev. But I think they need that. Stormkeeper going to be loaded up here by Prev. He's got a lot of damage. Who is he going to send it on? The Overpower Barrier fades. And it looks like Cubsy could be in a little bit of danger here. A lot of pressure going to be coming out, but Kearney preemptively angel forming, is channeling out the Divine Hymn, trying to stay ahead of the damage, and so far it looks like he's going to be able to do it. Now it's going to be Prev, who is vulnerable. However, is Zhang Bahai, he's rotated back up, he's got his Trinket available, he's got the Will of Forsaken. There's a lot of defensive options here for Welcome to the Jung.
Ooh, Dragon's Breath Sheep attempt here from Cubsy. Fake cast the interrupt. Look, oh my god, that was a huge swing of damage onto Cubsy.
Careful.
He's trying to be greedy. Nice invisibility coming out there. Smoke bomb attempt onto Prev. Big one-shot potential. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to take him down. Zhang Bahai ducks into the smoke, and he manages to keep Prev alive. But the Touch of the Magi is doing a lot of work here, and Prev dropping down to about half HP with no Astral Shift available. But look at Cubsy once again getting absolutely blasted here. Can he clone the Ray of Hope? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to, but still Cubsy is taking so much damage. Ray into Guardian. Kearney is doing a lot of work here for his team. Full blind on Zhang Bahai. That's going to be an instant burrow coming out, looking for the sap to get the kidney shot, and Cubsy needs to find his polymorph. He manages to get it. No, grounding totem comes out from Prev and denies it. Arcane Surge being fake casted. He's going to be able to get that off. Zhang Bahai still in crowd control. Cubsy with a lot of damage ready here for the team, but they see it coming, and they're just avoiding it on the side of Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, good pressure here. I like how Tiger Toads is playing this. However, they're behind on mana. There's been a few close calls here on Cubsy as well. He goes for the Blast Wave, playing aggressively, looking for an Ice Wall. Looks like it's just to save Kearney. He's immediately going to cancel that, but Kearney could just outright die. There's nothing left for Kearney. He goes for the Void Shift, but now Cubsy's low on health. Prev putting out so much pressure with Drake here in this match. Their damage is just sky high. It's what makes this team such a threat. They just won't die. They do the most damage, and they won't die, which is a very effective strategy, and why Welcome to the Jung is such a solid team.
Yeah, and look at Jung's positioning right now. He's doing such a good job avoiding these blink Dragon's Breaths from Cubsy, not able to find the angle, and it's stalling out the go. And the longer the game goes on, the further Tiger Toads are going to be falling behind. They really need to rely on a big one-shot here. Prev is taking a decent amount of damage. Zhang Bahai, once again, fearing Calvish, avoiding that kidney shot for a moment, and then there's the Lightning Lasso. Drake looking for the Cyclone. Anytime that kidney shot is committed onto Zhang Bahai, immediately they start rotating defense, grounding totems, stuns onto Cubsy, just shutting him down as much as humanly possible. And it seems like this game is not going in favor of Tiger Toads at all. They're gonna need a miracle if they want to close this one out. Drake has no trinket, so maybe a swap to Drake could be enough, but right now this could be Cubsy's Ice Block, and there it is. He's gonna pull the trigger on that. Zhang Bahai looking for the Master Spell. Calvish has the interrupts ready, and he's gonna just go ahead and try to fake cast that nice pre-hex on the go from Prev. They did go for a Drake swap here, but look at Drake, man. He reads it. Just the first random swap to him, he instantly is on point and goes bear form.
Yeah, really good. Full stun here onto Cubs. He's got no Ice Block. Right now, Tiger Toads is in trouble. Ascendance, 35 seconds. That Ascendance is going to be, that's going to be the KO. I think Prev needs dampening so high. It's such an overwhelming amount of damage. A full maim goes out onto Kearney. Cubsy could outright die. Does shimmer away that overpowered barrier, coming in clutch there to actually keep Cubsy alive, putting him in invisibility. Looking for a full Ring of Frost. He finds it. Good setup here by Tiger Toads. They need to stall a little bit longer. Can they actually push for a win? Welcome to the Jungle. They have to hold on. Zhang Bahai has everything basically defensive to stay alive unless they completely throw. I feel like Welcome to the Jungle, they're in such a good position. Ascendance in 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Ready here for Prev. He's got a ton of damage. Cubsy could easily just get one shot. Can they take him down? He's on the run, trying to get out of line of sight. Calvish drops a defensive smoke bomb to stay alive. Nicely done here. Great setup onto Drake. Kearney's getting low. Somehow Tiger Toads, they weather the storm. Drake might go down. Beautiful Ice Wall. He needs to get the Void Shift, but it looks like Zhang Bahai won't even use it. The full kidney lands. They're being greedy, but I think Drake's going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, Cubsy fake casting the kick, going for the shifting power here as well. You're going to have a counterspell ready here if Zhang Bahai decides to cast. It could be lights out for Drake, but so far they do a great job in terms of mana. Ernie has nothing left. He's in angel form, spamming out the last bit of healing. 35% dampening right now. What are you going to do on the side of Tiger Toads? They have maybe 1, maybe 2 pushes left in them before they're going to be completely tapped here, and the damage is becoming overwhelming from the side of Welcome to the Jungle. They're looking for the kill. Cubsy with no ice block. Calvish still has defensives. Drake's though forced into bear form once again, but here comes the incarnation from Drake. He's getting very aggressive, manages to get the trinket out of Calvish, manages to get the evasion, and then just just ducks back to the pillar for a second, letting Prev do most of the work. Another Hex there onto Cubsy, and look at Jung behind, looking for a defensive fear potentially. No, it's going to be Kearney actually just repositioning across the map, looking for potential heals there onto his mage, but they're swapping to Kearney. Big damage setup. Cubsy looking for the defensive Ring of Frost onto Prev. He gets stopped once again by Jung Bahai, and now Kearney with nothing left. Calvish is going to drop. Cubsy is going to drop. Kearney is going to drop. They're all swarming around them. Prev's damage is absolutely insane, and so far Drake's game of defense has been absolutely flawless. They're just dying to AoE behind that pillar. Just the earthquake taking them down here as Prev looks to close it out.
I mean, this is looking completely hopeless at this point. Zhang Bahai, he's got every single defensive cooldown available. We'll see what Kearney's going to be able to do. He goes for Symbols of Hope. He's not going to be able to drink. Drake and Prev are moving in. A full kidney shot lands onto Prev, but this is basically the last setup of the game for Tiger Toads. If they don't win right now, it's going to be... I don't know how they're going to win. Shadow Blades and Surge are coming up. They have to kill Drake or Prev through literally everything. But a beautiful grip from Zhang Bahai.
Nice.
Denies the Ice Wall. Great plays. The unbreakable defense from Welcome to the Jung. They are now completely overwhelming Tiger Toads. Tiger Toads in a desperate situation. They go for a blind on Drake. He's just going to sit that full for the time being, and Cubsy goes down. It was just a matter of time. Welcome to the Jung. They are the unbreakable wall. Like, they are just so good at defense. It's insane to see.
The unbreakable wall, the immovable object. Welcome to the Jung. Playing so well in this game number one, but Tiger Toads did do some adaptations. I feel like Cubsy playing that Shimmer kind of allowed them a little bit more, offensive plays in the matchup. But I don't know how much I like that. I feel like it doesn't really suit his playstyle. His damage was, a bit lower than what we usually see. And like, for example, right here towards the end, usually he will just play around that pillar with the Icy Flows, which allows him to cast while run. And that's going to just let him get that surge off without taking damage. I feel like the way he's positioning is so good as well for playing around Icy Flows. But that was a great grip there by Jung Bahai, landing that grip before the ice wall. And even here, like, they're setting up onto Drake. You want to pre-blind him before the go, but Drake just sees it coming every single time. He always pre-bears. He's always, aware of when he is in danger. And he's such a patient player. Doesn't get too greedy. Unlike me, for example, I get really greedy in a lot of those situations where the whole team is just dying behind the pillar. I just want to go in and finish the game. But Drake, he is very methodical. He just waits. He knows I don't have to do anything here. Prev is going to kill all of them. I can go in, bait the stun in bear form, then I can play the game. And that just makes him such a tough player to kill.
You know what I want to see? I think Tiger Toads, they're not playing the matchup that they should. I actually think Tiger Toads, I wish Calvish, instead of focusing on like Frost Mage and just RMP, I wish Calvish was just practicing his Fury Warrior. Because I actually think Mage Warrior is very underrated right now, and I think it's actually good into these compositions, like into the Ellie Feral. I think it's something that you can play and do quite well. Like, you have the insane burst of the Arcane Mage, but you have that consistent threat, consistent damage of the Fury Warrior who's just playing in your face. It makes it a lot harder for Drake and Prev to react and just avoid, the shadow dance of Calvish, because they're so good at deflecting the setups. I think Tiger Toads needs to make this matchup less predictable if they want to win it.
Yeah, it feels like they've had a week to find an answer for this Feral Ellie. They should have been expecting it to come out, and if that RMP is their best bet, they obviously could still win. Like, at any point, they could definitely take somebody down with just a huge amount of burst. But it feels like doing that consecutively 3 different matches against Welcome to the Jung is really, really, really hard. Especially with how defensive they're playing, how good they're playing. Anytime the kidney shot gets committed to Jung Bahai, it's just always Prev is ready with the lightning lasso. He's ready to shut down the mage with a hex. He's ready to drop a grounding totem. Drake is always ready with the bear form. There's just no openings, and in the rare occasion where they actually do land a CC chain, they just always trade out the trinket from Jung Bahai first, and then usually that thing just rotates back up. With changes, that trinket is only 1.5 minutes, whereas on DPS it's 2 minutes, so you don't really get that same kind of opening as you used to when you force out the healer trinket. So healers just trading that out early allows them to get it back, and I think the big punish has to be on the blind because there was a moment or two where they had to trinket a sheep out of Cubsy. Blind would rotate back up before the trinket, but they just didn't find that big CC chain that we typically see coming out. So Tiger Toads, if they want to play this comp, it's probably one of the hardest comps to play in the game, and they need to be absolutely perfect with it. Their defense was good, but their offense needs to be even better. And I think they need to stick to a play style. Either they just play behind, like play back, and Calvish just stuns Drake and Prev anytime they're in the opener, and he doesn't even try to stun their healer. And they just try to, you know, continue to swap like that, get deep into dampening, and then find a one-shot. Or they just play on top of JUNG Bahai and have to be really clean with landing every single setup.
Yeah, it's tough. Problem is they're on a timer, right? Like, and I think Tiger Toads is realizing that, and I think that's why Cubsy has kind of adapted his playstyle. I never thought I'd see the day where Cubsy plays Shimmer, you know, but he's doing it, and he wants to get aggressive. The thing is, it's like, I don't think it's the strength of Arcane Mage, personally. I think the strength of Arcane Mage is the amount of unpredictable damage and the survivability that you have. It's not your ability to kind of push in like a Frost Mage. Because Frost Mage has a lot more insurance than Arcane does, right? Like, you could theoretically be going for Snowdrifts. You have multiple schools of magic that are a lot more effective. You can bait out interrupts with things like Frostfire Bolts, so you can more effectively land polymorphs. And the Arcane Mage doesn't have that same kind of toolkit. So we'll see what Cubsy's going to be able to do, but I do think one thing's for sure. Tiger Toads, they realize that they're on a clock. They need to play aggressive. They need to have a very offensive presence in the match, and that's their only way to really win this matchup.
Yep. See if they can do it. Let's see what Cubsy does here, if he decides to go back to the Icy Flows, or if he's going to keep playing with the Shimmer. He's looking for the Arcane Surge, not able to find it, just getting line of sighted immediately. He already popped the Evocate there. Again, trying to find it onto Prev, but Prev not going to allow it. Yeah, he is playing Icy Flows. Okay, so I do like that from Cubsy. I think it just suits his playstyle a lot better. I like that they were experimenting with it, but like, I love playing with Shimmer. It's like, I really hate not using it, but against Feral Druids, even I play with Icy Flows. You just have to. You just get stun locked the entire game. And Cubsy actually loves the Icy Flows, so for his playstyle, it suits him very well. And we're gonna see here, Cubsy looking for the Arcane Surge. He blinks out of the first stun of the game. Drake looking for the Cyclone, not able to find it. Prev in a kidney shot. JUNG Bahai in a cheap shot. Dragon's Breath onto Drake. Cubsy sniping the ring. Oh no! The Ring of Frost so close to landing. Can they blast wave him? Oh, Cubsy with a hole-in-one right there in the opener. That's going to force some cooldowns from Prev. He might just go down in the opener. That is going to be the Stone Bulwark Totem. The Dust of the Magi is doing work. It's going to explode actually in the burrow, but still great offense here from the Tiger Toads. Cubsy able to do a lot of work there. That blast wave was absolutely beautiful.
Very important. I think it also threw Welcome to the Jungle off guard. And they underreacted at the same time, though. Kearney and Cubsy taking a little bit of damage. However, I just wanted to mention, Prev really doesn't have any defensives. He has his trinket and nothing else. So JUNG Bahai is going to have to save the day in this next setup. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Nicely done there. Great positioning by JUNG Bahai. Looks like Stormkeeper will come in. They get the cheap shot. Cubsy, does he have the Ring of Frost? Is there a Polymorph to follow it up? He goes for the Ring of Frost, but gets interrupted. The Polymorph lands, but I think it breaks. Unfortunately, it just breaks to AoE. That is so unfortunate. That will deny the setup, and Welcome to the JUNG. They get to hold on to a lot of defensives because of that.
Yeah, that was a key setup there as well, because Prev should have his Astral Shift rotating back up before that next setup, so he's not going to be in as much trouble. But there's a kidney shot onto JUNG Bahai, and they find something. They're actually going after Drake, looking for the Polymorph, but Drake coming out of the stuns. They actually do get the Polymorph. Drake is taking a lot of damage, but look at Prev spamming healing surges onto Drake. Everybody just doing their part when it comes to the defense on the Welcome to the JUNG side, and they don't get the trinket out of JUNG Bahai, but they did get the trinket and Survival Instincts out of Drake, so still a great push. Double Ring of Frost attempt here. Once again, Cubsy looking for the play, but not able to find it. He gets shut down by the stun there from Prev. And actually fake casting the interrupt. They get a fear onto Prev. They get a full sheep. This is looking kind of clean. They're going after Prev. They have the damage. Nice kick from Drake. Dragon's Breath maybe for Cubsy. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to land it, but still great pressure. It's going to net them another cooldown there with the Astral Shift.
Yeah, nicely done. Cubsy right now going for the Arcane Missiles, putting out lots of damage here onto Prev. In the back line, you can see his damage is a little bit higher in this match. Like you mentioned, a bit more comfort playing more passive, looking for more damage. Cubsy gets interrupted on that ice wall. We look at mana. Once again, Zhang Bahai has quite a big lead. Full kidney shot lands, but it's a pre-bear form with Guardian Spirit, so I don't think he's going to go down. They try to make a little bit of a setup here onto Prev. Do they have enough damage to really follow it up? Zhang Bahai gets caught into the chastise. No polymorph from Cubsy, unfortunately. Does find the Ring of Frost. It's on diminishing return, and I think Prev should be able to survive. And now welcome to the Jung. They need to start finding some pressure. I think so far Tiger Toads has been doing a much better job avoiding damage in this game. It's a big adaptation from game number 1, just being a little bit more slippery, playing more passively.
Oh, big swap here onto Drake with the smoke bomb. Ice wall as well drops here. Big potential, but Drake is going to be able to survive. He kept that renewal in his back pocket and able to pop it alongside with the bark skin and survive that smoke bomb attempt. It was a sketchy situation. Prev as well. He's taking a lot of damage. Just swapping between the Feral and the LA seems to be working out really well here for Tiger Toads. Like you mentioned, they're doing a great job just avoiding damage by forcing Drake to be defensive and forcing Prev to be defensive. And you can see, like we mentioned, Cubsy a lot more competitive on the damage leaderboard compared to that last game. This is just how he likes to play, and this is what he excels at. It's what makes him such a great player. And we'll see if they can land something out of this. Nice triple fear coming out. Drake's already in bear form. They're going after Prev. Kidney shot is going to connect. They get the Ring of Frost. No, they don't. Cheap shot, though. Cubs is looking for it again. Can he find the blast wave? No. It gets grounded there, I think, by Prev. Beautifully done. You can actually ground that. So Prev reading that play and denying it. That could have been Zhang Bahai's trinket.
Yeah. Kearney right now and Cubsy both incredibly low, and we saw this game get really unstable as soon as Kearney was out of mana, but he's been maintaining his mana a lot more. At the same time, Cubsy, I mean, is just so back and forth in terms of damage. Calvish is getting low. He's got the Shadow Blades up right now. What are they going to be able to accomplish with it? He's loading up the damage. Do they have a setup here? Zhang Bahai once again just playing out of line of sight of Cubsy. Calvish is going to have to get the setup going, but they're really just not getting anything done with that Shadow Blades. The full kidney shot will land. Beautiful Thunderstorm. Ice Wall. They're going after Drake. A potentially beautiful setup here, but it doesn't seem like they have the damage just yet. Cubsy gets interrupted. He just can't get off the burst. Looking for an Arcane Surge now, but I guess they get the fear on Zhang, but it's just going to break. Unfortunately, Cubsy just cannot find the burst damage when he needs it.
Yeah, Cubsy not caught up in a hex. He still has a lot of damage loaded up, though. He did get that surge off, so his damage is going to be amplified for quite some time here. You can see it onto Drake. Very, very unstable situation. The Guardian triggers onto Cubsy. It looks like Kearney is going to be able to pick him back up. There's the stun onto Kearney, but Drake also getting clothesline. Zhang Bahai looking for maybe a fear. Cubsy forced into the ice block there, trying to protect that Guardian. And look at the damage from Prev. Huge, massive swings of damage coming out there, cleaving the entire team. Calvish had to use his cloak and his evasion. Has no trinket. Could be a juicy target. Cubsy with no ice block. We're hitting critical mass here, where Prev's damage is just becoming too much for them to handle on the side of the Toads.
Yeah. Oh, good pressure here on Drake. He gets grip back. Zhang Bahai, just such a good goalie for his team, keeping them alive, denying the setups. A beautiful counterspell there by Cubsy. Maybe allows some pressure, but Calvish is stunned up. He's got no defensive cooldowns. Kearney, he's got the Void Shift, so he can swap his health with Calvish. That's a long cooldown, but you might have to consider using it. Cubsy's not going to have another ice block in this game. I can't imagine we go another 3 minutes with how high the damage is for Prev and Drake. See, Calvish and Cubsy getting low. It could be a double kill. What is Kearney going to do? He has to choose one to save, and he's going to save Cubsy. Now it's going to be Calvish that's vulnerable. Big setup here onto Drake. Kidney shot into cheap shot, but not enough damage to follow it up. And now I fear Tiger Toads is just going to be on the back foot for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they still have Trinket, Void Swap. They still have Drake's cooldowns. They still have Prev's cooldowns. Where are the openings here for Tiger Toads? I don't know. They're going to need to make something happen. They do get the Astral Shift from Prev. They might be able to just overpower him, but at the same time, they're risking it big time. Ascendance pops here for Prev. Huge damage potential. They need to respect the shifting power coming out for Cubsy there around the corner. He gets gripped back, trying to run away from Drake. Drake's getting very aggressive in this position. He has his Trinket. Look at Calvish just almost dying there around the pillar. Goes for the kidney shot onto Drake. Kidney shot gets gripped by Zhang Bahai, and then they get Ursul's Vortex and a root onto Calvish, keeping him in place. DR stuns coming out onto Drake. There's the gouge as well, but now Drake is on DR. Drake can be aggressive. Calvish has nothing. Calvish could just die. Cubsy could just die as well. Two Prev. Stormkeeper's loaded up. Who is going to take the damage here? Cubsy blinks the stun, actually, trying to stay alive. Kearney actually has the Ray of Hope himself. Calvish going for the Vanish play and trying to do something, but look at Cubsy once again dropping so low, but the Guardian will deny the kill for now, but it's going to probably proc here, I think. That was the mass barrier, I believe, for Cubsy. Gets wind shear on the Evocate. Ice Wall wall. Miracle play, but Jung Bahai climbs the wall. Kearney gets swapped to defensive smoke bomb. Gouge onto Drake. Beautiful save here from Calvish, but they don't have anything.
Miracle setup.
Just offense. They need to take Prev down. Can they do it? Cubsy, it's a race to the finish. Who is going to fall first?
He pre-burrows the Shadow Blaze. He just makes the trade. Prev doing such a good job, and I don't know if Kearney can sustain this for much longer. Right now, Tiger Toads is in absolute shambles, and Cubsy will fall. Welcome to the Jung. They just make... They're just a machine. They're just a defensive cooldown rotating machine. They just cannot be broken. There's a one miracle setup. Calvish trades out the blades. Prev's like, no. He just blocks that. Trades out his trinket, 100% health, burrows. He's like, you are not getting any value. It's all about value in this matchup, and welcome to the Jung. They're just denying Tiger Toads every step of the way.
Yeah, welcome to the Jung. Welcome to Value Town here. These guys are just on point every single time, especially when you're deep into dampening like this. If you have to just trade your cooldowns early before you take the damage, if you end up trading and taking too much damage, you kind of have to swap the way you do it. Because your healer's not going to be able to recover. Even if he has mana, his heals are going to be so heavily reduced. But at this point, again, Kearney doing a phenomenal job, honestly, in terms of defense. Calvish as well with that smoke bomb save earlier. I mean, they're making good plays, and they're playing the RMP very well on the side of the Tiger Toads. But I just feel like this is not a good matchup. Like, I mean, as somebody who also plays a lot of Arcane Mage, Van, like, how do you feel playing when you play Arcane Mage into Feral Ellie? I feel like that's like one of the worst combinations of DPS that you could face.
Well, I don't think so. I think you're right. Well, it is a very difficult combination, but what I said earlier, where you need a melee that's a little bit less predictable. I really think you want more of like a bruiser than a subtlety rogue. Not even outlaw rogue works well. I swear. I played Arcane Fury, and it feels really good. You have the Fury Warrior in there. He's creating, chaos. He's creating panic. You can drop the spear as well if they're clumping up behind the pillar trying to avoid. And you can basically just hit whatever you want. That's the playstyle Cubsy excels at. Just maximizing his damage, doing DPS, just soloing anyone in the match. And the only way you really accomplish that is if you have another DPS on your team who's just wrecking them. And I think you need that Fury Warrior. I would love to see it. I feel like, I don't know if they have it prepared, but in the future, I think it's something that they could really utilize to their advantage if they're going to have a really strong Arcane Mage like Cubsy. I just feel like they're way too predictable. Like, Welcome to the Jung is reading them like a book. Yeah, like, it just seems like they're one step ahead in this match, and Tiger Toads can't get any kind of clean setups.
Yeah, I feel like something's got to change here on the Toads. I was kind of banking on them changing something up here during the week that they've had to prepare. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe even Windwalker Arcane, I feel like wouldn't be bad. I think in general, having a Warrior or having a Windwalker, it's just such a good melee to have to kind of slay LA Shamans. Like, if they get enough uptime, they are just going to take over the game on their own. And if you leave the Arcane Mage free for too much, then he's going to also take over the game. So I feel like those are solid lines of play. The sub RMP, it relies on the one-shots, and Welcome to the Jung, they just see them coming every time. Every time the ice wall drops, it's getting gripped, it's getting pre-bear formed, they're pre-bear forming the smoke bombs, they're always saving their trinkets for the perfect time, they never under-respond on the side of Welcome to the Jung. When Welcome to the Jung can play a high damage comp with solid defense, they are just such a great team. And they are going to... Okay, so they're putting Calvish on the bench, and they're going to tag in Rogue number 2 here, Dazed on the Outlaw Rogue. How do you feel about this? You said you kind of didn't like Outlaw Rogue as the bruiser.
I don't like it. I just don't think the damage is spiky enough. I don't think it's unpredictable enough. Like, I want someone like Clapper on my roster who's just going to be one-shotting them, you know what I mean? It's true, though. You want that kind of one-shot damage and threat. That way you have 2 one-shotters on your team. This is still, like, it's a little bit too setup-y for me, you know? Like, what is your goal as the Outlaw Rogue? Are you going to outlast them? I don't know. Are you going to do setups and win the game? I'm not sure about that. Are you going to have more pressure and outlast them? I don't think that is really it either. I think you need to overwhelm Welcome to the Jung, and I just don't think Outlaw Rogue is the spec to do it, but maybe they prove me wrong.
Possible. I feel like I feel kind of the same way, but Outlaw Rogue maybe. Like, I honestly think it's gonna come down to, like, right now they're trying to play too good. on the side of Tiger Toads. They're playing like kind of old school RMP where they're landing kidney shot. Every kidney shot is going on the healer. They're trying to land the Rings of Frost out of them. They're trying to land the polymorphs out of them. I kind of want to just see more surprise attacks. Just go after the DPS, even without a stun lock, even without a stun lock on the healer. Like just throw maybe a chastise over there, or you know, just a smoke bomb go or something like that, and just stun the DPS and get your damage off. Basically, stun the DPS with the goal of Cubsy getting off his damage without having to consistently fake cast, because that's the annoying thing with Arc Image, right? You have a couple of charges of missile procs. You want to dump those without having to interrupt them, but a lot of the time you have to do like a half missile and then fake cast. And if they don't kick, then you kind of wasted that missile and you have to do it again. But if they do kick, then you get your precognition off. You're smiling over your prediction. I actually swapped from a 3-0 welcome to the Jung prediction, by the way.
Wow, big mistake by you, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I had too much faith in the Toads.
Yeah.
But maybe not. Maybe it's not over yet. Outlaw Rogue Dazed could do it.
I actually think there's something else Tiger Toads could do too, but we'll table that for after this game, depending on what happens. I think they have an option they're underlooking right now, but let's see what Daze can do on the Outlaw Rogue and how much different it's going to be than the Subtlety Rogue. I feel like Outlaw Rogue has lost a little bit of that extra spice that, you know, they had. They got nerfed just a little bit, and we've seen them fall off. Still a really great specialization when played by these top players, but it does seem like it's not as effective as it once was. Decent setup here onto Drake. He gets the stun lock out, putting out some pressure. Let's see if they're going to be able to survive. It seems like Drake just shrugs that off easily. Zhang behind the back line. Really, with no crowd control on him, I just don't see Drake going down.
Yeah, ice wall attempt. Cubsy gets shut down. Big swap on the Kearney. Already taking a massive amount of damage there. Kearney did get the mass barrier, though, from Cubsy, saving the day with that Guardian Angel and the mass barrier. Gouge stun onto Drake, but behind. Ooh, nice ice wall here. Isolating Drake for a moment. 3 cheap shots coming in. Drake actually just trading out his bark skin in that exchange, and they're not really focusing on CCing Jung Bahai here. They're just trying to get their damage off a little bit more, and Cubsy for a second there was at the top of the leaderboard, so I like to see that more. Just focus on kiting them back and just killing whatever is overextended, and I think if they can do that in dampening, especially if they can get a big push like that, then they can focus on getting that CC as well. So we'll see if they are able to do so. Right now, Kearney actually with a mana lead for basically the first time in the series. But he's getting swapped too. Big damage potential here, Drake. What are you going to do? Nice defensive Ring of Frost, nice defensive Gouge. Prev could be the target here. Jung Bahai deflects it though with the Guardian Angel again.
Yeah, nice setup here. Cubsy looking for a polymorph. Can he find it? Jung Bahai gets behind the pillar, so not going to be able to find it, but does have that Arcane Surge available. Is he going to cast it out? Great pressure here. The damage from Tiger Toads looks a lot higher in this game. Good cleave setup onto Drake, as well as Prev being a little bit more unpredictable in the match, which is exactly what you want to see. Cubsy looking for a potential Arcane Surge. He gets maimed on it and is forced to blink in. Great play there by Drake, but he gets chastised. Nice setup here on Drake. Can they take him down? The Surge lands. I don't think it's going to be enough. It's the diminishing return cheap shot. They didn't have the damage available, and Drake shrugs it off easily with just the bark skin.
Yeah, and I really like that Welcome to the Jung are going after Kearney as well in the matchup. Let's see if they can actually take him down, though. Beautiful Typhoon there into Prev's line of sight, but a counter setup being launched here by Dazed, stunning up Prev. Ice wall coming out as well. Drake realizing he's on the wrong side of that wall, looking like a polar bear over there, but he is going to be able to survive with that massive spell on the wall. Dazed taking some damage, but he gets a big heal. And now it's going to be offense back again onto Cubsy. You get a nice chastise stun there onto Drake. Jung Bahai realizes if a stun is being used, that means a setup is coming. Kearney sees Drake leap over, also activating that angel form. So both priests avoiding the setup here with the angel form. Cubsy, though, doing a decent amount of cleave damage in this position, but I do fear for the life of the Tiger Toads. I think that they're not really getting too much work done still, but dampening is starting to ramp up, which could present an opportunity for them.
Oh, definitely. Cubsy down to about half health right now. He gets topped off. Kearney just playing this way more passively. And I think the strategy here for Tiger Toads is try to just make it into damp and then overwhelm with damage. I think that's exactly what they want to do. It's not all about pushing in and getting crowd control. They just have to one-shot and dampening. And it's not going to be an easy thing because they're still getting gapped in terms of overall damage, and Kearney's burned through his mana much quicker. Zhang Bahai is one of the most efficient healers that plays in North America. It's a consistent thing. He's always outmanning his opponents, so Kearney definitely has a tall order here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can pull it off. Daze is taking a lot of damage here. Lava coming out from Prev, but he is going to be able to survive with that Cloak of Shadows. Cubs is still down to about half HP. Gets a huge Serenity right there, and now back to Dazed. But it looks like Kearney is going to be able to deal with the pressure coming in from Welcome to the Jung. Mana slightly, actually just about even. Dazed, though, is still rotting down. Meanwhile, Drake's in a Ring of Frost. Big setup here. They actually stun Prev and then go after Drake instead, so bit of just lockdown happening here on the side of the RMP. Just exactly like we mentioned, trying to play for the late game advantage, trying to just make it to late game with as many cooldowns in their pocket as possible. Survive the Incarnation, survive the Ascendance, and then look for a big hit where they can maybe overwhelm Welcome to the Jung. We'll see if that is going to work out for them, though. So far, they are doing a good job just limiting the damage of everyone and actually allowing Cubsy to get as much damage off as possible. But I don't know how much I believe in this strategy. I think it is the best strategy that they can do based on how the other games have gone, but still, it's going to be really hard to do against a team like Welcome to the Jung. It's going to be Zhang Bahai once again going into Angel form. Cubs is taking a lot of damage here, dropping to a half HP. I think that's a Ray of Hope being casted there by Kearney. Meanwhile, Prev is taking a lot of damage here as well, but he looks like he's going to be completely fine in that kidney shot. Zhang Bahai not in any crowd control. Double Fear coming out. Will have Forsaken, though, being traded by Zhang Bahai, and before he got feared into that Ring of Frost, so he kind of holds on to his trinket. Swap onto Kearney as well, dropping to about half. Drake just maximizing his damage, realizing that the late game advantage here is gonna go in their favor if they can just keep dotting everyone on the map.
Oh, let's see what they can do. Good pressure here on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and this damage starts becoming absolutely unavoidable for both of these healers. Cubsy's still just using this pillar to his advantage, throwing in missiles. Can he take down Drake? Drake preemptively bear forms to touch of the Magi. He just does never mess around. He gets kicked, though, or chastised. Nicely done there by Kearney, trying to punish Drake, but I think he should be able to survive. Zhang Bahai does have the Guardian Spirit if he needs to trade it out, but opting not to at this point. Drake being very patient. He's going to have Bark Skin, Survival Instincts, everything. They actually go for a defensive blind. Tiger Toes, that is not a good situation to be in. Maybe trying to bait out the trinket of Drake, but ultimately that is not good for tempo. They're not going to have that crowd control for Zhang in the future, and yeah, they didn't really get too much done with that blind.
I think they were just trying to stall out Drake's Incarnation there, so it wasn't too bad in terms of just defense, but yeah, they're going to definitely need that if they actually want to be able to close it out. As long as Zhang Bahai has cooldowns and mana, I think that they are in a solid spot. But he is slowly going here. Kearney as well, though, has a lot of healing to do. Big smoke bomb onto Prev. Stormkeeper being loaded up. He fake has to interrupt. He gets it off. Prev has a lot of damage loaded up right now, and he is going to unleash it onto Cubsy on that Arcane Mage, but overpowered barrier triggers. He gets the blink there as well. Big swap onto Drake. Big potential here. Tiger Toes are actually looking better than they ever have in this entire matchup. Can they make something happen, though? Can they actually close it out is the question. Cubsy is taking a tremendous amount of damage. Surely he's going to have to ice block here the Guardian, and there's the spam heals coming out here. Kearney with the Divine Hymn as well. Manages to keep his team nice and healthy, and soon these stun setups, the next stun onto Drake, he has no Bark Skin. That could be his Trinket Survival Instincts if they can pull the trigger, but look how annoying Drake is. He's just running in and out, constantly ducking into bear form, constantly shape-shifting back and forth between offense and defense, but they catch him. This could be it. Drake, what are you going to do here? Survival Instincts is definitely available. He doesn't want to use it. He's being so greedy, but again, the greed is going to pay off, but still, Tiger Toads showing a lot of signs of life, having good pressure here. Killing spree coming out for Daze. Big damage pressure, but at the same time, Daze is just rotting down. Kearney trying to stay alive, trying to keep everyone topped. Cubsy surely has to use Ice Block here. Degrader Invis once again with that overpowered barrier, saving the day. They survived with the Ray of Hope, but they have basically no buttons left here. Surely Cubsy has to Ice Block here on 1%, and they are spiraling out of control on the side of the Toads.
Yeah, welcome to the Jung. Just absolutely overwhelming Tiger Toads. Looking to 3-0 them. Daze gets dropped, and they are just looking unbeatable once again. This is the third time in the upper bracket they've beaten the Tiger Toads, and they're going to be going to that upper finals looking really deadly here.
Yeah, welcome to the Jung. They lock in the same thing as they played last week, and they are somehow looking even better on it. today. Like, just no openings in any of these 3 games. Usually you make some kind of mistake, you make some kind of defensive slip up, but they just play so patient. They just know their win conditions. They know exactly what the enemy team needs to do to win the game. And I did like this strategy adaptation from Tiger Toads. I feel like they tried to play kind of the offensive, like flashy setup-based RMP. Didn't work out. Then they tried to play a bit more like a defensive, like dampy version of RMP. They played it really well, both cases, but it just wasn't. It just didn't work out. They just don't have the damage here to go toe-to-toe with Drake and Prev. The Outlaw Rogue, obviously, a huge liability in terms of damage. Gives them a lot of control. Helps Cubsy, look good on the damage side, but definitely doesn't contribute nearly enough compared to the Feral Druid. And the person who has to deal with all of that is going to be Kearney, of course. So Kearney doing really, really well, honestly, on the Holy Priest. Very impressive to keep his team alive for as long as he did. But in the end here, he's got no more buttons to press and is going to be dazed going down as a result.
What's their next move then for Tiger Toads? I mean, they've got one more series against Gustbusters. Do they, long term, I guess, have to find more reliable comps that are going to work for them?
I said it once, I'll say it again. It's like they put all of their eggs into the RMP basket. That's it, so
usually that works.
I think yeah, I mean, it can work, but if RMP gets nerfed because every team in the entire game is running it, then all of a sudden you're not looking so good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think what I want to see for Tiger Toads is a little bit more diversification. I feel like all of them are exceptional multi-classers. I know Calvish can basically play anything. I'd like to see him pick up Fury Warrior, Cubsy as well. He's an amazing Arcane Mage, but he's also a great Elemental Shaman. He's a great Warlock. I don't think we'll see Warlock, but Ellie Shaman could be great for them. So I just want to see Tiger Toads play some different compositions. The best teams are basically just playing whatever is the best, It's very rare where a team is just sticking to one composition. And that's why I think a team like Welcome to the Jung is so deadly, because they're, right now they're playing Feral Ellie. They can play Mage Feral. We see Drake on the Windwalker Monk. We see they're a Ret Warrior as well. They've got everything. So they've got all their bases covered. It makes them hard to beat.
Definitely. And they're playing it against a high enough level that they can 3-0 a team like Tiger Toads. So we will see them once again on Championship Sunday playing against Left 4 Dead in that North American Upper Finals for the second half of the day. And that is going to bring us down to the lower bracket. We can take a look here at the bracket, how things have been developing so far. We are on our 6th match of the day coming up here. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th match, excuse me. 5th match is coming up. Team Liquid versus Control Alt Defeat down there in that lower bracket. And we're going to be eliminating one of those teams. Control Alt Defeat. They had a pretty good game earlier today. And I can imagine that they're going to be bringing it once again to Team Liquid. Because I don't know. It looked a little sketchy for them earlier. What do you think, Zico?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Control Alt Defeat, they just saw a huge weakness in Team Liquid in that upper bracket. And guess what? Control Alt Defeat running that exact same comp that beat Liquid. So Team Liquid, what are they going to do here in this next matchup? I'm not sure. They have kind of the work cut out for them, because Control Alt Defeat, you bet they watched that game and they're like, oh, look, that's our comp beating Liquid. That's good. That's great news. We just need to play really well, and we could knock Liquid out of the tournament, which would basically cement Welcome to the Jung's position as the #1 team in North America. And we have a very interesting situation here as well. Tiger Toads, Gustbusters, Left 4 Dead, 3-way tie right now for that last qualification spot for the finals. So 2 of those 3 teams is going to be in the gauntlet, and it's going to be interesting to see which one of those teams actually will be the one to go down there, or which one of these teams, I should say, is going to be going down there. Very, very interesting race here in the North American side.
Yeah, for sure. I can't remember the last time the 3rd place position had a 3-way tie like this. So, we'll see if it stays that way over the course of this weekend. But one thing is for sure, North America is looking like a really scary region to compete in right now. So these teams do not want to be in that gauntlet. So let's head to a break. Before we do that, though, we're going to take some time to play a game. Are you guys ready?
Ready as ever.
Let's do it.
Okay, King of
Oh,
the Jung.
I don't like
hate
this
this
one.
one.
I'm
I'm so bad at it.
Yeah.
All right, chat, you're gonna need to help us up. We're gonna need to help us out with this one. We have to unscramble the words and find the connection between them. And historically, we have not been great at this.
I was gonna say, I feel like this is a game that is good, but I'm just not good at it, so it makes it tough, you know?
True. Okay, so what is it?
And I also
Shadow?
don't like...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that... Okay. Shadow? Is that right?
I don't know.
That looks
yeah,
right.
Shadow.
Shadow.
What,
Was it
Oh.
Specs?
Yeah. What
What
is
is-
Oren?
Is
Yeah,
it just
so I think
Oren?
it's-
Did they forget to scramble
Is
it?
it nature? Nature?
Ooh.
Nature?
Wait, but
I don't nature. Oh, it's elements, maybe.
oh.
Yeah.
Arcane! Arcane! I got it!
Arcane.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at us!
yeah.
We did it!
Woo!
Yes!
Hey,
Hey! We
I
got
feel like
one
that was,
each
like,
also.
Yeah, I also feel like that was on like beginner mode. Like they like feel
That
bad
was.
for us.
Yeah. They're like, okay, let's,
Yeah.
let's give them one easy. Okay. Nice. Oh, we have to guess the connections between them.
Schools of Magic.
Was it-
Elements. Or yeah. Schools of
Damage
Magic.
type? Schools of Magic.
go.
There we go.
Okay.
Nice. I'm really proud of us. I feel
Nice.
like we did a great job.
Damn, that was
Yeah,
great.
we-
Good job.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, do we only get
Nice.
one?
Normally we take 20 minutes there, so I think
That's
we,
true. we should have drawn that out a little bit. Oh man. Okay, well, that was fun. All right, we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we got more series coming up next. It's Team Liquid versus Control Alt Defeat. After this break, be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are dropping down to the lower bracket. It is Team Liquid facing off against Control Alt Delete. Both of these teams really want to get a spot in that standings. They need these points in different ways as well, and both of these teams have fallen here to the lower bracket. So quite a lot on the line, Zico.
Absolutely, and Team Liquid most likely going to be running into the same comp that they just lost to in that upper bracket, and obviously they are still in that race for first with Welcome to the Jung. Control Alt Defeat. They're trying to get some more points to try to get a better spot in the gauntlet. And what better way to do that than to take out the Titans of the region in Team Liquid? It's going to be a tough one, I think. Compositionally, definitely favored for Control Alt Defeat, but you know, as a roster in terms of like just strength, I would say in favor of Team Liquid. So should be a good game.
All right. So given that, what is your prediction, Zico, for this series?
I'm going with favor of Control Alt Defeat.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Cedu. I'm sorry, Team Liquid.
Like you just predicted yourself a little bit, unless I was listening wrong.
I said they both have an advantage.
Oh my god, is it all the
Liquid
same again?
Chan is not. Oh, okay. I thought Chan was going to be the combo
close.
breaker.
Bro, we all
Man.
think Liquid is going out? Liquid's not making it to the championship Sunday? Like, they went tied for #1 seed. Now, like, is it... There might be possibilities that they get knocked out of a top 3 position, maybe? Depending on the run that some of these teams get throughout this lower bracket. Like, the Power Toads are right on their heels. Gustbusters are right on their heels. So I'm very curious to see what this does to the overall kind of point standings if they get knocked out. But, yeah, they back-to-back Ret Warrior into another Ret Warrior. So, fool me once... Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me if they can't figure out an answer for it now, right? But I don't think Control Alt Defeat are a pushover either. Liquid really need to have a game plan for this series. What healer do they want to use? I want to see a Resto Druid. I really want to see Resto Druid, Windwalker Mage. I think that gives you a lot of stability in the matchup. Spam Cyclone on the Ret Warrior is really disruptive, as opposed to the Holy Priest, which is just panicking the entire game because they don't have any mitigation, just having to time a heal perfectly without getting global. I think the Resto Druid will give a little bit more of a buffer and a lot more control for them. And they did try, I believe they played a Druid in the final round. It's just they tried the Aug Evoker comp, but it just looked like Left 4 Dead just knew exactly what to do. They just took 0 damage the whole game. They knew exactly what to do in that matchup. Maybe Control Alt Defeat doesn't, though. So maybe you do lead with the Aug comp in game 1 and kind of like test their skill.
Okay, Zico, do you want to see augmentation? You believe in the dream?
I do, but I don't want to see the DK.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, you know, I love seeing Lord Mez tagged in, but, like, no. I don't want to see a melee, period, anywhere near these melee cleaves. Like, I feel like since that first series today where we saw Fuse get absolutely globalled, like, we saw in 1.5 seconds, Warrior just completely delete them. Ever since I saw that, I was like, just play melee cleave and one-shot the melee. Like, just go on the ranged guy and then just swap to the melee.
Easy.
If he overextends, punish the melee.
Yeah.
Just kill the Feral Druid, kill the Windwalker, whatever the melee is, just send him.
Of course.
And it seems to be working very well for a lot of these teams. So I think I agree with Sid. I want to see a Druid on the side of Team Liquid. If they're going to run, like, Druid, Windwalker, Mage probably is their most practiced answer here. So that's probably what I'm leaning towards from Team Liquid. But and if that doesn't work, maybe like with their backs against the wall, they pull out something crazy like Aug Evoker Mage or something.
Okay, all eyes on Team Liquid. Are they in danger of getting knocked out of the top 3? All is riding on this blind pick right here. What are they going to do to mitigate these comps that Control Alt Delete Defeat has in store for them? Because that is exactly what they're looking to do, is delete Team Liquid out of the tournament. Can they do it? It's game number 1 here.
Well, there's no Druid and there's a melee, so this isn't what either of us were expecting or desired in this matchup, which I think his opportunity for Control Alt Defeat, it's not a pushover. KZ Fox is a solo shuffle champion through the Blizzard events, and he's been a grinding rep paladin for quite a long time. He was on La Pompe last season, which made a really good debut, and Worried has been just smacking people on his Fury Warrior. Renar's been making good plays, jumping in with that tree form to avoid any potential ice wall shenanigans. They're getting decent uptime on Sam here, but now Trill's turning it around with the double leg sweep. Ice wall comes down, big hit onto the Warrior. No wall available. Sam blinks through, double blinks through. Ringer Frost Dragon's Breath, and it looks like he will connect it, but Worried already has his enraged regen, and they can punish Sam for using Shimmer so offensively like this.
Yeah, Sam I Am is going to be taking a lot of damage here. Trinkets out of the Stormbolt, though. Should be able to build some decent distance between him and the melee cleave, but the Blender is all over him right now, and they are getting good uptime here. Sidhu's going to have to deal with that, but at the same time, Warrior is getting absolutely blasted. Trill is doing so much damage here onto the Warrior. Renar also getting cleaved a little bit there, but look at Sam.
Shatter!
Almost dying without Ice Block. Huge Shatter. And he survived it. It looks like he will. Beautiful Ring of Peace there from Trill to stop that Shatter. Sam could have just died right there, or at least forcing out Sidhu's Trinket in that position. And this is what I mean, man. It's so scary. At any point, anyone can just go down. Nice Ring of Frost there by Sam, but a restart from Renar. Gets a Rake Stun onto Sam. Big potential. Nice counterspell there to shut down the Cyclone onto Renar, and that should slow down things. But look at Sam. He's just dead. He blinks away. Beautiful ray of hope, though, from Sidhu to save the day.
Okay, good. It's positive. He's back to full health. This is why I don't know why they're a Holy Priest. It just seems like a panic fest for them. They're just always dead. As soon as the Warrior connects here, Warrior's getting uptime again. He's got a barrier. Shockwave comes through. Spear of Bastion. Sam I Am is pinned. Hammer of Justice on the healer. Sidhu trinkets immediately to get Guardian Spirit. Double leg sweep peels them into a grapple. Nice grapple, but he's still dying to the Rep Paladin from range here. KZ Fox is charging forward, but he can't finish him. Nice fear on Trill's cooldowns here from the Warrior. Nice interrupt on Sam's poly, disrupting his ability to kite away. Massive blade storm. He's just blocking. He's getting shattered on his block. He gets Ring of Peace on it again. Nice Ring of Peace. But Sam is just fully respecting it. He does not trust it. A big swap on Trill. He gets blasted down at half. But these counter spells on Renar, I think that's an opening. He's landed 2 of them onto him now. He gets a Ring of Frost. He's trying to pressure Warrior with Polymorphs on Red. They've isolated him for a bit. Ice Wall comes through. And it looks like Worried could be in trouble. Renar uses Medallion, Nature Swiftness. Restabilizes with the Enraged Regen here. Was that a proc Icy Veins or an actual Icy Veins? If it's the actual Icy Veins, I think Worried is more than fine with making that trade. And it looks like it is. It's lasting for quite a long time. Sidhu, Hammer Justice, no trinket. Sam, no blocks. Nice leg sweep from Trill. But a Blinding Light comes through on 2 players. And will they be able to keep this going? In-cap roar on Sidhu from Renar. Renar's getting aggressive. Man, if they can take Liquid out in less than 5 minutes, that is so impressive. Big swap on Renar. He gets Busting Protection, Barskin. They stay alive. Now Sam on the back foot. Sidhu needs to get ready. If they connect at all, Sam could just explode in game 1.
Yeah, and Renar activating the Ancient of Lore. Going to be able to keep his team nice and aggressive. Full shape of the Warrior. They're pushing for the Divine Shield on the KZ Fox, but not able to have enough damage just yet. Renar blocks it. Renar now looking for potential stuns here in cat form. He's just going to reposition far away from the fray. He knows they have Sam I Am pinned down. He's got no ice blocks for another 3 minutes. On the side of Team Liquid, they need to survive for 3 minutes. Only with Sidhu's CD, so a really good push from Control Alt Defeat. Could mean delete onto Sam I Am, but KZ Fox caught up in a big leg sweep, huge damage potential, but it gets blocked by the Iron Bark of Renar. But Renar also has no trinket. There could be an opening. He has no Bark Skin either. They could maybe swap to him. He's midfield, doesn't have a stun though. It looks like on the side of Team Liquid, Sam I Am is really feeling the pressure right now, just playing very defensively.
Ooh, that
trying
blink.
to land the blink counterspell. Beautifully done there onto Renar. KZ Fox in so much trouble. They chain it with the Paralyze. There's the Ice Wall. They get the Divine Shield at least with that push. Nicely done there by Sam I Am, but now he is in big trouble. Beautiful grip from Sidhu is going to keep Sam away from the fight, and they manage to pull that cooldown and then escape. Maybe not actually. Sidhu trying to be efficient here, casting out the heals, but
he's
it
dead.
is a risky gamble here. Big Blade Storm blender onto Sam I Am, but he blinks behind the pillar, teleports back. KZ Fox in so much trouble as well, but once again Renar with the Ancient of Lore is going to be able to block it.
All right, they're going to get aggressive here. Hammer of Justice. Sam's in trouble. He's trying to get away. Double Dragon's Breath. They're not breaking it. Trill is patient into a double leg sweep, maximizing the crowd control timers. Sam blinks forward, catches Renar in a polymorph. He trinkets out of it. Oh, they're punishing Renar heavily in this position, but Sanctuary will save him for a moment. He gets an in-cap roar on Sea-Doo, but now he's in-cap back himself by Trill. Look at this cleave damage. 2 targets are low. How is Sea-Doo going to deal with this? We're not even 5 minutes in. The swap to Renar. Big swap. They catch him, and they get the punish. Oh, my God. He was almost dead. Touch of Death range was just seconds away on Renar. He survives. Renar just needs to clean up his play a tiny bit. His team is so close. Nice Cyclone for Renar. He just needs to stop getting caught. His team is going to win this with damage, I think. He just needs to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, but look at his mana. Sea-Doo's out-manning Renar really, really hard. They're doing such a great job here on Team Liquid. 30 more seconds for Sam I Am's Ice Block as well to come back off cooldown. Nice Iron Block, but at the same time, oh my goodness, the amount of damage there onto Sam I Am. That sacrifice earlier from KZ Fox is the only reason why Renar is not dead on the floor right now, but Sam I Am is taking so much damage. Team Liquid trying to stay alive here. He's got Ice Block so soon. Beautiful leg sweep from Trill. Saves the day. Double Ice Wall coming out from Sam. They're trying to turn the pressure. Sea-Doo actually just casting damage here, hard casting Holy Fires, hard casting heals, trying to be as efficient as humanly possible to go toe-to-toe with the Resto Druid, shifting power coming out for Sam I Am, and now he's got 2 Ice Blocks. He's feeling a lot more confident, and Team Liquid may have done it here. They're pinning down KZ Fox. He's got no Divine Shield. Can they land anything? Paralyzed into Dragon's Breath, into a half sheep, onto Renar. No trinket available, but Sam I Am could get punished for that aggressive play. He could still go down if he's not careful.
I think you swap Trill at some point here. He's got no defense. Sam has 2 blocks. You're probably going to get one pretty soon. Dampening at 30% at this point. Icy Veins activates. Sea-Doo's into Angel form. Renar doesn't have any of that type of luxury as far as healing output right now. He fakes an interrupt and gets a Cyclone. Nice play from Renar, but Sam doesn't care. He just gets Master Spelled out. He's looking to get aggressive. Dragon's Breath, Polymorph going to connect. That's it. Lights out for KZ Fox. Liquid managed to pull it back. They were on the back foot for so long, but in the late game, they turn it around.
Beautiful game, honestly, from Team Liquid. Really, really nice stuff there from Sam towards the end of it. Renar getting caught with one of those super fast Icy Veins polys. Trinkets. Sam I Am blinks in, lands the Dragon's Breath on his trinket, and it buys them enough time to actually get the kill there. So Sea-Doo as well doing a fantastic job just with defensive. So here, I am forced into the Ice Block. Renar looking for Cyclones. He fake casts the interrupt of Sam there, and that's going to allow him to get the Cyclone. But instead, Sea-Doo Master Spells it while he's in Angel form. They land the poly, Renar trinkets, Dragon's Breath on his trinket, and they have the damage to take down KZ Fox. So it's a big sequence of events there. But I'm surprised, actually, after faking the counterspell, that Renar gets caught in this cheap here. I guess he just thought he maybe would have the precognition up a little bit earlier. He used, he casted a regrowth and then used the second glow ball after the regrowth cast finished there. So a bit unfortunate there for Renar, a bit greedy. Maybe didn't expect Sam I Am's polycast to be that fast, but even if he didn't get polyed there, Sea-Doo is actually winning on mana somehow. So really, really good pressure coming out from Sam and Trill, as well as good efficiency coming out from Sea-Doo here.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if Renar just got caught a couple times. Sam was a lot more aggressive in the matchup also. He was getting way more crowd control on healer than we saw in the previous series. So if it's basically like a mind game of Renar versus Sam. Like, how many counterspells can Renar fake in the matchup? Whereas when we saw Tuna play, right, he played really far away. He only casted when he knew it was completely safe. But maybe Sam was also giving him that opportunity by playing so far back. It feels like Sam spent more time kind of in the midfield, just in range to stop Renar and also kite, as opposed to with Tuna, he was running completely away. It was Sea-Doo and Sam just running laps. So I do think Sam I Am's positioning has changed a lot, which is making it more difficult for Renar than Tuna in the previous matchup. And it's going to be really just a 1v1 between them, I think, to determine who is going to be able to win this game. Every counterspell faked is more free clones. Every counterspell landed is a chance that they just get a major cooldown. And that one interaction is going to control the impact of the game a lot.
Yeah, look at the damage from these crackling Jade Lightnings here. When you combine all the damage from the spirits, it's from the little images, it's so much damage actually coming out from Trill in that last little bit. Obviously Sam as well, adding a lot of insult to injury with his 2 million Frostfire bolts with that Icy Veins, but still. It is a lot of pressure. Like, they have a lot of damage that is effective even against high armor targets, like the ones on Control Alt Defeat. But I feel like, just why are they going after Sam so much in the matchup? I think when Sam has cooldowns up, it makes sense to try to go after him, limit his damage, and limit his offense. But I feel like going after Trill, because Trill is the one who's doing the most amount of damage here. Just send Trill. Don't let this guy play the game. Don't let him be offensive. Just tap target to him, one-shot him. He's going to have to port out. He's going to have to be careful. He doesn't have karma. He doesn't have port. He doesn't have, his defensives. And that's when things really open up and you can basically do whatever you want in the matchup. I feel like anytime there's a overextending melee who's running too far away from his healer and you punish that as the cleave, that is when we've seen a lot of success happen on the side of the cleave.
I mean, I think they went Sam mostly because he's playing super aggressive. He double shimmered like 10 seconds into the game on top of the druid. I feel like when the mage does that, it feels wrong to just like let him get away with it, shifting power and reset all of his stuff for free. So I don't really blame them. I think like tabbing over a little bit more frequently, but if Sam is going to play aggressive, I don't think they can completely ignore him. They're locking in the same matchup. They're going to go to Ruins of Lordaeron. Really small map. Nice map to be able to just kill a Windwalker as well. There's a lot of difficult areas to lay your portal on this map. I think Trill's build may have changed as well. I don't think he was playing the Crackle build the last time they went head-to-head, but we're entering Game 2. Liquid versus Control Alt Defeat. All of the commentators counted Liquid out, and they're obviously looking to show us up and prove why they're, we're tied for #1 seed. Welcome to the JUNG actually just passed them, so Liquid are looking to advance to try and even that matchup out a little bit and leave this final cup as the #1 seed for North America. It looks strong in game #1. And yeah, I think Choli's playing Shadow Pen now. So he was playing the Celestial Windwalker build, and then he saw Chun-Li and was like, okay, copy-paste. I think he's playing Chun-Li's build now. So Trill's build is different. Sam's playstyle is different, and I don't think this is going to be as easy for Control Alt Defeat.
Good adaptations here for Team Liquid, showing that they still want to stay in this bracket and continue on to Championship Sunday. Can they do it with their Windwalker Mage? Is it going to be enough changes here? Trill looking to put a point on the board here with just raw damage. Can they do it? Already we see both sides popping big cooldowns, both healers. We see the classic opener here for everybody just popping all of their offense. Both healers popping their biggest defensive cooldowns, trying to slow down the opener, but beautiful delayed leg sweep here, as well as the ice wall. But Renar going for the tranquility. Sam might actually try to cancel the wall there and snipe a counterspell, but Renar had really good position to avoid that play, and they're going after Sea-Doo here on the side of the cleave.
A little bit of zug here for Control Defeat. I like it, just hitting whatever's nearby. Dragon's Breath. Oh, but the Polymorph connects. It's on DR. It's not going to be the end of the world. Big hit on Sam. Double in-cap roar. Bladestorm is coming through. Sea-Doo, are you ready? That's a lot of damage. They might have procced him on his Guardian Spirit. That was a big jump of health right when he hit critically low. We'll see when it stops glowing. Nice Cyclone on Trill. See, Renar, he's taking advantage of the fact Samiam blinked out of line of sight, so he wouldn't be able to stop it. Got a free Cyclone. So if Renar can keep finding these opportunities to sneak in Cyclones for free, he's going to do a great job for his team. They've got an excellent setup here. Nice stun from Renar. A really good early game from Renar. He gets the ice block with that.
Beautiful stuff here, but KZ Fox is getting punished as well. Renar needs to balance that offense and defense, and he does manage to keep KZ Fox alive here. Don't think they committed any big defensives there. And Samiam now is going to be on the back foot. He has hypothermia for about probably 10 more seconds. So they have a small window here maybe where they can make something happen. They get the Hammer of Justice on the Sea-Doo. Samiam stuck in the Stormbolt. They're doing a great job here on the side of KZ Fox and Worried. But now swapping to Trill. This is what I want to see. Just tab over to Trill and try to delete him. But he does have the touch of karma. He's being greedy with it. Good communication here between Sea-Doo and Trill, not allowing for that overlap, and Sea-Doo's just going to keep him safe. But oh my god, the damage here onto Samiam, forcing out the Void Shift, basically with just raw pressure. Worried, this is his map. We've seen what happens when this man pops Avatar Wreck, and once again, he's making big cooldowns happen for his team.
Our Iron Bark's up. KZ Fox is going to play aggressive. Guardian Spirit comes through, and it just finished, actually, I believe, on Sam. Angel form for Sea-Doo. They're baiting KZ Fox. They've got Sam scared. He's going back into that strat of running on the outside of the map. And I think Tuna can abuse that if Sam's not in his face. But, like, what is he going to do? He's just dying. It's so much damage. It's just, what is this? Double fear from Worried. He gets the second ice block. They swap to Sea-Doo, maybe? Hammer of Justice swap. He doesn't have Guardian Spirit. They could easily get a Trinket. They're kind of just chopping him up right now, even without a stun. Getting him to 50%. Big swap opportunity on Renar. He's got to get ready. He bark skins. Fist of Fury. It's all up to Renar. Can he keep his team alive here? He's been doing an excellent job so far. Already down 2 ice blocks, not even 3 minutes in at this point. Now can they finish it? Can they finally execute? Nice maim stun from Renar into Trill. Would have liked to see a Cyclone here off to the side. But Sam's just dead. Greater Invis at 10%. Sea-Doo trinkets. They panic and overlap. Renar doesn't fake the counterspell, but it doesn't matter. Sam is just dead. Icewall comes down. Nice chastise from Sea-Doo. KZ Fox in trouble. Divine Shield, I think, on this push. He's going to Divine Shield. Now it's just run the mage down. They need to stay in. It's gas pedal down. They have to win. They use too many cooldowns. There's a tree, Divine Shield, and Warrior cooldown. They need that gas pedal on the floor. They need to close this game.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. If they can cleave Trill a little bit as well, it will give them more options. But MIM, how is he going to survive? Sea-Doo has the Guardian. There's a full Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. There's the Roar as well. Renar's going to look for the Cyclone. MIM has the counterspell to deny it. It's a risky gamble. KZ Fox is taking a lot of damage. He's got nothing to do. He has got nothing to trade. Full sheep onto Renar. He trinkets. He gets sheeped on his trinket. Blessing of Protection coming out here for KZ Fox. If MIM can steal it, it's going to keep him very safe in that position. He's not allowed to get it. The Spear connects there as well. Big pressure onto Sam, but Sea-Doo's out of crowd control. Sea-Doo should be able to heal through this, but still, Sea-Doo's got no cooldowns here for another 10 seconds before that Ray of Hope comes through. This is their opening. Can it take Sam down? Dragon's Breath Sheep. It's a 2v2 situation in the midfield. They're swapping to Warrid, doing a lot of damage there. He's got no defensives as well randomly, and Trill now getting swapped to as well. He's got no touch of karma. Anybody could die on any side right now. This game is way too close to call.
Okay, Trill getting poked. Warriors on the mage. Some split pressure here. KZ Fox charge in. Sea-Doo in Angel form, but we've seen people die through Angel form healing. Warriors on target. It's massive crits. One more execute. Star Surge from downtown from Renar, but he's counterspelled. Lay on Hands available. They're likely going to have to trade it here. Icewall comes down. Just Lay on Hands and go for the win. Lay on Hands. Lay on Hands comes out at the last second. Triple fear from Warrior. They're really putting the pedal to the metal right now against Liquid. They are not a pushover team despite being at the bottom in the overall standings. They're making Liquid sweat.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Once again, that Ice Wall doing so much work, and they might just be able to take KZ Fox down. Can they do it? Renar, he's trying to block the kill there with the Nature Swiftness for a moment, but still KZ Fox down to 50% HP. The damage is overwhelming.
Oh, he's alive,
they get a stun onto Renar. Beautiful Sanctuary coming out. KZ Fox manages to stay alive here with the line of sight, but Trill is pushing in. He's got Touch of Karma. He's got the Fuse Magic. He's got cooldowns to trade, and he can be aggressive. They're going after Warrior, actually. Sheeping Ward for a second. There's Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. Sam takes a huge amount of damage once again. Warrior connects with the spear. Sam might just go down. The Dragon's Breath is absolutely peak from Sam into the Blast Wave, but still more damage. They lock him down for even further there with the Storm Bolt, but Sam blinks away. Shifting power comes through for Sam, and he should have enough mobility now to build a bit of a distance between him and this Warrior. And now I seriously fear for KZ Fox and the rest of control off the feet, unless they can clone it out, unless they can close it out here onto Sam.
Oh, the crowd control and Trill from Renner right here is so good. He took him out of the game. They're pushing forward. Stun on Sea-Doo. He's got Guardian Spirit in 2 seconds. 1 second Ice Block in 15 seconds. Can they buy the time? Can they make it to the late game? 12 more seconds. Renar's in tree. They're pushing for the win. 10 seconds away. 9 seconds away from the Ice Block. 7 seconds. Sam is praying that Sea-Doo can keep him alive. 4 seconds away. 3 seconds. I think he's made it. He's made it out of the gauntlet. KZ Fox is in trouble. He's on the run. Trill is chasing him down to try and close this, but Trill has to be careful. He's getting blasted from KZ Fox. Defensive Ring of Frost. Polymorph spam. Sam is desperate. Trying to stall for the Cold Snap now as well. Trill has Karma if he needs to. Fist of Fury parrying the Warrior's attacks. He gets Shockwaved on it. Nice Star Surge damage on Trill as well. Keeping pressure there. Sea-Doo's an Angel, but mana is almost completely tapped, but another counterspell slips through. Divine Shield is available in 10 seconds for KZ Fox. Can he survive 10 more seconds? Karma is activated almost offensively for Trill. He's staying on target. 5 more seconds to Divine Shield. It's back and forth. Dragon's Breath. He fakes the kick. Sam gets the Polymorph. No trinket available. Ice Block is. He needs to use it. He's on the back foot. They survived the Polymorph. Divine Shield's available. Sam comes out of the block. He's trying to go for it. Ice Wall comes down with the leg sweep. KZ Fox bubbles immediately, and Sea-Doo has 0 mana remaining at this point. Warrior is disarmed by Trill. Trill is doing everything he can to assist, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But Cold Snap actually just came up. He's got Greater Invis. Somehow, some way, they're stalling.
Yeah, but that is the Ray of Hope coming out. Sea-Doo also has the Void Shift back. Warrior trying to push for the win. KZ Fox with no cooldowns left. Renar's got no mana left as well. He's got the tree. He pumps the Nature Swiftness into the tree. Is it enough healing to keep KZ Fox alive? He's trying. Can he do it? Oh my goodness. He actually manages to save the day, I think. I don't know. The damage is so high. He manages to recover his team for one final push. Renar gets polymorphed out of that tree. He trinkets out. He goes for the disorienting roar.
He's Vortex.
They connect one more time. He has the Ice Block, but I don't know if KZ Fox is going to be making it out of this situation. I don't think so. The Divine Protection comes out. The Shield of Vengeance, but Trill is looking for the kill. Can he get it? They have no
He hits
justice.
him by the pillar.
Trill behind the
Clone him,
pillar.
clone him.
They're trying to take him down. They managed to
Oh
get the
my
ice
God.
block on the other side here from the side of Warrior.
He got sheeped
And
again.
Trill right now pushing him for the win, but he's not feeling confident.
He's
They might
dead.
be able to take Trill down. Huge damage onto Trill. Warrior trying to put the team on his back. Sam with no ice blocks left. They stun Sam up. Can they do it? Trill grips Sam to safety, but they're just going to swap to Trill. They both have nothing left. I think they've done it. Control Alt Defeat is pushing for the win. Warrior's looking for Trill, but he ports away. But he ports right into KZ Fox, porting back into his healer. Gets the touch of Karma.
The crackle.
Once again, big crackles coming out here onto KZ Fox. They're turning it around once again with Sinu in Angel
It's
form.
cross kill.
Connects.
2v2.
It's going to be cross kill, and it's going to be a 2v2. Who is going to take it, Sid?
Oh my god, there's 0 mana. They don't have anything. Worried is stunned. I think Trill's gonna finish him. In cap, no trinket available. Worried is likely gonna go down. He leaps away defensively. Ironbark comes through. He's almost in touch of death range. He's so close to getting the kill. Trill is so close to getting it. But Renar's in tree! The tree! Oh my god, the Ancient of Lore is winning the game right now. Trill has to book it. He's got the Flying Serpent kick. He's playing Ride the Wind. He can kite this out possibly with the Guardian Spirit. Star Surges are coming through. What a hectic game number 2. Sea-Doo trinkets out of the stun. If Renar gets a clone here, just clone Trill low and swap the clone over. I think it's game over if he can do that. He in-cap roars Trill. He needs to clone Sea-Doo. He's trying to dodge a fear. Sea-Doo's pressuring him. They move towards Renar. They know that clone loses the game. They swap Druid for a second. Renar needs to run away. Is he going to be able to get away? He's going to get caught. Double fear. It buys time. They don't have Berserker Rage. Is this a double sweep? He's got double leg sweep in 2 seconds. He's out of form. He has to trinket that right away. Don't be greedy, Renar, please. Oh my god, not trinketing this. I swear it's... Oh, it's so... Okay. Slow down. It is 2v2. Dampening. This is like a regular dampening point for a 2 versus 2. Blade Storm. Both Monk and Warrior just spitting on each other. Trill gets gripped out. Tranquility with Innervate. Oh my god, Innervate. Is Sea-Doo gonna drink? Sea-Doo's off screen right now. I think no, he's not. He's not gonna be able to. Star Surge. Getting a little bit of uptime. In cap, clone, no trinket. Karma. Oh, the ring. The ring knocks the clone. Warrior is stunned. Trill rolls away. He's scared. I think it kills Sea-Doo. I think Trill has too much defense and too much mobility. I think you Vortex Sea-Doo. You try and pin him, and I think you swap. They Vortex Monk though. Spirit Bastion, they've got Sea-Doo. He's pinned. Does he have Fade? Doesn't look like he has Fade. He might die. Renar's drinking. Trill has to find him. He gets stun cloned. There's no trinket. That's it. I think Sea-Doo's going to get chopped. Renar's in cap form. Full Mapestorm. Renar MVP in the 2v2 right now. Guardian Spirit falls. Desperate Prayer. He gets a restun into an in cap. And Renar gets to style on Sea-Doo. Control Alt Defeat. 8th seed. Trying their hardest to climb up through these ranks and place as high as possible for the finals. Takes a game off Liquid in a 2v3 comeback.
Yeah, 2v2 gods, Team Liquid finally meet their match. That was really well played there by Renar. I mean, they put them in checkmate. He just sits down for the drink. Either you stop the drink. If you don't stop the drink, you lose the game. If you stop the drink, then you get a rake stun into a cyclone, and then I'm gonna pin down Sea-Doo as well with the maim stun after for the follow-up. And that's exactly what happened. And we can see here, this moment here was so hectic, man. I can't believe KZ Fox even lived to this point, but they got the cross kill basically at the exact same time. And then you see here, Renar was drinking, Trill goes over to stop it, he gets cyclone, Sea-Doo gets maim stun, and then in the maim, he actually builds up enough combo points. Actually, did he meld there? I think he might have meld. Yeah, he used Shadow Meld there for the re-stun. So Renar basically turning into a Feral Druid there for a second. Wins them to 2v2. That was a great game, but that was just game number 2. We got a series on our hands. And by the way things are looking, I don't think either side is swapping their composition, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really evenly matched here. Crazy game. That felt like 3 minutes of just like pure hell for the healers. Just everybody's dead with 0 mana for 3 minutes. And then Sam and the Ret go down at the exact same second almost between the two of them. Like this little in-cap roar, blinding light defensive. Same second kill. And then Worried's like 1%. Like, do I go for it? I don't know, bro. Like, and then he goes for a drink, baits Trill away, and the Warriors just got Sea-Doo all to himself. And then Renar jumps over, gets a stun clone into the Shadow Meld restun, into the in-cap just in case there was a global, because he had Angel. So there might have actually been a chance that Sea-Doo could have survived there if Renar didn't lock him down so well. And now they put a point on the board. But the big maps are going to be the real challenge, I think, for Control Alt Defeat.
Yeah, that's going to be hard. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're going to a big map for sure. Oh, what? Okay. We like this?
I mean, it's a curveball.
Roll
Like
the
you're,
like,
you're
nah,
basically,
nah.
you're just like, maybe you're just saying like, well, we can't win on the big map as Ret Warrior, so let's try a Hunter. I kind of don't mind it for one game, you know, because like this is like the middle swing match. If it goes to a game 5, you can maybe try it, because maybe it does, and you steal the swing match away. Or maybe Liquid, they don't know what comp is best in this matchup, and they make a mistake as far as picks.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to see it to believe it. I'm not sold, but yeah, maybe we'll see. It depends what Team Liquid locks in as well. They don't have to lock in Windwalker Mage. They could lock something else in. So it just depends on how the draft goes. But if they do lock in Windwalker Mage, I feel like it's not that bad of a matchup. But I don't know. With the recent changes, I don't know. Yeah. I'm leaning towards Team Liquid. If they lock in Windwalker Mage, I'm feeling Team Liquid on this one. But it is a curveball. Hunter does pack a mean punch. They could definitely one-shot somebody. They could definitely outrange Sam and just get an insta-gib on him. So there are options. I also don't know if we've seen this matchup play out with a Resto Druid, which could be the difference maker. So I don't know. It's a hard one to call. What do you think, Sid?
I think Ret, when it's strong, is like a pretty good counter into Rogue, so I don't think Trill should do Rogue. I think Windwalker could be decent overall. I think Warrior would probably be best, like Warrior Mage. But Windwalker can do well. I think you need a class that can disarm into a Marksmanship Hunter. So I don't think it's Rogue, so it'd be either Windwalker or Warrior. So they're just going to keep staying with the same composition. Shigaku comes off the bench, trying to throw a curveball to, you know, previously the #1 tied seed Liquid. Control at defeat, lowest in the rankings on points. They just barely snuck in at the last second of this cup. And now they're taking games off Liquid. It's kind of reminding me of like Nap Time versus Overload in Europe here. So like that's why I'm so hyped about this. Is like this never happens, man. Like a lot of the teams that are the lower seeds and towards the bottom end of the gauntlet, they usually just don't really have much of a chance. So trying to give them as much credit as possible, because this is quite an acceleration for them. In our predictions, we were leaning into them as well with that composition. But now Control Alt Defeat, they're starting to doubt it. They're doubting the Warrior. They're bringing in the Hunter instead. And Marksmanship Hunter can one-shot something. So if Liquid, like, this doesn't get any easier, I think, for Liquid as far as like how aware they need to be to every single situation.
I think it's definitely an interesting curveball. Like that's what it is, right? Control Alt Defeat. They don't like the map. They don't like locking in the Warrior here. But I really feel like that's their bread and butter so far. But maybe Shigaku here on the Hunter can prove to be lethal. We'll see. It is game number 3 here in this nail biter of a series. Team Liquid versus Control Alt Defeat, #2 seeded team in the region versus one of the lowest teams, potentially the last team in the gauntlet. We'll see. Depends on how deep of a run that they can have here as well, if they can pass YPPM on points. But already Shigaku getting disarmed here on his damage immediately, but he did not pop the true shot here, so he still has a little bit of a hit left in his back pocket.
Aim shot.
And there it is. There's true shot, aim shot, big damage onto Sam. He's gonna have to respect that surely. Ducking back to the pillar for cover for now. Phil, meanwhile, left in midfield, going after Shigaku.
Iron Bark up. Meteor still hits pretty hard here. Scatter shot defensively. Polymorph out of Paralyze, gets kicked. Ring doesn't land. Good positioning from Shigaku here, baiting the mage into the middle of the map. Rapid fire connects. He gets grip, but a double blind. They could swap Monk here. Now an aim shot out of the blind. They silence the mage. They Cyclone Windwalker. Good punishing that Sam's out of range of counterspell. They're splitting their damage on Monk and Mage. Same type of strat, but they catch him in another stun. And oh my god, it's so much damage. Ice Wall. Shigaku's trying to reposition around the side of the wall. And they do manage to recover. Hammer of Justice. Sam could be in danger if Shigaku gets a rapid fire here or an aim shot. He's just not going for it. There's a rapid fire. Sam at 50%. Suda struggling to recover. He's being greedy with cooldowns. He's going to finally commit the Guardian Spirit. Paralyzed on healer. They disarm Hunter, but Renar jumps in to stun Trill away from Shigaku. I think if Renar gets this type of play where he's able to enable Shigaku with stuns and clones, that they might be able to pull this off. But if he's not able to consistently, they're going to have a rough ride. And KZ Fox is out of the game in a fear. They isolate Shigaku and absolutely erase him from the game, from the universe. I don't think his account exists. I think his subscription lapsed. It took so much damage in one little instance right there. And the curveball is not going to work for Control Alt Defeat.
That was a great setup by Team Liquid, and they didn't respect it. Control Alt Defeat. I mean, they had a clean Dragon's Breath. I think it was a Dragon's Breath ring or a Chastise ring onto Renar. and they had the leg sweep onto the Hunter. They had the damage. He was isolated for the Comet Storm Meteor from Sam. I mean, they have to respect that. They have to trade out either Turtle or Renar's Trinket there. And we can see it here towards the end again. So Shigaku building up distance. And let's see here what actually started the setup. I think it was a Dragon's Breath. Yeah, they get the Dragon's Breath. Then he gets kicked on a poly. So Sam does a really clever thing right there. And then here they stun Shigaku. And he's just too slow on the Trinket Turtle right there. Maybe underestimating the damage, but look what Sam does here, and Shigaku falls for it really, really hard. So look at this. He Dragon's Breaths Renar in form and then casts a Polymorph, and when you see Dragon's Breath Poly, you're like, oh, I need to kick that, and then he kicks the Poly and allows him to get the ring off. So Sam with a 500 IQ bait right there to land that, and Shigaku just takes the bait, and then Trinket's too late and doesn't get the turtle off as well. So really nice play from Sam, but if Shigaku was paying more attention to what form Rennar was in, he could have held his kick there for the Ring of Frost. But I mean, he was probably going to get leg swept anyway. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate timing there. It was a double sweep anyway. So don't know if he would have survived that if he interrupted the ring. I want to say probably, but he still would have most likely traded out his turtle in that position. So good setup from Liquid. They take a quick game here. Curveball. Does not work. It bounces right back.
All right, hook point, good map, control at defeat, setting themselves up to take this to a game 5, but it's still not guaranteed. They're gonna have to fight blood, sweat, and tears to get to a game 5, and then they're gonna have to decide, like, did they get any valuable information out of that? No. The game just ended without Trinket Wall or snack, like your Hunter just used no abilities, so you got no data from that game as far as like in the late game if it's gonna show possibilities. Liquid on this map, maybe they throw a curveball on a small map. I don't know what that curveball would really be exactly, but at the same time, they've been really committed to this Windwalker Mage. It seems like that's just like their comfort zone, their comfort pick, decently well-rounded. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just went with that again and didn't try and pick anything too obscure here for game number 4.
Yeah, I think for Team Liquid, they're probably just running the clock down, and they're going to run this exact same comp. I don't expect them to change the Windwalker Mage at all. They're looking hot on it. It's working out for them. Their setups are clean. Their synergy is good. And yeah, they're going to lock it in. And again, for control at defeat, most likely we're going to see the Warrior return here. And we'll see what they can actually get done with that. Because, I mean, sure, they won a game, but was that a convincing win? It was a 2v2 win where they played out of their minds, you know? Liquid could just take it here 3-1 despite it being hook point, just because of how good they've been playing so far.
All right, Renar worried, KZ Fox, Shigaku, they've been trying to get their tournament run. I feel like these guys have been grinding the ladder for a really long time with a couple of spontaneous, you know, top 8 appearances throughout the past couple of years. But now with the changes to Ret Paladin, the compositions that they've got, they have a shot here to really show that they deserve it and maybe climb some ranks on the top 8 for the gauntlet and avoid having to go that entire run, because it is a brutal run if you have to start from the bottom of the gauntlet. So they do want to make it as deep as possible, and they also want to play it spoiler for Liquid, potentially taking away their opportunities of a guaranteed top 3. So they have a huge amount of possibilities and potential to live in this situation. Can control alt defeat, rise to the occasion and take their moment, or is Liquid just gonna snuff them out 3-1? We're on hook point. It's a small map. It was crazy. It was hectic. It feels like every day there's a game that I'm like, this was the best game of all time, and then the next day, no, maybe this was now the best game of all time, and then no, maybe this was the best game of all time. So if you've missed any of these rounds, you need to stay tuned and definitely check the VOD, because every game this weekend has been absolutely insane from the teams. It's probably the most competitive season of AWC ever.
Yeah. I mean, we're in a position where the team that just qualified to the gauntlet today is taking wins off against the team that has been winning and, you know, in second place. But backs against the wall, control off defeat. They're bringing Worried in yet again here to deal with this Windwalker Mage of Team Liquid. Team Liquid showing that they want to make it to Championship Sunday with some great adaptations in terms of talents and skill. And Sam, look at that Ring of Peace, man. Trill is doing such a great job with that. Oh my God, Sam almost dying pre-block right there, but the Guardian is going to deflect it. That was a beautiful Ring of Peace, though, on the Spear of Bastion, but still if they manage to connect here onto Samayam,
Big
it could
swap.
be big trouble. They actually stunned Renar. Big swap opportunity in the back line there, but looks like Renar is actually going to be able to shrug that off with just the bark skin, and now I'm very afraid for Samayam here. Ray of Hope is going to deny the kill for now, though.
Is it negative? Is it positive? I can't see it on the buffs right now. It's positive. He goes back to full. Triple blinding light. Bladestorm cutting down Sam here in the early stages of the game. Not even a minute in. Almost forcing an ice block. They contain the Red Paladin with Polymorph. Sam is trying to reposition, but Worried is just soloing both Trill and Sam right now, getting a ton of cleave damage out here with that Slayer Warrior. Ice Wall, they pummel it. He's kicked on Frost. Gonna stay on target. Dragon's Breath peels him away. Another Ice Wall attempt. Wall's gonna come down. KZ Fox pulls out. He's not gonna overextend, but he cancels the wall to counterspell. Nice play from Sam. Crazy setup, but they can't get a major cooldown, and Sam's in trouble. Storebolt connects on his Shimmer. He displaces back. Double leg sweep. Triple leg sweep from Trill. And Liquid, man, they want this. They don't want to give Control Alt Defeat any opportunities. They get Renar's Medallion. They polymorph his Trinket. And this is a rough position, honestly, for Control Alt Defeat. You're facing defeat, getting knocked out of the tournament. You'll be 8th seed. You'll be the last team of the gauntlet. You'll have the longest run for the finals if you lose this game. And you've burned so many defensives, not even a minute and 30 in.
Yeah, and Samayam actually has Icy Veins in 40 seconds. They just got Renar's Trinket with that last sheep, which was just basically a sheep out of thin air. Where Samayam caught. Oh, nice spear right there. Sidu almost grips it. Nice vortex there as well, pinning Samayam down. Ooh, big. I think they could do a big swap here, though. They're swapping to Renar. They get the bark skin. They might just take him down right now. Huge swap onto Renar. I want to see the next Icy Veins in 20 seconds. Either go onto Renar or Warrior. They have 2 juicy targets right now. A lot of teams would get baited into going after that Red Paladin, but here he goes.
The poly.
They could go after Warrior in that leg sweep. No, they don't actually commit onto him there. They keep going after KZ Fox. I think they have a great opportunity to take either Renar or Warrior down. They just need to stop tunneling on this red on the side of Liquid, and they could actually potentially close it out. They're going after Renar right now. This could be big.
Yeah, but they use their leg sweep. They don't have a stun. Unless Sidu has a stun right now. Renar's got Heart of the Wild. He's a beefy bear. He's got Iron Bark available. Big shatter combo. Fist of Fury. Renar is being greedy. No Iron Bark. Sam blinks in offensively. Renar ducks back into bear once again. Red Paladin and a polymorph. Renar needs to dispel. He's not dispelling. Chastise. Sidu sneaks around the corner. Crackle for the kill. Renar is panicking. He's at 10%. Blessing of Protection comes through at the last second. I can't believe Renar is alive right there. KZ Fox. Hands of God right now, but he gets caught in a polymorph. Renar is panicking. He's panicking so hard right now. He trinkets late. It might not matter. The Divine Shield. He's panicking. They're panicking. They need momentum if they're going to bring this game back.
They waste the Trinket there. They overlap it with the Divine Shield. They need to get something back from Samayam. He's got the Guardian Angel. He's not even going to ice block on this push. They have so many opportunities now on the side of Team Liquid. They could go after Renar again. They could go after KZ Fox again. They're going to isolate KZ Fox from Renar. There's the Ring of Peace as well. They have a Paralyze for Renar. They look for it. There's this Paralyze immediately on the Sanctuary. Sidu's pushing in for the Fear. Renar's got no Sanctuary out of that Fear if it connects. Sidu's pushing for the window, but it could cost Samayam his ice block. He's taking so much damage. Pinned down by the spear. Beautiful blast wave from Sam, but still not out of the woods just yet. He's gonna have to trade the ice block. Nice push from Control Alt Defeat. They strike back, but Sidu's mana is not looking that good. Last time around, it could come down to mana. They're swapping over to Trill. Big swap here onto Trill. Free karma. They just break it in 1 second. Big Blade Storm, and this is kind of what I want to see from Control Alt Defeat. Punish Trill more often. He's being way too effective in the matchup right now, but KZ Fox could fall. He trinkets out of the stun. Shield of Vengeance comes through here for KZ Fox, and it's gonna be enough defense. And now Trill in big trouble. He's going to need to get out of there immediately with Ride the Wind.
Oh, Sam's trying to ride that wind, but they walk into a double shockwave. They grip him away. Ring of Peace defensive. Sidu's in the Angel. They should be able to recover. Renar has Iron Bark. Worried has cooldowns as well. They should be able to trade for the Icy Veins. They need to get ready for an Ice Wall. I'm really worried about that. They've got Ancient of Lore coming up in 2 seconds. Renar needs to go for that out of range counterspell if he's going to get it off. His Nature Swiftness comes up pretty soon. He's trying to risk it. Sidu's in a stun. Sam could be in trouble. Bladestorm connects. Massive damage. KZ Fox is low. Can Renar pull off another miracle? Keep KZ Fox alive at this moment in time. He's managed to pull him back from the brink. Trill recovers from Sidu. Healers playing out of their minds in this lower bracket. Liquid want to make sure they can keep their top 3 position going into the grand finals. Dragon's Breath double leg sweep. Beautiful setup from Sam and Trill. Fists of Fury are flying. Worried leaps over to try and assist with the team. Renar trinkets. KZ Fox is getting combo, but they catch Trill. No karma, but the wall is down. KZ Fox has to retreat. He's got Divine Protection in 1 second. He needs to spam it right now. Divine Protection. Shield of Vengeance available. They catch Trill behind the pillar. They could swap. They're not going to go for the swap. They're trying to get back on Sam, but they're swapping to Renar. He barkskins. He's getting out of there in bear form. Renar is so scared right now. This is such a tough situation to be in against a Titan team, the Goliath Liquid.
Yeah, and Liquid has all the options right now. No trinket, no bubble, no bop, nothing on KZ Fox. He could easily die, but at the same time, Renar has no trinket. He has no bark skin, and guess what? Drill has a leg sweep in just 8 seconds. He could just paralyze Renar into a leg sweep and take him down, or they could just paralyze him into a fear and take KZ Fox down. They have so many options here. Dragon's Breath coming out onto Renar. Looks like they're setting up actually onto KZ Fox, but they polymorph Renar. They could swap out of this or go after KZ Fox. Looks like they're going to go after KZ Fox. There's the stun on his trinket. He is so dead in this position. Team Liquid in an absolute checkmate situation. Make it out of this lower bracket to Championship Sunday. Beating out Control Alt Defeat. Playing the Warrior Red, the comp that put them in this lower bracket with some beautiful adaptations and just raw skill.
Yep, they came to play. They were not going to let the 8th seed walk all over them here in this series. Absolutely crazy synergy for this setup towards the end of the game, getting all 3 players simultaneously in crowd control, just back to back to back, faking interrupts. Sam is just styling on Renar, and you could tell that Renar, like, he was stressed. He was getting caught in polys a lot, not able to shapeshift in time, and he was just getting stressed in this type of situation as a druid. I mean, I would be permanently polymorphed facing Sam as a resto druid, so like, this isn't shade, but like, in this type of situation, it was obvious that the experience Liquid have, just the iron resolve, like Sam's just going for these polys when he's at 50% health, the Warrior blade storming on him, and it wins the game because he's able to clutch it out in that situation on the small map, right when they're just like all getting blade stormed on and dead. But Control Alt Defeat put on a show. The one win they got was like definitely a highlight game for the day here for North America, and we still have one more series as well with the Gust Busters and I believe the Tiger Toads going head to head, and I feel like that's another rematch between those teams to see if the Gustbusters can make another wild ride through this lower bracket. But Liquid, they're in a Championship Sunday. They still have a chance to try and maintain their #1 position for North America.
They're number 2, but yeah, I think at the best right now they could tie. Right, I have to look at the standings. But
are they not tied after that? 40? Do you not get the same amount of points if you win on upper and lower?
I think they might be 20.
They're still 20 behind?
Yeah,
okay, so you're still 20 behind.
They're 20 points behind. Welcome to the JUNG.
Oh, okay, you get double the points in upper. Welcome to the JUNG could get a big lead then, if they win again.
If Welcome to the JUNG wins their next match, I think it solidifies them as #1.
Look at third. Look at third.
Yeah.
Look at third. They're all in the tournament. They're all in the tournament.
And that's the next matchup: Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters. That is a huge matchup.
Yeah, and it's going to be the one to finish off the day as well here on Saturday's North American Games, that Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters series. So just so much riding on the line there. You can see them tied for third alongside Left 4 Dead at 180 points. And just to reiterate, it's the top 3 that these teams are trying to make it into. They would not want to be into the gauntlet. So we have got some matches already starting to form in the gauntlet. The first one, round #1, will be Iron Will versus Control Alt Defeat. And that means that the winner of that one moves on to face against YPPM, so on and so forth, once we get round 3 and 4 filled here based on how the standings end up throughout the weekend here. So things are really shaping up to be super interesting in the North American region. We all counted out Team Liquid, including chat, I believe. Oh, almost, not quite. I'm looking back at it. It's 53% of chat voted for Team Liquid.
Coin say?
So, that is a good question. I don't know what the coin said.
The coin votes for Liquid.
Oh, the coin goes for Team Liquid. Yeah.
No way. We're all gonna lose to the coin, dude.
We also got to start. We got to start listening to chat and the coin, apparently. But yeah, certainly an incredible series for Team Liquid. I think they definitely stepped it up between the first time that we saw them today and just now. So cannot wait to see how they ascend for Championship Sunday. And also here is an updated predictions leaderboard. I am so down bad. I'm doing so bad. I don't want to look at this. This is Supa, the coin, chat. They've all left me in the dust. I'm just going to rot down here in my misery.
Welcome to the bottom.
Yeah.
Welcome to the bottom.
I think Supati's redemption arc, though.
I'm still not beating the coin. It's been me versus the coin for 2 weeks. I just can't.
The coin's doing great. Honestly, I think that the coin is only Ven is beating the coin. So well done to the coin. I need to know the coin's secrets. But yeah, we got to start listening to chat and the coin more. I think, Sika, what's up?
need to stop betting with my heart.
I think
What,
that's
you
my
bet with your
problem.
heart in
Just
that last
lying.
game, but Ret
I-
Warrior absolutely
I-
destroyed them. I was like, come on, bro. Like, Ret Warrior probably.
Not in that last one, but in the upper.
In the
I was
upper, yeah.
I believe. I shouldn't have. But it is what it is. We'll come back stronger. I mean, it just goes to show as well how hard it is to actually predict these games.
Yeah.
Because at any moment, anybody can win. It really feels like the teams all have leveled up so much. It's so hard to call it.
Yeah,
Constantly, the meta is changing too, so it's really hard to predict anything.
I can't
in
think
your
of
defense,
a
Aya.
season where it's been this difficult. I feel like there's always been like a clear underdog, but I don't think we could say the same for this season for both regions as well. So we're going to continue on in the lower bracket. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the last series of the day. So much riding on the line for these two teams, so you definitely don't want to miss this one. It's Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters coming up after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here on the last series of the day. It is Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters. This team, both these teams are currently tied for third place. It is the top three that these teams want to get into for the grand finals at the end of May. We've got two different stories going on here. Tiger Toads, they have been kind of unimpressed with their own performance so far. According to Calvish, they just fell to welcome to the Jung down here in the lower bracket. Gustbusters kind of having a better day then. You know, Flop was saying on Twitter how happy he is with the current meta, how they've been feeling good. I spoke with Dippy earlier, and he was saying that their team is feeling very centered and happy and focused. And I kind of am a little bit worried for Tiger Toads in this situation, Vin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of worried for both these teams. You look, they're tied for third right now, 180 apiece. So we'll see what ends up happening with Left 4 Dead, but definitely this is an important matchup for both of these teams. Tiger Toads, they've been kind of struggling a little bit. You know, they get so far with their Rogue Mage Priest, and then some of these teams just seem to have answers. Gustbusters has had their number with the Windwalker Monk, Elemental Shaman, Resto Druid. So I think for Gustbusters, that's kind of their comfort pick at this point, and something we are likely to see. So I actually don't know if either one of these teams is going to be doing something different. It's just going to be who can kind of rise to the occasion, who's going to play better, because I think we're likely to see very similar matchups to what we've seen in the past.
All right, well, given that information, Ven, who do you think is going to win this series? What is your prediction?
My prediction for this one, if history is to repeat itself, I am going with Gustbusters. So I'm feeling Chun-Li right now, as always. You know, I'm a bit of a Chun-Li fan, so I feel like him on that Windwalker Monk with Dippy and Flop. Maybe Nazem gets tagged in. I think they have a real good shot in this one.
All right, Super T's, what you got?
I don't know about the Nazem. I feel like the Warlocks right now, they're just sitting back in their lawn chairs. They're just fully reclined, legs up. Like
I said, maybe.
I don't think. I saw Nazem in the open bracket, and he faced Ret Warrior, and yeah, that didn't look. I think Nazem is done after that. I think he's traumatized on Warlock. I think he's out. But I'm leaning more into the Tiger Toads for this week. I kind of feel like the flashy plays, the big burst damage available to the Rogue Mage could have a decent ride this time around, especially if they run the Arcane Subtlety variant of Rogue Mage.
Okay. Yeah, well, given your prediction, then, would you say that Calvish has stepped up his performance? His team has stepped up his performance like they've been looking to do?
I mean, it's hard to say against Welcome to the Jung, because Welcome to the Jung is just like, I don't know. It's it's a monster. It's like not fair to even make it like a comparison for improvement in that type of situation. I think this is more or less this is the series to prove that the work they've been putting in is going to pay off.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at Zico's and Chan's prediction for this series. Ooh. Okay. Super T's.
Is this this is my downfall? Is this my downfall?
I don't know. I think you've been on a redemption arc, so I could see this going in your favor. You never know. You can pull something out.
Are you just saying that because you're on the bottom and you're happy that this has gone this way and I'm going to be down there with you? Is that what's going on?
No, of course not. No, I'm rooting for you. Yes, it's cold and damp down here. I need someone to keep me company. It's scary down at the bottom. I don't like it. I'm doing better. I'm doing worse than every single person. I don't know how to handle it. But that being said, I mean, let's talk about the circumstances of this series. Like, you think it's going to be kind of then just sort of what we're used to seeing from these two teams. So given that it seems like Tiger Toads, the odds are against their favor, what do you think it's going to take for this team, for Tiger Toads, to pull off a victory?
Well, it depends what they decide to do. So there's a few different ways they could go with it. They could play Calvish on the Mage, play the Frost Mage Outlaw Rogue. That's a possibility. I know Calvish wasn't very happy with his performance on Mage, but I think he feels like he's dialed in. He's prepared for this cup, and that might be exactly what they need. So they could lead with Calvish on the Mage, or they could bring Cubsy in on Arcane. The one nice thing I like personally about Arcane Mage is that Kleptomania Honor talent is pretty effective into Resto Druid, so it is an option here for Tiger Toads to bring in either one of these two players, either one of these mage specs, but yeah, it should be a great game.
I couldn't agree more. No matter what happens, we are in for a treat with these two teams. Lower bracket, third place is on the line here. It's Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters, game number 1.
All right, we got for compositions. They're not gonna. Oh, they are bringing in the Arcane, but it's the Arcane Outlaw. So maybe looking for a little bit more of a late game angle here for the Tiger Toads, that they're actually leaving the lobby. They might be wrong there for them, but they left before the gate opened, so that's not going to be a defeat for them. Maybe they picked the wrong character. Maybe some keybinds are broken. Add-on wasn't working. Something like that probably. For the Tiger Toads. Maybe they joined as the wrong spec. I don't know. That's entirely a possibility, but we'll have to wait and see here exactly what has gone on with them before we enter game 1. Obviously, pressure is high, right? Like, you don't want to be going in and accidentally you blew a cooldown in the waiting room, and you'd probably rather just leave, reset the game in a situation like this, because if you win the series, you're a hell of a lot closer to getting into top 3. Not guaranteed, because Left 4 Dead is in the upper bracket, and if they somehow pull off that upset against Welcome to the JUNG, I don't even know if you have a hope of passing them to get into the top 3, but you're kind of hoping for that, praying for their downfall, and then looking to capitalize on that later on in the lower bracket and get that top 3 position, get a comfy position away from the gauntlet, watch every other team just slug it out, because who knows what happens, right? Between now and the finals, we have the patch coming out that's introducing corruption back into the game. So, yeah, I would much rather be top 3 and not have to worry of what's going to happen with the meta for the gauntlet to get into that position later.
It is really curious to see. Like, maybe we will see changes. It's hard to know. For a team, though, like Gustbusters, we talked about Nazem. He's just been riding the bench. Maybe investing in a Warlock, like just having that in your back pocket, might end up paying off later on. But it's not going to really matter for this matchup, for today, for this cup. Gustbusters, once again, they're bringing in Dippy, Chun-Li, and Flop, and Tiger Toads. They're going to be locking in the Arcane Mage. Specialization near and dear to my heart. We'll see if Cubsy can get it done. I think that Kleptomania talent could be very strong at trying to out-mana the Resto Druid. When you see him channel it, he's basically removing buffs. If he's playing, we'll have to wait and see.
Yep. Kleptomania immediately here onto Chun, just stripping those hots, stunning Chun-Li, and just blasting with arcane missiles, forcing him back. Dazed jumping towards Flop, engaging with crowd control of the kidney shot, but grapple weapon on his vanish. Dazed is so mad about this. He loses his subterfuge window during that timing, so it was really well done from Chun. Now they catch Cubsy in a stun. He's able to break free from that, hop out the barrier. They clash to reconnect, but they blind Windwalker defensively. Chun-Li is not, falling for this. He's not trinketing. He's holding it throughout all of this, but he's going to lose a lot of damage due to the peeling that's coming through from Dazed.
Yeah, both these melee are doing a really good job trying to control each other. I think Dave's just upset about that. Grapple weapon a little bit earlier on, so had to throw in the defensive blind. If you're not using cooldowns, I'm not allowed to, you're not allowed to, kind of thing that's going on between these two melee. Seems like Chun-Li trying to get pressure. Beautiful slicing wins over to Cubsy, just all over the map right now, but taking a considerable amount of damage. Mana could end up mattering. Could be one of those games that ends in an instant with burst, or it could go the distance. We'll have to wait and see. Definitely don't want to blink. This is an explosive matchup, but I do like that Dippy and Chun-Li are playing so aggressive here on Cubsy. They're not giving him any space to really run around in the matchup. I like the paralyze on the missile barrage coming in. Chun-Li just doing what he can to slow down Cubsy.
Yep, Cubsy's having a hard time, but he's still top of the meter even despite that. Cubsy takes a huge hit, but wraps around the corner. Kearney gets the heals. Chun-Li gets swapped too. He pre-karmas. They're going to ring. It's going to end up breaking, so he's not too worried. Cheap shots on Dippy, slowing down some of Dippy's damage. And this does feel like a game that is likely going to go the distance unless Chun-Li just gets a huge crit of damage at some point. Nice ring of peace, bouncing them, separating them, but Kearney's ready. Serenity just stopping himself immediately. Getting his heal over time effects back up. We bounce back onto Cubsy's point of view. He's kleptomaniaing off hots from Chun-Li. And Slicing Wind's about to hit him. He knocks Chun-Li back. He's just getting distance, playing in the corner with stuns on Chun-Li. Poking damage, using shifting power to reset cooldowns. Dazed comes back to support Cubsy. He repositions away from Chun-Li. Flop is jumping in here, but he walks into a cheap shot. Cubsy baiting Flop a little bit there into a Psychic Scream. That's a double. Chun-Li is isolated. Really good positioning here. Nice execution. That gets Flop's Gladiator's Medallion to be able to break out of crowd control. The Tiger Toads, they lay a trap. They bait Flop in, and they catch him. And now with that opportunity, what are they going to do? They have blind, and there's no karma. So I think this is a blind Flop. Go on Chun-Li angle. Dragon's Breath on Chun-Li, but we're following Dippy. He's in a bit of a 1v1 with Dazed at the moment. Flop jumps over to try and assist, but he walks into a cheap shot again. Cubsy's not there to get any crowd control off of it, though. Blink Kleptomania with the blind with no trinket. Double, maybe? No, just single leg sweep. Oh, he got Vortexed on his grip.
Nice Vortex.
Nice Vortex from Flop. He gets a bash as well out of that, holding Cubsy down into another maim stun, but not going to get too much value there. Nice kidney shot on Chun-Li. Warding his advance here as both teams are kind of stalling out as far as cooldowns, but as far as mana, Kearney has a big edge here that Flop is going to have to do something about pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what he decides to do. The strategy coming in from Tiger Toads is a very passive rogue mage strategy. Just do damage, don't die. Cubsy's swapped over to Shimmer, which I think is way better. Like, basically, they're just trying to create 1v1 situations where Chun-Li is forced to go after Cubsy and Daze is forced to go after Dippy. So just really trying to make it difficult for Dippy and Chun-Li to get on the same target. Looks like they do want to go after the healer a little bit. Chun-Li has had enough chasing Cubsy in this match, so he's going to turn his attention here onto Cubsy, but Cubsy doing a really good job just using the feathers and line of sighting Chun-Li during his cooldowns. Chun-Li, like, if you're a Windwalker monk, this is just a very frustrating game for you to play. He gets the Celestial Conduit, putting out decent damage here onto Cubsy. Let's see if they have the burst to take him down. He could drop someone really quick. We've seen it in the past, but it looks like Cubsy does handle the situation. Big slicing winds coming in, but Chun-Li struggling to connect once again.
Yeah, we're following Dazed at the moment. Just comes out of a paralyzed, setting up that between the eyes, getting his crit modifiers going, building up combo points for the next stun. Just kind of spamming out dispatches at the moment, but he's held at low health. He makes a swap on Chun-Li with a kidney shot from those combo points, but Dippy was there, peeling with lasso. Chun-Li ports away from Cubsy's damage. Chun-Li's got good position here. He's going to Chi Torpedo right back in on top of Dazed. No evasion available, but Dippy is getting low at the same time. Chun-Li's trying to stay on target, but he doesn't want to get stunned. It looks like Slicing Winds. He lines that one up. Go from downtown. Flop is 50% mana. Grapple weapon on Daze during the blind. A pre-grapple weapon's the blind, so he can't do any stuns. It was a nice play from Chun-Li here. Cubsy's repositioning with Kearney, and I do think Cubsy and Kearney's goal here is to try and win on mana. They have to be really careful about stacking up. They're going to reposition. Arcane Surge off the Fear into a Chastise stun. Big damage from Cubsy here. Chun-Li's just going to diffuse magic right before the cheap shot. That could have been devastating in that position, but nice read again from Chun-Li. Ring of Peace to bounce him into the wall. Oh, nice angel form on the leg sweep to immune it. It was really well played from Kearney. Dazed is trying to stay aggressive, but Dippy's kind of farming him in the middle of the map at the moment. He does recover. It's locked in the stun. Kearney, maybe a swap on Kearney here. Chun-Li catches him, forcing the Ray of Hope. I don't think he can make it negative by himself, but he's certainly trying to at the moment. He will not be able to. Kearney recovers. Both sides recover. Flop's mana continuing to drain at the 5-minute 30 mark.
We'll see what they decide to do. Flop is behind on mana, like you mentioned. You have to go for a drink, but it's really difficult. Every time you go for a drink, Cubsy can just use the Kleptomania, and then you don't have those hots to really rely on. So Kleptomania going to be very effective in this matchup. Chun-Li now getting swapped to. Dampening is getting higher and higher, but that Ascendance is rotating back up as well. So there always is that opportunity for Dippy and Chun-Li to just absolutely one-shot. Both the Windwalker Monk and the Elemental Shaman have that as a possibility. And if they can catch Cubsy in a stun, he doesn't have a trinket for because he's not playing Blink. There is openings for them to start finding some pressure. Beautiful wind shear there on that Kleptomania. Slightly wasted there by Cubsy. Dippy doing a good job backing up and protecting those heal over time effects. Cubsy's just going to shifting power it back up. And likely just go for a Kleptomania once again. The Arcane Surge, though, large amounts of damage available. He's going after Chun-Li. Kleptomania comes in. Cubsy actually just blinking into the middle of the map, but Flop deflects this attack right now with that Ancient of Lore, just trying to slow down this offense. Cubsy and Daze taking a bit of damage, but Kearney easily deflects it.
Cubsy repositions. He gets an evocation off. He gets stunned, though. They do disrupt it with a kick. Dippy's getting pressured. Has to trade out Astral Shift. Big damage from Daze here. He's cleaving with Blade Flurry. Killing Spree, hitting 2 targets. Cubsy's line of sighting. Chun-Li's just continuing to attack Daze, but I don't think he can stay on him for much longer. Daze grapples over, looking to reconnect. Ghostly Strike out. He's ramping up his damage. He vanishes. He's going for a big power play on Chun-Li. He's not finding the crits, though. No crits on these. No pistol shots. No between the eyes spam. He's not able to find too much damage there. Cubsy gets rotted down from Dippy. This is the Ascendance moment, so Dippy's ramping. Ascendance just ends for him. Cubsy survives. Kearney's an Angel recovering. Flop continues to drain mana rapidly at this point, down at 30%. Dippy takes a huge hit of damage. Trinkets into another stun. Barrage comes through. It looks like he might be able to survive here by the skin of his teeth. He's trying to power through onto Cubsy. Ray of Hope is denying the kill for now. Dazed is into Cyclone. Flop's going crazy with clones. Not able to swap it around. They swap on Kearney. They catch him in a Cap Totem. Ring of Peace to bounce him away from his escape. Another Cap Totem stun comes through, but he gets a Fear defensively with the Ring of Frost. He's repositioning. The line of sight. I don't think Kearney's going down. Ancient of Lore up for Flop. He should be able to recover Dippy. They're dropping Grounding Totem anyways, but Touch of the Magi is available here. Dippy doesn't have a trinket. If they can catch him in a kidney shot, he might just die to Touch of the Magi if he's not careful. Dippy immediately burrows. He doesn't want to get kidney shot in this situation with limited defense. Flop is jumping in, gets a maim stun on Cubsy's Touch of the Magi. Good interception from Flop. He's looking for Cyclones during that stun. He Cyclones the Rogue. Really good opportunity there from Flop. That could have been a scary moment, but he completely owns them with that navigation. Chun-Li trinkets. trying to stay on target, but Cubsy gets pulled away. They switch back over onto Dazed. No trinket, big slice. Can they 100-0 him? Doesn't look like it. We're at the 8-minute mark. Some of these matches going 10 minutes. It's just about having an overwhelming push that late in the game.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Chun-Li still has Touch of Karma. He's got cooldowns to trade. A little bit of pressure here for the side of Gustbusters. Tiger Toad's getting overwhelmed, and we've seen this in the past, that around this mark of dampening, it becomes really difficult for the Holy Priest. At the same time, a massive missile barrage. Look at Cubsy in the back line. Missiles and barrages flying in from left field. But Dippy's getting low. Cubsy dazed. This is a race to the finish. Dampening so high, and I think it's going to be Dippy that could fall.
Oh my
Ironbark
God.
lands with the Astral Shift. He gets kicked, but Dazed needs to be very careful. It's going to be the Void Shift that comes in. A really close call there on Dippy, but ultimately Flop keeps him alive.
Nice grapple weapon on Dazed. Dippy. Oh, the gouge on his Spirit Walkers. He needs the Stormkeeper. He needs big lightning bolts. He needs big crits right now, but he gets cheap shot. Dazed is peeling them away. Kearney's in angel form. I think swapping Kearney on this leg sweep might be their last opportunity. Or Dazed, possibly. But with no Trinket, no Guardian Spirit, they need to get off the Mage. Mage has too much defense right now. I really don't think they should be chasing Cubsy. He's just going to kite circles around them. They don't have a lot of time left here. They swap back to Dazed. They need to get this leg sweep. Doesn't look like they were able to land it, though. Unfortunately, Dazed gets pulled out of the fight, and they're trying to reset, it looks like. At 9 minutes and 30 seconds, they're trying to reset. Dippy has no personal defensives, only Medallion, which isn't going to matter if he gets stun locked and bursted here. Touch of the Magi, it's committed. Missiles are flying in. They Cyclone Dazed. Chun-Li is trying to get back in on target. Cubsy ports away. Big swell of damage. Ray of Hope blocks the kill over on Cubsy. Is it negative? Dippy's getting a lot of damage. This is Ascendance. Dippy might be able to win the game. He Windshares a heal. He needs to finish Dazed by himself, but he has to burrow away. He's afraid of getting kidney shot. Dazed is still rotting. Kearney's trying to recover, and Mana has equalized at the 10-minute mark. Celestial Conduit. Chun-Li has cooldowns. He's gunning for a kill, trying to get on a target. He finds Dazed. Dazed trinkets out of the grapple, looking to reconnect. He's going for the killing spree, but he gets Earth Elemental stunned by Dippy. This Earth Elemental timing is key. Flop gets a stun, another stun from Flop, and Dazed goes down. Gustbusters close it out at the 10-minute mark. It was looking like they were going to lose all game. They're so low on mana, but they clutch it out in the final moments.
And this is the problem. The Holy Priest eventually is just getting overwhelmed by Dippy. I think Chun-Li, too, was starting to find his bearings a little bit more in the late game. I think he maybe spent a little bit too much time chasing down Cubsy in this match. And I do think it's important that you are going after, the rogue, making the swaps on the priest. As Cubsy, this adaptation of just playing Shimmer and running around, it's very interesting. And there was a few close calls. Actually, we almost saw Dippy go down, and like a miraculous save there by Flop. So this could have worked. I don't mind this strategy from the side of Tiger Toads, but it's just risky because once you get in dampening, the game is just so hard to recover.
Yeah, this is a tough situation, and it's just that one swell of damage. Yeah, I like that they swapped Rogue. I think Cubsy was 100% going to be a bait. He just has greater invis and ice block still in his pocket, so seeing the Rogue and dampening, I think that's what we're seeing with Outlaw Rogue in general, is just the nerf to their cooldown reduction means that they don't get their defensive cooldowns back as frequently either. So there's more openings to actually target them in dampening, whereas in these situations, he'd probably have some major cooldowns back. He'd be able to trade and not go down to the stun lock, but the stun lock was just so good. Flop got so many key stuns right there to buy time for Dippy to finish him off. Trade the Astral Shift, just make sure that they don't die in those final moments, and they didn't have any other options. They played that out. Where did the Touch of the Magi go? It's on Dippy, I guess. He's got no wall. Yeah, that's the right move, I think. He just can't kill Dippy. Bob is just keeping him alive. He's got Cenarian Ward loaded. Even threw in a Chastise Holy Fire. It's just not enough. They couldn't push Dippy over in that final moment, even despite Cubsy topping the damage meter here. So almost an 11-minute game. I don't know what our longest game is this season.
I'm telling you. I said this the last time. If we see Tiger Toads do the same strategy, but just with like a Fury Warrior, I think they'll win. I really do. I think Cubsy's doing so much damage. Like, this is what the Arcane Mage excels at, just running around and attacking, just being an annoying little mosquito that can't be hit. You just attack, you use Kleptomania, and imagine there's just a Fury Warrior on Dippy instead of an Outlaw Rogue. Like, I really think they could win this matchup. I think Tiger Toads needs to make some sort of adjustment here and bring in a different melee DPS than Rogue.
How hard do you think it would be for him to just make a Fury Warrior right now?
I don't know. I don't want to say it's that easy. So, but the thing is, I feel like I've seen Calvish play Warrior before. So, I just don't think the Rogue is the best option at the moment, which is surprising to say. There's so many good melee, you know?
This is the first time that rogues might be actually moving out of the meta in a long time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in Europe too, but it does feel like the rogues are falling off a little bit. Like the games are close. You get the feeling that the rogue team can win, but they just end up falling a little bit short during these final moments. So we'll see. Gustbusters, I feel like they're just going to run the same thing. Almost no shot that they change. This seems to be their comfort pick. This is what they're best at. They're most prepared. Tiger Toads, I'm wondering what they're going to do, because I didn't mind that strategy. Cubsy really popped off. He got a lot of damage, and they did have a few close calls. So I do feel like it's a matchup that could go either way, as long as you get deep enough into dampening.
You just need a melee that can pressure the Shaman more than the Outlaw Rogue. Just seems like Outlaw Rogue can't dent the same way that other melee possibly could, like the Fury Warrior. Maybe even a Demon Hunter. We saw that from Zeepai's team, but I think Zeepai was not nearly as experienced as Cubsy on the Arcane Mage. But I could see that doing well. Demon Hunter pressure on an Elemental Shaman is normally quite high, but Tiger Toes is not a team that I really, they're not known for that, at least right now. But if they lose, they're going to lose their chance to get into the top 3, and they're going to have to just prepare for the gauntlet, which could be anything. So it is stressful for the Tiger Toads. Gustbusters making some really good plays. Chun-Li has some really good reads in the situation, and so does Tiger Toads. And they're just playing a really safe strategy. Pull the monk around in circles, spam dispel the hots, try and find some opportunity later on in the game, but Gustbusters aren't presenting that opening. So the Tiger Toads need to go back to the drawing board here, I think, if they still want to have a serious chance of climbing through this lower bracket, contending for that top 3 position, knocking Gustbusters out immediately as competition, and then with their eyes set on Left 4 Dead in the bracket as well to advance. And they're running their time. This is like a serious moment. You could tell that maybe the jitters are high, right? Like we saw in that last series, players are starting to panic. They're making more mistakes. This is your last opportunity, so they're trying to take a moment and kind of breathe, go through the entire timer, don't lock anything in too quickly, and figure out what you want to do. But I think they want a similar playstyle. Empyrean Domain would lead me to believe that. So I'll get it exactly the same. Absolutely no changes from the Tiger Toads. Just the map selection. Going to be more open space. Try and find more opportunities to possibly take out Chun-Li by isolating him with Kearney and Cubsy in the back. And Daze just keeping pressure going and limiting the damage from the Shaman is the name of the game here. But even despite Flop being low on mana for like 8 minutes, Kearney's mana just equalized in dampening. Like as soon as you get to the 50% healing reduction mark, the Holy Priest is all healing output. So all of their cooldowns are nerfed. So it becomes a lot more difficult to heal as a Holy Priest in dampening than other healers. So that mana advantage that they have early is just immediately lost. And I'm not really confident that like Tiger Toads can win early. Like, how do you get a kill against Gustbusters before 8 minutes? I don't see it happening unless Flop is just super overeager and just like chilling in cat form the whole time.
Yeah, I don't think the strategy is to win in the early game, though, just based off what Cubsy's doing. Like, Cubsy is basically just ignoring the enemy healer. It's like he's not going for any crowd control, no stops. It's just a game of him versus the Windwalker Monk. That's the whole game here for Cubsy. Avoid Chun-Li at all costs. Get the Kleptos out. Put out your burst damage. Maybe Daze can go over with a blind, a kidney shot on the healer at the same time, but I think Tiger Toes are playing a very passive strategy. Their idea is to win in the late game, try to out mana. Unfortunately, it backfired. If it backfires again, I think we really need to see a change, but I don't really think Tiger Toes is going to play anything else other than RMP, truly. So this might just be their best bet, and they just have to win with this.
Kleptomania, first global cooldown from Cubsy, getting some positional advantages here. Arcane Surge, blink out of range of the Shear. He gets the combo off. He's not committing the Touch of the Magi, though, so I think he wants to swap to Chun-Li, maybe with Chastise Stun. Double Clash for a double sweep. Kearney fades it. Nice play. They're going to use Earth Elemental Stun on Cubsy's Trinket. Flops in a cheap shot. I don't think it's going to matter too much. It's just all about Cubsy running away. You just got to follow Cubsy, see how much distance he can get, how far away can he stay away from the engagement, and get into the late game while maximizing his damage. And so far, he's limiting Chun-Li's uptime quite effectively, so he's going to switch to Dazed. Nice Vortex. Chun-Li going to get cheap shot. Maybe a swap over to Chun-Li. Ascendance is rolling. Cubsy's on the run. And it's such a different play style for Rogue Mage Priest. It's just all defense. It's just run. It's almost like a Lock Shaman play style with Rogue Mage skins.
Definitely. I mean, it's very unique to Cubsy. That's why we're not seeing a lot of Arcane Mages playing these tournaments, because I feel like these are the strategies you kind of need to implement. You don't excel at pushing in for CC, but you definitely excel at running away and doing a lot of damage. So Cubsy using that advantage in this matchup. We'll see if it ends up working out. Looks like Flop is playing a little bit more aggressively in the game, which I really like. They get the blind on Chun-Li. Flop pushes in and tries to get the stuns, so a little bit of control there coming from Dazed, realizing Cubsy might be in trouble, but I think we're going to see large circles on this map. Like I said, for Cubsy, the entire objective is just run away from Chun-Li. That's basically the only thing he cares about here.
Okay, Cubsy's got good distance. Just continuing Kleptomania spam. Ernie's trying to reset stuns here, spamming Smite in the back. Dippy's actually taking decent damage. They get Tranquility and Astral Shift there. It wasn't Touch of the Magi. There's no Trinket. Oh, but Chun-Li's getting aggressive on that. Nice grip from Kearney. Really good positioning there from the Priest. Pull Cubsy to safety. Oh man, the tree from Flop. He's just got Ancient of Lore. Touch of Magi is completely countered during this time. Flop will just regenerate those hots so quickly. Big pressure from Chun-Li. Cubsy gets a knock, but he knocks him to Kearney. He's like, thanks for passing me over to your Holy Priest, bro. Big swap on Kearney. They get Trinket and Guardian Spirit.
Yeah, that was actually really nicely done. So Chun-Li had his cooldowns, realized he probably wasn't going to be able to take down Cubsy, so they get the setup onto Kearney with a Slicing Winds leg sweep into a Rake Stun, and they managed to get his Trinket, so a great offensive push there. Now it's going to be Chun-Li in trouble. He needs to be very careful. He doesn't get brought too far away from his portal, so he needs to make sure he's constantly relaying that Transcendence so he can port to safety if he needs it. Might be a good opportunity right now, and he will just use the portal and a roll back into the middle of the map, putting a little damage out onto Daze, but continuing this chase here onto Cubsy.
Kleptomania. He fakes the interrupt there, I think, with the Kleptomania. Repositioning. Pulling him out. Slice. Can't dodge it. Dragon's Breast it. Daze is just Vortex and cloned at the moment. Daze is having no fun. Double Cap Totem. Nice Cap Totems from Dippy throughout this series. Find any opportunity he can for his team. Nice grip on Cubsy, though, as Kearney repositions. He looks like he's chasing down. Nice. He's going to stun Dippy. Stop some damage. Get Dazed on target. He's going after Chun, but Fist of Fury are parrying his attacks. He grapples out of range, avoiding the hits. Dippy pulls back around the pillar. Flop's going for Ancient of Lore behind the pillar so he can hold on to his Nature Swiftness. I like that, but unfortunately, I guess it's Touch of the Magi. It's fair. Ancient of Lore, just trade with the Touch of the Magi. That's the scariest moment in the game. So as long as you have a cooldown for Touch of the Magi, I don't think you're dying before dampening. So Flop's just aligning cooldowns during that window. They survive another one. Cyclone attempts, more Cyclones on Daze. If Cubsy's going to play 80 yards away, Flop is abusing that by cycloning his melee DPS and taking him out of the match. So is Cubsy going to manage to be able to pull off a play here? He can get like maybe a Shimmer counterspell a little bit later in the game when Flop's feeling too comfortable, but big hit of damage on Cubsy. He shimmers. Dippy's all over him. He might get a block by himself. He gets a block. Oh, it was a Trinket from Kearney too. Tiger Toads are falling apart. We're not even 4 minutes in.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. The only thing that Flop really is disadvantaged in is mana. So mana could be the win condition here, but it might not end up mattering. Chun-Li is managing to get there, and I like the fact that the Gust Busters, they're just pushing on Cubsy. It's exactly what you need to do. You can see Flop, he's getting stuns out and really just putting pressure onto the mage. In the meantime, though, Daze gets a nice stun onto Chun-Li. Chun-Li's just going to Chi Torpedo over to chase down Cubsy here. An interesting talent selection. Chun-Li's actually one of the only Windwalker monks that prefers the Chi Torpedo over the traditional roll in these type of matchups to chase down the mage. So after you use that Chi Torpedo, you get a little bit of an extra sprint, and it can kind of help you connect against some of these really slippery wizards.
Okay, Kearney, no Trinket. They could swap, maybe. That's kind of just risky. I think they're just going to play it up passively. Dippy's still pressuring Mage at the moment, but Dazed intercepts, getting shot, flops in tree again. Flop is just lining up cooldowns with Cubsy. He's just blocking every single attempt Cubsy tries to make. He's making his team look invulnerable as a result, but it's costing him quite a bit of mana. And you know, it's 5 minutes. We're not even halfway, a little over halfway now to the ending of the first game, and I think Flop's way behind on mana, but that Vortex pins Cubsy for a moment. As soon as Chun-Li's out of this gouge, he's going to probably line up a Slicing Winds or something here in the near future. Shifting Power, well placed here from Cubsy to avoid the interrupts. Kleptomania, but Dazed gets caught. Maybe they do. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think they may need to swap Dazed a little bit. Nice Cyclone at low health here from Flop. Tiger Toads, they're just playing to live. And, I mean, I guess that's all you can do, but it just feels like they have no spark in them anymore.
Yeah, this is tough. It's an interesting strategy, to say the least. But they are committed to it, and we have seen, Cubsy pull strategies like this off in the past. Very passive, just trying to out-mana, trying to outlast, trying to win in dampening. But I think for Gust Busters, I mean, it is looking a little bit sketchy. Flop only has about 20% mana left in this game. maybe Daze just goes down and doesn't end up mattering. Ascendance for Dippy in 45 could be the final little bit of damage that they do need here, but I do feel like at some point Flop is going to have to go for a drink. Good control out here onto Daze. The full Cyclone lands. Now Flop's going to be moving in. Can they get the Surge? He gets wind sheared, and they are all there. All 3 members of Gustbusters are chasing down Cubsy. The Vortex comes down. Nicely done.
I love the Cap Totem stuns here from Dippy. The disadvantage of the Windwalkers, you don't have a lot of stuns.
Nice kick!
And they land an interrupt, but Ray's active. Is it negative? It looks positive for now. It's negative. It's mid. It's not even going to take him back to half health, but the blind defensively into the gouge. Chun-Li's not overextending. He's not going to trinket. They catch Daze in a bash. Maybe Chun-Li should have trinketed. That was a lot of momentum that was lost as a result of not doing it. This is the Ascendance coming in 1 second. Chun-Li, smoke bomb. All right, he's got defuse. There's no way he's dying through that. Chun-Li is just so on point. They get it paralyzed. They've got Ascendance out of this cheap shot. There's no crowd control available. They Cyclone Daze. They can push in aggressively. They can do whatever they want. They get a maim stun. Cubsy has no trinket. This is going to be his block. It just came off cooldown. He's got a block, evasion, and cloak maybe at the same time as well from Daze. They're blasting down Kearney. Gustbusters have all of the momentum. It's like the wind was knocked out of Tiger Toad's sails. They just have nothing other than mana going for them. They need a miracle kill on Chun-Li with no karma. Other than that, I don't see any opportunities.
Yeah, Flop's still almost out of mana, but they're just not putting out that much pressure for the time being, but dampening is high. They can actually just one-shot. They're not out of it yet. Like, Tiger Toads can still get a kill at some point in this game. A nice Vortex there by Flop. Love to see that. Kidney Shot lands. Do they have a Ring of Frost to follow it up? They're just going after Flop. Ooh, Ring of Frost is going to drop. He manages to get a nice double Ring of Frost there by Cubsy, but doesn't seem like it's going to end up mattering too much. However, Dippy's getting low. He has the Astral Shift. He's holding on to it. Dampening is at 40% at this point in the game. Ancient of Lore gets cast out, hard cast there by Flop as he continues to march very slowly, albeit across the map, connecting heals to his team. He gets everyone nice and recovered. I really want to see Cubsy go for a Kleptomania after the Ancient of Lore. Like, after all those nice heals are up, just remove them all. And that's going to be a chance for them, but I am afraid for Cubsy here, Sid.
Another Cap Totem. They shear Cubsy. Another Cap Totem stun from Dippy. Cubsy's getting pressured. Kearney's trying to dispel. Here comes the Arcane Surge. They need a one-shot wonder, but Flop is there. He blocks them with a bash. He's getting absolutely destroyed. How is he not trinketing that bash? It's so much damage. They're trying to pressure Dippy back. They get his Astral Shift, but Dippy has confidence to keep going for the kill at the moment. He's just pushing forward through the cheap shots. Slicing Winds gets knocked away. Cubsy's repositioning, but there's a grapple on Dazed. He can't get anything going. Flop's getting into cat form, getting combo points ready. Vortexing and rooting Dazed. Dazed can't move. Chun-Li swaps back onto Dazed. He gets the leg sweep through the evasion. Does Flop have a restun here? He needs a restun. It's big damage. They can't get it. Dazed gets cloaked, but Cubsy is still getting rocked by Dippy, and they're just getting bulldozed. They're just getting bullied. They're just getting bodied. There's no momentum coming from the Tiger Toads. When are they going to pick their moment? It's just been 9 minutes of them getting absolutely destroyed. They need to find a moment. We're hitting the 9-minute mark, and it feels like after 10 minutes, it's the final enrage timer. You don't get any second chances. Maybe they finally managed to drag this game on long enough. Flop is totally out of mana. Dippy gets an Ascendance proc, though. A critical moment for him to get an Ascendance proc. Flops in tree. They're pushing for the win. I think I don't know if you keep going Cubsy at this point. They're trying to go for Cubsy, but Daze has nothing at the same time. Leg sweep comes up in 8 seconds. If you could somehow stack them up at all, that could be a power play. They get Guardian Swap. Swap Rogue 100%. No, he's on DR. They DR the stun. I think Daze is going to be able to get away.
Ascendance again. Ascendance is coming up in 15 seconds. Dippy loads the chamber here with a Stormkeeper, but Cubsy has Ice Block in 8 seconds. He somehow got back to another Ice Block. I think he's playing the talents for a shorter Ice Block in this matchup, so that has definitely been paying dividends here for Cubsy in this game. We'll see. Tiger Toes are still trying to hold on. Cubsy doesn't want to throw the game. He's so low on health. He's got the Ice Block. He makes the trade. The Ascendance for Dippy is just blasting. Daze could easily fall. Big slicing wins. Daze trying to do what he can to deflect the attack with a cheap shot. Cubsy goes for the Surge. This is the last final Hail Mary. Cubsy doesn't win with this. I do not think they're going to be winning this game, but Flop has no mana. Daze has ran out of time. Void Shift comes in at the last second. Somehow Tiger Toes are surviving, but not for much longer. Big Lightning Lasso. Massive damage here from Chun-Li, and I think that this Ray is going straight to 0. I think Cubsy is dead. No! Somehow Kearney keeps him alive. I can't believe it. But still, Gustbusters continue to make the push, and I
Slump
think
Bump?
they're running out of time
They're
here.
actually
Oh my
doing
goodness, there's no way. Oh, they're actually going
Oh,
to
the
take down
tree.
Dippy. He goes underground. Tree form comes in once again, too. They deflect the attack.
Oh my god, I thought the Smoke Bomb was going to win the game. Ring of Peace. Chun-Li reconnects and is chasing Cubsy the right move here because they're kind of slipping a couple opportunities through every now and then. Flop has Heart of the Wild and Iron Bark. I think he's got to just activate that right now. Dippy's taking a lot of damage. Kearney is low on health, but he's actually recovered his teammates. Can the Tiger Toads do it? They swap to Kearney. The images are killing Kearney. He's just out of mana. He's just a sad, but Dippy is dead. They actually do it, but Kearney can go down to Flop. Chun-Li just needs to get over here. He can't get over there. They actually did it. They actually dampened their souls, their body, their spirits, their minds. There is nothing left of the Gustbusters. This was just 11 minutes of them just dying. They're still trying to play it out. Kidney shot. Chun-Li can't get there. There's no trinket. I think Chun-Li's going to go down. Flop can't heal anymore. He's got NS. Maybe one more big heal. Leg sweep on Rogue. Try and get back on the Priest. If he hits the slice, doesn't get in range of it. I mean, maybe. Ring of Peace. Maybe.
Spirit in 2.
Maybe. Oh, it doesn't get
Spirit.
the stun. There's no stun.
Yeah, I
Arcane
think it's
Surge.
unlikely they can win. Big Arcane Surge. Kleptomania is going to come in, and I think Tiger Toads have done it. That game was looking absolutely terrible. I mean, maybe Chun-Li. Nah, it's going to be over. But, I mean, if this is how Tiger Toads has to win, the fact that they lost a blind pick, I think, speaks volumes. Because this game was not looking good for them. Like, maybe this is the only strategy that they can implement for a win. And albeit it won them this game number 2, but that was super sketchy.
I feel like I'm watching like a Hearthstone deck that's just putting taunts on the board. It's just taunt, not playing to win, taunt. Just keep blocking, keep just doing nothing, just taunt. Just do nothing till dampening, and then they just one-shot Dippy. You just got a couple of missiles through, snipes Dippy. Like, how could they have stopped this? Did he not Iron Bark? I would have just Iron Bark right here, I think. Iron Bark right here. Dippy's half healthier and dampening. Like, he did Iron Bark. He dies through Iron Bark.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
dampening
and he
is-
triggered it instantly, too.
He's got no mana, though. I don't think he has mana to even put up heals. Like, you can see Dippy has literally no heal over time effects. It's just like, that Kleptomania becomes so effective in dampening. You just get so far behind as that Resto Druid. So, this is like where you get that free healing off. But this is also where Cubsy, he's going to be dropping the Ring of Frost. And he's able to just get out a huge barrage of damage after that Kleptomania. And Flopper has really nothing he can do. And poor Chun-Li, man. I like... You just can't hit anything. You're just trying so hard. You have so much damage, but everything is just kiting you, just knocking you away, getting blast wave, cheap shot, gouge. You go for the rogue. He's got evasion. Try to go to the priest. Kearney's just doing an amazing job using that pillar to avoid damage. So we're going to a small map, so it should be better here for him.
I don't think Cubsy can pull off what he did on a map like this.
I don't know.
Cubsy,
Probably
though.
not.
It's Cubsy, though. Cubsy is the most annoying player in the game to attack. I think, like, bar none. Like, it's not even region locked. Like, it's literally the globe. Like, if you get into a game and you know Cubsy's in the game, you know you're going to be annoyed. You just know you're going to be annoyed. You can't attack him the whole game.
You know, like, I don't know if the folks watching remember this, but Cubsy was a part of the Dynasty Cloud9, like the wealthy man, Snuts, Chanimal, Cubsy, Cloud9, where they would just play Mage Lock when no one else would. Mage Lock Druid and just extend you deep into dampening. They would drag you into the darkest pits of dampening where healing just could no longer see the light, and they would eventually overwhelm you. And any team Cubsy's on, he brings that spirit. Like, this is a strategy that he has been pulling off for a very long time.
I'm just trying to imagine, like, Daze just getting root cloned, stunned the whole game, can't move. Cubs just running in a circle, Kearney's running in a circle, and it feels like it's just like they're hoping they win after 10 minutes. And it's like maybe they can die before that point, because Gustbusters are getting a lot of cooldowns. I think they forced like 2 blocks that game with how long it is. And it's Arcane, it's a 5-minute cooldown, you only get 1, so getting 2 blocks in a game. I feel like maybe they tunneled him too much. Like, I feel like they got baited. It was like Cubsy had no cooldowns, they kept training him. Maybe they should have just attacked Rogue more.
Cubsy's playing Winter's Protection, so he's got 60 seconds off of his ice block with that talent. It's not a standard talent that a lot of people play, but it seems to be good in this matchup. And then, of course, with Shifting Power, I think his ice block should be around a 3-minute cooldown with those 2 things. So I think he got, like, what, 3 or 4 off in that game?
It was
Correct me if I'm
more.
wrong.
I might have lost track. Okay, that game was a blur. It was like Everything except for like the final 20 seconds was a blur for keeping this through. But I feel like it's just a bait to keep chasing Cubsy. He's just taunting you to keep attacking him. Their one game win was killing Daze, switching back on the Rogue. I think the Rogue is definitely more susceptible to taking down, but maybe on the small map, maybe that's not the case. Maybe Flop gets a couple more Vortexes on Cubsy to pin him in those types of situations. And we keep flashing this. I'm the only one for the Tiger Toads. I mean,
Still believing in it? Like, how are you feeling after this game?
I don't know it. I don't know how to feel anymore with how damp that game is. Like
your soul is just leaving your body.
I don't know what to think because I just feel like they're playing to live and then they're flipping a coin. They're playing the coin comp. They're just live for 10 minutes and flip the coin and hope they win. That's what it feels like with this strat at the moment.
Because there was a few times, I mean, Chun-Li just like crit in extra time. The game was just over, you know, especially on Kearney. He's got no mana, but the Tiger Toes, they're just, they're very good. Like mechanically, an exceptionally strong team. We'll see if they can pull it off again. I think this small map, the strategy is going to be a lot more difficult to pull off, though.
All right, gates are open. This is a fight for third place, a guaranteed spot in the finals on the line here in a series between the GUST Busters and the Tiger Toads, and we are tied up and only 2 games in, 20 minutes of gameplay time. Cheap shots from Dazed, but these Earth Elemental stuns in the opener. I like that Dippy uses that early. He knows the game's going to be long. He gets the added stamina, added damage reduction bonus from the Elemental. He gets an early stun, and he can rotate through. Cubsy's getting a lot of Arcane Orb procs here, but Chun-Li's in hot pursuit, Flop's in Tree, Kearney's in Angel. Cubsy's trying to blink away and kite, but there's not a lot of distance to. He's forced back next to next to Flop. He gets sheared on his Kleptomania. Missiles coming through. Big barrage procs, just not denting anybody, unfortunately. Arcane Surge missiles. Still not really getting, maybe a little bit closer to kill. Flop gets a big heal. Bash on Cubsy. This is what I want to see from Flop. It's just more setups like that. They almost get his block. They're almost killing him through Ray. A big push there. I feel like if Flop is a little bit more active with assisting Chun-Li, that they can definitely kill Cubsy in that type of situation.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they can do it. The small map is definitely going to be much better for Chun-Li. He was bottom damage in that last game. Once again, bottom damage in this game. Could fall here. Looks like the Touch of Karma will trade. He trades with the Trinket and the Touch of Karma, so much more coordinated efforts here on Chun-Li. In the last couple of games, Daze is just trying to control Dippy, but it seems like GUST is actually trying to win. They're actually just trying to actually focus on Chun-Li, put their damage together, get some good setups out, and they might be able to close out the game earlier because of that.
Chun, no cooldowns. Iron Bark, nice leg sweep. I think the swaps to Rogue are really good, but he gets caught in a gouge. Dave's trying to re-stealth off this, and he's just going to go for the kidney shot. Kleptomania, strip the hots. Looks like Flop reloads them pretty effectively. He's got Ancient Allure for the next unlock. They kick Cubsy. Ring of Frost defensively on the images. I think they're CC immune now, aren't they? Maybe not to the Ring of Frost. Or no, they're on target. Big pressure on Cubsy with those images. He's attacking Kearney while the images chase the mage. This is a nice tactic from Chun-Li. It's a lot of pressure, but not enough damage yet to get the kill. I like that play from Chun-Li. Just go on the Holy Priest, put the images on the mage so they can't be kited, and you get to hit 2 targets basically at the same time during cooldowns.
Ooh, big Arcane Surge. Nicely done there by Cubsy with that Smoke Bomb. Able to get out some serious damage right now with Arcane Missiles. But a nice clash there by Chun-Li, bringing Kearney into the middle of the map. Both Flop and Kearney in their immunity forms right now, just spamming out heals. Likely a bit of a stalemate here, but those cooldowns are now traded out of the way. Dampening is still low. It's the early stages of the game. The last one went to, 10.5 minutes? So
11.
If everything kind of plays out the same, it's likely we go quite deep into dampening once again.
Might have been 12. I can't remember. It's all a blur at this point. Cubsy stunned up. Cyclone on Kearney. Nice Cyclones from Flop. Definitely think Flop is going to be the big enabler for the team here. Nice Vortex. I don't know if I like the Vortex on Rogue. I feel like it's just way better on Mage. Another defensive Ring of Frost. Chun-Li's just going to Chi Torpedo right in it. Yeah, I like that Ring of Frost. Just Chi Torpedo right into it. Hope that it breaks the damage. Nice pre-diffuse during the blind here. Nice grapple weapon as well to stop any stuns. Chun-Li's having a really good moment here. He paralyzes the mage. But Daze gets the cheap shots regardless. Defensive Hex gets counterspelled. This could be an opportunity, but they get a fear. No Tremor. Polymorph on Dippy. Cubsy fakes an interrupt. Here are the images. Big damage from Chun-Li. This is where I'd like to see a Vortex. Just coordinate the Vortex with Chun-Li's images. I think that should be lined up 100% of the time.
Now let's see what they do. Nice burst here on Cubsy. Needs to be very careful. That will be Kearney's cooldowns coming in. That Ray of Hope deflecting the attack, keeping Cubsy alive. But these bursts of damage are really threatening here. Chun-Li will not be kited quite as easily as he was on Empyrean Domain. Still Cubsy continuing to run circles on this map. Chun-Li's going to be rolling over, looking for a slicing wins, moving over, trying to connect here to Cubsy, but at the same time, Dippy's taking some damage, really back and forth. But once again, look at Flop's mana here, Sid. This is looking a little scary.
Yeah, only 4 minutes in. I mean, it's just about the same pacing, I think, for him. And I don't. Is he not playing Innervate this time? Maybe it's just because he's getting spell stolen instantly. But normally, I think Innervate's being tracked on the cooldowns there. So he might have changed his talents a little bit. Vortex again on the Rogue. I really don't like these Vortexes on the Rogue. Unless they're actually going to kill him, you know, and stop a life grip. But I feel like the Vortex needs to be used on the Mage. The Mage is just getting so much distance right now. Chun-Li can't stay on target. Kidney shot. Flops there. He line of sights the Mage with this position. Oh, nice Cyclone. Daze couldn't get out of line of sight in time. Chun-Li should be able to recover through the touch of the Magi pretty easily. Kearney gets sniped by it. Was he drinking in the middle of the map right there? There's a little gnome in the middle of the map getting some sips. It's like, nobody sees me. I'm a gnome. I'm just going to drink right here. They snipe him with a Star Surge. A little cheeky play from Kearney, just in case it does go the distance. They knock Dippy away. Honestly, right now, Dippy is looking a bit vulnerable. No Astral Shift. He's down at half. Cubsy gets blasted as well. It's obviously a lot more fast, I think, of a game on a small map. Flop's jumping in. This is what I want to see. Just intercepting Cubsy with a couple more stuns, a couple more Vortexes. Defensive Ring of Frost. Flop in a blind. Dippy isolated. Flop trinkets to respond. To keep Dippy going here while he doesn't have his Astral Shift. Big images. Big pressure with that conduit. Cubsy barriers. Might have to invis. He's trying to get away from Chun. Wrapping around the corner. Slicing wind swap back onto Dazed. Evasions. Dodges it. Cheap shots to engage, but still rotted down. I really want to see a swap to Dazed. No evasion. I think Rogue has to be the kill target in this game, in the late game.
Definitely could be. We'll see what they end up doing. Cubsy's still on the run right now, but I do think that Rogue is going to be a big vulnerability. Chasing an Arcane Mage with the short cooldown on Ice Block could be tough. Get a big hit of damage there, but at the same time, Chun-Li is taking some burst. 6 minutes have elapsed. This game could come to an end at any point. Both healers still have a little bit of gas left in the tank, but it does seem like for that late game mana advantage, Gustbusters is ahead right now. Chun-Li down to about half health. Rolling over, continuing this push here onto Cubsy. Let's see what Dippy's going to be able to do. Waiting for that ascendance in about 30 seconds.
What?
But Cubsy is low on health. Can they take him down? A big heal connects. Same time, Dazed is getting low. This is great pressure for Gustbusters. If Flop can just stabilize, looks like Kearney is going to be able to top off his team, but that was a great push.
Slicing wins, chastised on it. Touch the Magi up for a second here on the cheap shot. Barrage connects, with Flop recovers. Ironbark stabilizes. Nice lasso. I really like the lasso swaps back. If they counterspell it, then Druid can Cyclone. So it's either you get the full lasso swap on the Rogue or you get Cyclones. Nice maim stun. I'd love to see a Vortex here. Oh my god, he almost died.
Cubsy.
It might have been the Guardian Spirit proc. He's super greedy, but he's getting decent damage in return onto Chun-Li as well. Ancient of Lore from Flop. Big tree time. Oh, here comes the Arcane Surge, though. Cubsy's ramping. Missiles flying through. Can they kill through Ancient of Lore? I really doubt it. Both teams should recover in this position. Kearney's still significantly ahead on mana, but it's so spiky for the Holy Priest now at 35% dampening. Paralyzing Kearney. Nice leg sweep to catch Dazed. They have a Vortex to stop the grip. Kearney had the Trinket. Nice play from Gustbusters. A stun on the Trinket. That forces Cloak of Shadows as well into a Cyclone. Flop is owning at the moment. Dazed has to retreat, but Cubsy got left behind. He's in the midfield getting blasted by lightning bolts. He has to ice block. That was a serious play from the Gustbusters. If they do that again, it's over.
I mean, it could just be over right now. Kearney has still not recovered. Beautiful Ray of Hope there. Tops off Cubsy, but look at Dazed. No Trinket, no Vanish, nothing. Dazed is a great target for the side of Gustbusters to go after. Let's see what Chun-Li decides to do. It looks like they're just going to continue this push on Cubsy and try to slow him down. Maybe just cleave down Dazed. Flop pushing in. Beautiful plays from Flop. One of the best aggressive druids in North America and just in the game in general. So you're looking for a playmaker. Flop's definitely going to be that one, but he finds himself in a full Ring of Frost, and that forces Chun-Li to trade out the Touch of Karma, but he is unafraid. They're making the push. They're chasing down Cubsy. He's got no block for 3 minutes, and Gustbusters is looking to close this game out.
I still think it's a bait. Going to Cubsy. I think Dazed just used evasion. I think going back on him later, I think, is a better option. Cubsy's just going to run circles at this point. They catch Chun-Li in a smoke bomb. Big play. The tree can't heal him. They fear Dippy away. And it's a massive setup onto Chun, and it closes it. The Tiger Toads move to match point. Oh, my God. I just swear it's a bait, man. I swear Cubsy is just the biggest bait. He's just dangling there on the hook like, come get me, bro, come get me, bro. And it's just every time it's a bait.
This is a tilter. If you're Gustbusters, this is definitely a tilter. So you need to shake these losses off. You need to go splash some cold water on your face. You need to get out of your chair. just take a deep breath, because these are the kind of matchups that are the most frustrating to lose. Chun-Li's just doing what he can, trying to just connect, but he just can't. He's getting chastised into the cheap shot, into the smoke bomb. Look at Flop. He's like, oh no. It's just, he needs to get the heals out in that form, but unfortunately, he just can't get there. He's too slow. He's out of line of sight, and that's got to be like the biggest feels bad, man, when you are, playing that Ancient of Lore. Like, honestly, I think Chun-Li kind of overextended here. I think he just needed to play a little bit safer. Like you said, don't get baited by Cubsy, hit the Rogue. They were in a great position to win this game, and I think he just got punished big for this play.
Okay, well, I mean, this is gonna be a marathon, man. You just have to. Cubsy's just the most patient player in the game. He does not care how long the game goes. He does not care how many laps he needs to run. He doesn't care how much cardio it takes. He will dampen your soul. He will not be out dampened. He will keep fighting into the deepest, darkest, most moist places of dampening in order to find victory for his team. And although it was looking dicey, and I was starting to count them out in the game before this one, that was a very big catch, a really good punish on Chun-Li right on their last leg. And now moving into the final game, Hawk Point's like one of the best maps. You just lost that map out of the pool. You lose the swing match advantage for that, so it's going to be really difficult. And they actually just go to a big map. What are the GUST Busters up to?
I don't know. What are they up to? I'm not sure.
Are they saying because they won on Empyrean?
Awesome?
No, they didn't win on Empyrean.
Maybe we see Nazem. I think the one thing...
Nazem?
You're
just going to die to the Rogue, bro. There's no way.
No, you don't just die to... Do you just die to
You
a
just
Rogue?
die to the Rogue, dude.
Oh, that's unlucky.
I don't think there's no way they're planning on...
What if he comes in?
Is
Destro
it Demo
Warlock.
Ellie or Destro Windwalker?
Destro Windwalker, maybe? I don't think it's going to happen.
There's no
I don't know
chance.
why they picked a big map, in all honesty.
Destro Ellie or Demo Ellie.
Affliction?
Why would you want Affliction? I feel like Arcane just laughs at Affliction. Just like, oh, Dots,
nice.
I don't care. Dots fully absorbed. GG, go next. And I think
Warrior Mage Druid.
Tiger Toes might have been thrown off too by this pick. They're just like, what? You picked Ashamane's Fall? You want to lose? You don't want to be top 3 GUST Busters? Is what's going on here?
You're going to play WLD.
What? What? Who's
Yep.
the warrior? Ippy?
Ippy. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him play Arms. Does he play Fury?
He's going to play Arms. They're going to play a bit
Why
of
would
WLD.
they do that?
I don't know. I don't think it'll work.
Are we just damp right now and just throwing everything out here? Because it's going to be
I don't
RMP.
know.
It's literally just
The
going to be the same
Ashamane's Fall
matchup.
threw me off, Sid.
It's just going to be the same matchup. It's just gonna be the
I don't
same
get
classes.
it. I don't know what's happening.
Nothing's going to change. This is the same matchup. It's just they picked Ashamane's for some reason.
This is a really important match for both these teams, by the way.
That's why I don't like. Maybe they're just saying like, well, if we can't win on the big map, maybe they're just saying if we can't win on the big map, the series is over anyways. So they just want it over faster. Like what? I don't know why you would pick. Flop's a holy priest. You're gonna take Flop off of Druid. You're gonna.
He's sick of Klepto.
He's such a good Druid.
Yeah, but Kleptomania doesn't care how good of a Druid you are. Just removes all your hots.
Okay, I guess. Okay, I guess. What is this setup? Do they just kill Rogue and Dampening with this?
I don't know. But I wonder what the logic is in going to a map like this. Like, why did we go to a big map but bring in the priest? Do you think?
Maybe he's worried about like Rogue grappling over, so he wants like distance to be able to fade the Rogue. Remember, I think it was Meh was talking about that, where like, and maybe it's Sea-Doo. They were talking about that he learned that from Meh or something, where you just stay max range, you just stop the Rogue from getting to you. Maybe that's the logic.
I do like that, but counterpoint, you at least, if you're Flop, you have the defense of Tremor Totem. I feel like in a fear war where both priests are looking for like chastised fears on each other, GUST Busters have a big advantage there. So I feel like a small map might help them even more if they're trying to like win pre-dampening. Flop will at least have a little bit of interest.
Did you just say that? Win pre-dampening?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I said.
With these compositions and with the strats that they're playing, that's a tall order. That is a tall order. I think they're too good, and their play styles are too impenetrable for something like that early on. We need some Ret Warrior back to mix this up, make these guys sweat. Where's the Ret Warriors, dude? Like, I want to see these guys panic, freak out when they're almost dead. I'm actually almost right, so I guess I should be happy. I should be happy. Tiger Toes, they might actually be able to make me right. I can't believe they are. I thought they were out on Empyrean, but Cubsy just gets killed by himself at the last second. Chun-Li gets baited, overextends. Now the Gustbusters say they're fed up of playing their best player. Zico said he's the best Resto Druid in the game or something like that. He's getting off of Resto Druid. He's going to Holy Priest, which is Kearney's territory. The Priest is Kearney's territory. So Flop is leaving the Druid. He's tired of Kleptomania. He's going to try and make it work here with Windwalker, Elemental Shaman. Tiger Toads is Rogue, Outlaw Rogue, Arcane Mage. I wonder, is Cubsy going to play more aggressively maybe now with Flop as a Holy Priest?
Maybe. You can actually get sheeps and stuff like that.
I don't know if you win in dampening or before dampening though. Is it worth playing aggressive in that sense? But game started. There's no turning back at this point. It's an elimination match here. If Gustbusters lose, they'll lose any opportunities to get into the top 3. They will be in the gauntlet, still vying for that top position. I think they might be guaranteed at least the top position or close to the top position, but they definitely still want a chance to get into that top 3, a safe, comfy position in the grand finals for North America. A lot on the line, an entire season of play, and who knows what the game's going to be like when we get to the finals. Massive crash of damage onto both sides, as it looks like Dippy makes an exchange, Kearney makes an exchange to recover through this initial chaos.
Yeah, and Flop is just playing extremely passive here, so I think we might even see him play more passive than when he's on the Resto Druid. Daze rolls over, he manages to get the kidney shot. Cubsy potentially looking for follow-up. Can he find the polymorph? Looks like he is not. He does. He actually finds the polymorph, so good opportunity here. Cubsy getting a little bit low on health, and I do think Tiger Toads will play this game more aggressively. It's going to be easier for Cubsy to secure crowd control onto Flop. Of course, not going to have that same Kleptomania advantage, but I think they're going to gain a lot of control in this match if they can survive.
I like the Chastise stun still. Flop's able to contribute that, but cheap shot engagement. Nice paralyze on Daze from Chun here into a leg sweep. He's got 1 second. This is Fury to dodge the stuns, repositioning towards Cubsy. He's getting polymorphed. Ring of Frost, trying to hit 2. Chun-Li's going to relay his port here, I think, before pushing behind the pillar if he's going to chase Cubsy. Maybe he wants to swap Daze with the leg sweep. Oh, Ice Wall. Dippy got isolated. Oh, okay, never mind. Massive spell. Good positioning from Flop. He's playing a conservative, safe game. Staying in the back, poking damage when he can with Smite and Holy Fire. Trying to make sure that he get his team going the distance. Ring a piece into Chastise. Nice setup, but oh no, that life grip is going to pull Cubsy away. Chun-Li is just forced to swap back onto Daze, but that means he's going to get cleaved. Big damage from Dippy. Almost soloing Cubsy here. And now Dippy's almost getting soloed by Cubsy in return fire. Smoke Bomb comes down. He's got Trinket. He's not trading. Oh my god. Almost top 3 qualification on the line. And he Trinket burrows at like 1%.
Yeah, that was a risky play there. But really, unfortunately, Flop, that was his Guardian Spirit that procced as well. So putting a little bit too much faith in that. Won't have that for another 3 minutes. That puts Gustbusters in a terrible position. The game can go to 5 minutes, but without that healing, that is definitely really scary. Full blind goes out, and you can tell Tiger Toes, they're playing this matchup with a lot more confidence. Cubsy gets a full sheep onto Flop. Still looking for a big barrage of missiles here onto Dippy, and they take him down. That really is the question. Flop just spamming and heal after heal after heal, trying to keep his team alive, trying to keep Dippy in the game to make a push, to make a swap on Dazed. Oh my goodness. That's going to be Kearney's Trinket to keep him alive. He got really afraid there. A bit of a panic situation, but now I am worried about Dippy mostly in this match.
Counterspell. If Flop's not careful, Daze grapples over. Is that Ray going to be negative? That's positive. They are back to full health. Dippy repositions here. Totem's down. Flop's pushing in aggressively. Gets a Psychic Scream with no Trinket. That's a cheeky play. He's not using Will. I'm really surprised. I feel like this is like the only time he's going to get feared. Is he going to regret not using Will to Forsaken here? Into Cap Totem stuns. Into a hack. I think he regrets it. Oh my god. But Cubsy's able to decurse. Reposition. Get to a safe distance. They grip Dazed away on the leg sweep. Chun-Li stacks him up. Big spinning crane kick on 3 targets. Arcane Surge from max range. Touch of the Magi. Cubsy gets paralyzed. I love this paralyzed on the Touch of the Magi. Disrupt his arcane missiles here. If they can land an interrupt, Cubsy's fake casting. Barrier. Chun-Li gets gripped out of there. He doesn't want Chun-Li going down like he did in the last game. But Cubsy gets wind sheared. Big blast of damage from Dippy, but he drops down the wall. They have to reposition. Dippy's in trouble. No Astral Shift available. Qualification on the line here between both teams.
Yeah, this is a really close match. I mean, we're in game 4, but any game could have gone either way. So we'll see what ends up happening here to Cubsy. Flop in the backline once again. Mana a lot more even in this game. Chun-Li is forced to trade out the Touch of Karma, but still just having such a difficult time actually connecting. Beautiful stun there by Dippy, just projecting that Cap Totem, landing a double stun onto Cubsy, but Chun-Li isn't able to get a single point of damage off during that stun lock combo. Finally connecting with the overpowered barrier. Seems to be enough, and Cubsy will be able to kite away. Still in the backline here with Kearney just throwing in a barrage of missiles, doing the most damage possible, topping the meters right now, and Gustbusters, they're going to need a miracle to win this one.
Double leg sweep, but Kearney angels it. It would have been a triple leg sweep, so it was a nice angel from Kearney, immuning that from Chun-Li. They catch Chun-Li in a kitty shot. Flop's getting aggressive again, getting cheeky with those angelic feathers, just sidestepping on the pillar, just around the corner, trying to find a target for his psychic scream. He's not going to commit. Slicing Winds hits the whole team. Cubsy's just going to polymorph him. Gets dispelled instantly. Another polymorph. Chun-Li gets gripped on the poly. He thinks he's getting set up for a stun, but Daze is actually behind the pillar, and there's no smoke bomb yet. Although maybe Flop doesn't know that. Adrenaline Rush. Daze does a lot of damage ramping. Flop just immuning the go. They pre-grapple Daze on the Adrenaline Rush. They paralyze the mage into a cap. Oh, Cubsy is able to blink away from the cap totem. Dippy could be in trouble. He sees it. He walls. He's pre-walled the smoke bomb. Nice play from Dippy, but wall doesn't last forever. He's dying through wall. Wall's about to end here for him. He has to burrow too. And Guardian Spirit. That was a big overlap, even despite pre-walling on that setup from Dippy. They have to commit even more. Chun-Li's popping cooldowns, but Daze just gets gripped to safety, and Chun-Li is just taking a solemn march with that conduit, not able to connect too much damage. He clashes forward onto Cubsy. He blinks back. Barrier. Nice fears from Flop. If they do win, it's off these fears. They forced Kearney's, I believe, Will Forsaken there. Ray of Hope trades. Dippy's in trouble. It's match point. Qualification on the line. Gustbusters will lose their opportunity to get into the top 3 if Dippy falls right now. And Flop, with Iron Resolve, is refusing to trade. Ray of Hope comes through, but now Chun-Li is isolated, gets blast waved away by Cubsy. Dazed is ramping, he gets rooted. Good root. Repositioning on top of Cubsy. Cubsy blinks in aggressively. Cubsy is playing with confidence right now. Flop is trying to pull back away from him. He grips Dippy to the pillar on the kidney shot. Evocation, ramping. Cubsy fakes the interrupt. He's getting polymorphs. He's taking a bit of damage, though. Recovers with the Guardian Spirit. They could swap back on Dazed. There's no evasion if they have a Chastise stun here. Shifting power for that Arcane Surge. Looking for that touch of the magic. There's the Chastise stun. Swap back on Chun-Li, but there's the Arcane Surge. Chun-Li line of sights it with Chi Torpedo. Arcane Surge, it looks like on an Elemental. Cubsy was able to get that cast off. Touch of the Magi's coming up in 2 seconds. Dippy has no wall for 10. They have to run. They have to stay out of line of sight of Cubsy. Touch of the Magi. They're blasting Cubsy. They need to force them back. They can't let him push. They clash him in. Double stun. Nice setup. Cubsy on the run. Avoiding the damage, but the Lava Bursts are in the sky. Cubsy almost goes down. Another round of Lava Bursts. They grapple Dazed. He cloaks. He's still in trouble. He gets gripped out of there. Gustbusters, they're getting confidence. They're sinking their feet in the ground, and they are planting at the moment to push for a win soon, I think.
Yeah, they're making a stand. Kearney gets caught into a stun. Great push here by Flop, but Chun-Li is getting controlled once again. He's trying to get on target. Flop actually grips Chun-Li on top of Cubsy there. Double stuns coming in. Chastise on Dippy. Kearney doing what he can to stay alive. Chun-Li gets low on health, but he makes the trade. It's going to be the Touch of Karma as well as the Diffuse Magic. They really want this Ice Block here from Cubsy. Can they get it? Paralyzed right now onto Kearney. Cubsy's still just running away. It is a negative Ray of Hope, but I think Kearney has the healing to top him off. And I think he's going straight to full health. At the same time, though, Chun-Li is getting low. Gustbusters on the brink of being eliminated here in Cup number 3. But can they do it in defiance? They're still going to continue to make a push here onto Cubsy.
I think Cubsy's a bait. Daze has no trinket. You have leg sweep. Just swap back on Daze. You just got a full fear. Just leg sweep Daze. Just go Daze. Cubsy's a bait. He's a bait. He's a bait. I swear he's a bait. Go on Dazed on the leg sweep. They're trying to swap him towards the end of it. They're not going to connect. I can't. If Cubsy baits Chun-Li again, I can't believe it. Cheap shots are engaging. He's got trinket, but what is he really going to do? Flop has almost 0 mana at this point, and Cubsy is just the master dampener. He will just suck your soul deep in dampening. You just won't be able to do anything against him. They're still trying to chase him. They're trying to power him down. Can they finish Cubsy, the Lord of Dampening? They're close at this point in time. He blinks away. Big swap on Daze, but now he has evasion. Maybe Dippy can finish him. He gets gripped. They have to void shift. They are collapsing. They're cleaving Dazed. Cubsy's out of there, but Daze got left behind. Dippy's getting owned, though. One big chain of arcane missiles from Cubsy. It could be lights out. There's no trinket. Smoke bomb on Dippy. He's caught in a gouge. Missiles are flying in. Flop gets chastised. It's match point. Dippy burrows. He's got astral shift, but he's so low at this point. They have void shift as well. Daze gets rooted. They're trying to buy time. They grapple Dazed with no trinket, but they're continuing to chase Cubsy. Cubsy is just winning the mind game. They're getting baited. They're losing. They swap back on Dazed with the leg sweep. Lava bursts are incoming. Can Kearney deal with it? Now Kearney has mana, though. They have Cloak of Shadows. Kearney has a huge lead. He's into angel form. I think he's going to recover. Chun-Li's karma might bust. Cubsy's repositioning. Touch of Magi is available in a second, and Dippy needs to astral shift.
Oh, no.
He's so close to going down. So much on the line here in game number 4.
Yeah, this is such a close race. Cubsy, though, has the ice block. He can make the trade. Chun-Li's in trouble. Can they drop him? Flop goes for the void shift. At the same time, Cubsy's getting low. They need to be very careful. It is a race to the finish between these two teams. Gustbusters not feeling confident. Chun-Li on the run, but the missile barrage is flying in. Dazed is there, but somehow, someway, Flop keeps him alive, tops him off, and Chun-Li might be able to make a push.
Oh my god, don't chase Cubsy, don't chase Cubsy, his block, just go rogue, go rogue, go rogue, they're so close, he's 1%, he's 1%, grapples twice around the corner, Daze stays alive, lasso on the mage, But Cubsy still has cooldowns. He's going to barrier blink away. They're trying to chase the mage. Maybe force him into a block. Chun-Li is so low. He's so low. One more barrage. Arcane Orb proc. He's staying alive. Kearney's totally out of mana. Anyone can die right now. Chun-Li goes down first. Cubsy trades the block. Dippy's going to try and play it out here, but I think it's unlikely. He's into the kidney shot. No trinket. Arcane Surge. Big missiles coming in. Flop gets put into the cheap shot. Gets dropped. That will be the end of the Gust Busters. Tiger Toads win the rematch and continue to vie for their top 3 position.
Wow. I mean, that was a long series. Gust Busters. They tried. I mean, honestly, the game number 1, game number 2 looked good, but ultimately, Tiger Toads, they started finding their groove, and this is a combination we haven't seen that much. Like, I know Dazed and Cubsy have played together quite a bit, but in the AWC, it's mostly been Calvish as kind of the star of the team. Calvish and Cubsy, Dazed and Calvish, but it seems like this is a winning formula here where Dazed comes in on the Outlaw Rogue with Cubsy on that Arcane Mage. He switched to Shimmer, which I think was a great adaptation against the Windwalker Monk, and just managed to kite and drag this game deep into dampening and eventually pull off a win when both healers are just totally out of mana. And it's an interesting strategy because it's very risky, but if you're an evasive Arcane Mage and evasive Outlaw Rogue, you should be able to win the trades later in the game. So it's a strategy that can backfire, but I feel like Tiger Toads, they executed well on this one, and it was a big win for them.
Huge win, man. Chun-Li, like, what do you do, man? You got nothing. You just tried to go for it. Dazed has evasion, so he's not a great target. He's not even in range, so it's like, what do you even do at that point? The Lord of Dampening, Cubsy, makes it through. He still has a chance. It's Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads for that third place position, that guaranteed spot in the grand finals.
Man, if only Shane were here to cast that one, we've gotten revenge. all the damn games that he made you guys cast, but. Yeah, you already said it. That is going to wrap that series up. That's going to wrap up the day as well for North America. Here's a look at the final standings. Currently, as it stands, welcome to the Jung at 280 points. Liquid 260. Tiger Toads at 200. So they've secured themselves 3rd place for now. But there's all of Championship Sunday to get through, so we will certainly keep everybody posted in terms of standings. But I feel like a broken record at this point, just reiterating Ven, just how competitive this region is with that game alone, that series alone, with just how intense everything has gotten in North America.
I mean, today and just this weekend in general, we're seeing a lot of these teams that have lost in the past, they're actually rising up. Like, if we look at the upper bracket, Left 4 Dead, they were able to 3-0 Liquid. Liquid has beaten them the last 2 weeks, so a bit of a reversal there. And even in this lower bracket, that last matchup, Tiger Toads and Gust Busters have gone head-to-head. It has been going in favor of Gust Busters. So Tiger Toads, they finally figured it out. They do find themselves in that lower bracket. They set themselves up against Liquid, but yeah, you definitely can't count out any of these teams. And I'm honestly, this upper bracket semifinal match, Left 4 Dead versus Welcome to the Jung, I have no idea what's going to happen. We're kind of wondering what beats Ret Warrior, especially if Ret Warrior is good as Left 4 Dead. Does Welcome to the Jung have an answer, and what will it be?
Yeah, that is definitely a big question. I mean, this team has had an incredible day. You know, they sent Team Liquid down to that lower bracket, and I'm really excited to see what they can do against Welcome to the Jung, who has consistently been at the top here in North America for a few expansions, a few seasons in a row now for sure. So well done to all the teams in North America that have made it to Championship Sunday, as well as the European teams. We had those games play out on Friday. We've got 4 teams over there still competing as well. We can take a look at kind of that region and what we're going to be seeing for Championship Sunday. We've got Overload versus Echo starting off the day, and then Super T's Super Duper Gamers versus Dobob in that lower semis.
Yeah, they're trying to make their kind of gauntlet run right now and make sure that they can get as many points as possible. It's interesting that Shibaku are out of the competition, right? They were out in the first round. So, and Super Duper Gamers taking nap time out 3-0 after taking Overload to game 5 earlier on in the upper bracket was impressive. So Super Duper Gamers, they're a wild card. They could have a run like Shibaku. They have very similar compositions. And it seems like those compositions are starting to edge a little bit ahead. I'm really excited for the rematch with Echo and Overload now that Waz is playing a Feral Druid and seeing how that goes for their team, because this is the final cup. This is the last chance for Echo to try and rein in over Overload, although maybe it's impossible if Overload wins this entire cup. Even if they don't, even if Overload comes second, is it possible for Echo to get first?
That's
I don't
tough
think so.
to say.
I don't think Echo can get first if Overload at least gets second.
So
yeah,
What
Go ahead.
What's kind of interesting about this is I think no matter what happens, Echo and Dobov are just going to do battle. It's just they're going to be second and third, then they're going to have to do battle in the finals. I think it's pretty much a guarantee at that point.
Does it matter if you finish second or third? Doesn't second fight third?
Yeah, second fights third. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter at that point.
I mean, you want to win the cup, even if you're not, overall points. You want to win the final cup. You're still Cup 3 champion.
What really matters, though, what we should be looking at is the seeding for the actual gauntlet. I mean, you do not want to start at the bottom of the gauntlet. It is so difficult to claw your way back up there. If you remember right, we showed the NA gauntlet and kind of how that's shaping up. It's a bit of a staircase. You start at the bottom, you play a team, you win, you play the next team, and you try and just climb your way back up. Here it is for North America, so you can get kind of an idea of what it's going to look like. So for NA, we've got Iron Will, Control, Alt, Defeat down there at the bottom. Winner of that moves on to round 2 to play YPPM. And then so on and so forth once the rest of those rounds get filled out based on how tomorrow goes. So that seeding is definitely very, very important. You want to start off as high as you can for these rounds. So Championship Sunday tomorrow for Cup number 3 is going to be the most competitive you will be seeing these teams play. The hardest that you guys will be seeing these teams play. I'm sure they're going to bring their best foot forward because they know exactly what is on the line. So it's been an incredible weekend so far, and I'm extremely excited to see everything conclude for the third and final Championship Sunday before moving into that grand finals. With that, we are all done. I wonder if we're going to take one more look at the predictions leaderboard. I'm sure we're ready to shame Aya some more. Oh, fantastic. All the way at the bottom, and
Why
I
is
just
the
keep
coin evolving every
widening
time
that
we look
gap.
at this?
Dude,
The
I don't know.
coin-
I think it's rigged. It's rigged.
The
You guys are
coin-
all rigged.
No. Yeah, but it used to
Someone's
just
setting me
be-
up.
Used to just be a faceless coin, and then it had a smiley face. Now it has 2 arms flexing. I thought maybe one arm first, and then the second arm. But is
Also-
it gonna grow legs? Is it like Ragnaros? It's gonna grow legs and come out of like the lava pit if it stays on top.
Yeah,
Can I also just say that
Pokemon.
I feel like
Go ahead, Ven.
the coin should not be at the top. Like, let's be honest, Super T should be
right.
at the top. He's got some perfect predictions. I should be below Super T's. The coin being up there, that's fake, you know? Yeah, okay. This is unreal.
You replaced your face with the coin. That's horrible.
I noticed, actually, you know?
Oh,
I
no,
can
it's
see
like
that.
they just like Mike Wazowski'd you from Monsters, Inc. That's so bad.
Oh, cool.
Man. All right, well, chat, 58.3, not bad. Let's see if we can get those numbers up tomorrow. But with that, we are going to head out. Thank you, everyone, so much for hanging out with us. Championship Sunday tomorrow. Definitely want to be tuning in for that one because it's going to be a good one. So thank you guys so much. See you tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube. Also, see us at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you guys so much. See you tomorrow.